In this small house, a cat stole food and the people couldn't stand it. So they decided to throw the little kitten out right then and there, but the girl apologized profusely to Mr. Jerian. Kitty stole this food because her mother was starving. But the man could not forgive this. He fulfilled her last request to save her mother's life. But that's all. Now, to survive, the two were never allowed to show themselves in public again. They were simply thrown out of the house. But Kitty couldn't bear to see her mother being treated so rudely because she was pregnant and in a serious condition. But these people didn't care. Besides, the cat didn't have long to live, and it was their own fault for climbing into the food warehouse. As a result, her mother was carried to the cliff and thrown off this small rock. Kitty was the first, so she still had time to recover before her mother was abandoned. Kitty managed to catch her, but her mother was still in serious condition. Kitty's siblings were in her belly, but suddenly blood started to flow. The mother began to apologize to the children. It was all because of her, there was no other choice, since they had been hungry for days. Her mother knew she wouldn't live long, so she told Kitty to hurry up and get out of here before the patrol came. She told her to go to the wolf territory. If the mother cat had known that this would happen, she would have told Kitty everything about her special gift a long time ago. And Kitty, with her soft paw, will definitely be able to show it. These were the mother's last words. The girl was in despair, not understanding when everything went wrong. Maybe when the fight between the strong beastmen started, the weak catmen were pushed aside. Or things went wrong when Kitty's father and brother died after an accident. Kitty was in despair. She didn't know what to do now. Without her mother, without anyone. In the end, she dug a grave with her own hands, buried her mother, but already missed her. But the girl was determined to stay strong and take revenge on Jerian for her mother. She was sure that she would be fine, even if she was just a cat. And she would not lose courage, even if she was cornered. So, gathering her strength, she left the grave of her mother who had just died. After that, it started raining, and Kitty knew that her mother's grave would be all wet. But even if she wanted to go back, she didn't do it because her mother definitely wanted Kitty to go away and find happiness. But Kitty didn't know where to go when she left the cat territory. And as she walked through the forest, she suddenly saw a whole carriage of people. Then, she hid behind a tree and began to watch. It seemed that some knights were scolding the young gentleman for going so far to play ball. Kitty immediately realized that they were half-wolves, but they had gray hair, just like hers. Then the girl thought that she looked like a wolf and could pretend to be one. Besides, my mother once told me that baby beastmen look alike until they develop distinctive features, and before that, they are distinguished only by the color of their fur. Mama also mentioned wolf territory in her last words. The Greed Wolf family, who rule the Wolflands, are very rich and are rumored to be not very generous to their fellow wolves. But if they find out that Kitty is a cat, she will be tortured and simply thrown out. But if she stays here, she will starve to death before she has a chance to take revenge, if only for a short time. Unlike animals, the half-beasts are intelligent creatures, so they won't just eat Kitty. Although she doesn't know what will happen if they go crazy, like they did a few years ago. In general, she simply followed this carriage from afar. After some time, the boys were resting peacefully in the Greed Wolf residence. The ball they were playing with accidentally flew over the wall, which is why they went so far, but they also ended up getting scolded. So these boys got tired of playing ball. It would be better if one of them was born a girl. Then we could dress her up and have fun. Just thinking about this, they suddenly heard strange sounds and went out to check. It turns out that someone had been walking near their estate for some time. The little wolves immediately jumped out to see who it was, but they saw no one in front of them. That's because Kitty was so much shorter than them that she had to say she was below them to get anyone to notice her. When she was sure she had come to the right place, she greeted the boys. She said her name was Kitty, that she was a brave wolf, although she looked small. She heard that Greed Wolf gives work to poor wolves without families, so she came to ask about it. The wolf boys, naturally, immediately noticed that Kitty smelled like a cat. As a punishment, they wanted to replace the ball they were playing with this cat, and besides, cat fur is especially smooth. So, with their thoughts, they allowed the girl to enter. Kitty was so grateful to them, but first she extended both her hands to shake theirs. It looked so strange to the boys, a girl holding out two hands at the same time. But they shook them at the same time, and then they both immediately felt something strange. This girl's hands were so soft it seemed impossible. The cat is so skinny, but her palms are so soft. Just delight. That's why the boys couldn't let her go for a long time. The bad thoughts about this cat immediately went away, and the boys just enjoyed themselves. Kitty thought that these two really mistook her for a wolf, so she didn't worry because they never let go of her hand. Then they gave her a little tour of the estate. The boys themselves were probably about 10 or 12 years old. Kitty couldn't help but notice that even the servants here were so tall and handsome. They fit perfectly into this luxurious mansion. And Kitty's feet, or cat people's shoes, are usually so soft that they make no noise at all when walking. But Mom said that Kitty was as strong as a wolf, and so the girl wasn't too worried. Suddenly the boys heard a sound and immediately realized that Kitty was hungry. The girl admitted that she had not eaten for several days and apologized, and besides, she was used to eating once a day. The boys felt so sorry for her. Even if she was a cat, she should eat well, especially at that age. They didn't understand why she only ate once. And then they decided to find out how the children ended up at the gate of the house. As they walked to the dining room, The girl, with tears in her eyes, told them that her entire family had died and she was left all alone, which truly aroused pity in everyone in the area. The boys turned out to be caring, so they immediately ordered to bring more food for Kitty and prepare a place where she could rest. But first, they decided to introduce themselves properly. Kitty didn't even know what her full name was, but she was often called Soft Hands because her palms were really soft. In fact, it was a very funny nickname, but the girl was serious. She started working at an early age and did very well, but even despite this, her hands always remained soft. The boys began to feel sorry for her again. At that age, she should only eat and play. After that, they also introduced themselves. The boy with straight hair is Theo Greedwolf, and the one with curly hair is Dion Greedwolf. Then the girl realized that the same Lord Greedwolf is their father, who went out for a short time and will soon return. Kitty had been holding the hands of those very sons of the head of the Greedwolf family all this time. And now, she was not only surprised, but also scared. She was so stunned that she even accidentally released her claws, which made her even more afraid because then the boys could notice that she was a cat. They noticed, of course, but it was even funny. Now they had to pretend that they hadn't seen anything. After a while, dinner finally arrived. The boys said that the wolves treat their guests with a lot of food in the hopes that they will stay as long as possible, so there was a lot of food for Kitty alone. She naturally wanted to start with the fish dish. Theo thought that the little kitten would choose the fish first. The food was really delicious. She had never tasted anything like it, and she didn't understand how food could melt in her mouth. Because she got too carried away, not only did her ears fall out, but her tail also fell out. And a tail is too different from a human tail. And if someone notices this, there will definitely be a problem. She started to worry that they would see her ugly tail. The tail would actually have been normal if the tip hadn't been bitten off then. The boys began to quietly talk among themselves about how everyone in the estate had already noticed that she was a cat because she smelled so bad. But no one touched Kitty because she was with family members. The boys were worried that the people in the mansion would bother her. Besides, they had recently hired a new maid. At first, Kitty didn't even listen to what they were saying, but when she stuck her ears out, she heard the boys talking about how they needed to get her in there as quickly as possible. Kitty tensed up a lot. She thought they meant some kind of grill or something and wanted to shove her into the oven. But when the boys realized that she had heard everything, they simply apologized and told her not to be nervous and to continue eating calmly. But then they continued to discuss everything that concerned her. If you even looked closely, you could see that her tooth had not fallen out, but had been broken by the impact. Plus, her nails looked broken and needed to be treated and infected, and it was clear she hadn't been eating well before. But to avoid being bullied in wolf territory, the boys wanted their father, the leader of the half-wolves, to adopt her. But the most important thing was to get their mother's approval, because then their father would immediately agree. In fact, the boys saw the things that their mother hid in the closet, so they knew that their mother would be very happy if she had a daughter. Then they watched Kitty eat with satisfaction. Especially her ears were too charming, and so raised up because she was eating something tasty. Kitty thought that was the case with everyone. In fact, wolves don't act like that, but the boys said that all wolf cubs are like that. They just forgot about it because so much time had passed. But they were so curious that they asked to touch their ears. It was rude to ask for such a thing, and they were prepared for refusal. But Kitty allowed them in return for their kindness. Theo was the first to touch her ears and immediately felt some kind of bliss. They were so pleasant to the touch. Dion looked at his brother's face, which made such a grimace, and did not understand at all what was going on. But then he touched Kitty's ears too, and his face became exactly the same. Then they immediately demanded that their father return home as soon as possible, and told the servants to tell their father that their mother had urgent business, and then he would return home faster. The boys even planned to prepare the family registry before their father arrived to make things go faster. This cat's ears were so cute, and the baby fluff on the tips was incredible. Kitty decided to find out what kind of person the head of Greedwolf is. And then the boys told about their father. He is Jackal Greedwolf, the strongest among the wolves. He has a strict behavior and a frightening expression. But he protects his family like any good wolf. Even leopards turn pale at the mere mention of Jackal's name. Yes, even Kitty turned pale. To lighten the mood, Theo suggested telling them about their mother. Cheris Greedwolf is a majestic she-wolf who was once the leader of a knightly order. She always dreamed of having a daughter. By mentioning this, the boys hinted to Kitty that she could become part of their family. Besides, she was still little and had nowhere to go. She will be safe in the estate, and besides, she is still too young to do the work of a maid. After adopting Jackal Greedwolf, as Theo and Dion said, Kitty will live in comfort and safety. But if she forgets about her family, then no one will remember her mom, dad, and brothers. Kitty didn't have time to think for long before she, too, was wrapped in a blanket and carried to the entrance because her father had already come home, and Kitty needed to greet the Lord. Kitty saw the Lord from afar and his eyes and hair like a real wolf. But as soon as she and the boys approached him, his face immediately became angry when he looked at her. Then he asked his sons what kind of fluffy lump they were holding. Kitty was shocked because now she's in human form, but they still call her that. Theo finally let her go so Kitty could greet the Lord, although she was visibly shaking. But even so, she introduced herself to him and dared to say that she was a brave wolf cub and came here because she heard that the gentleman was giving work to the poor without families. There was an awkward silence at that point, and the Lord simply shook her hand. But then he, like his sons, couldn't let go of her soft hand for a long time. The boys had to persuade their father to let go of her because they knew he liked it as much as they did, but their father could have simply crushed her hand. Kitty didn't understand why he still had such a scary face if he liked her, but the Lord still said that the girl was too small and thin to work, so he suggested preparing a comfortable home for her in the territory of the small animals. She was still too small and weak to stay in the territory of the wolves. But the boys started to claim that Soft Hands was half wolf and she couldn't be there. She was just small and fluffy now, but when she grew up, she would be incredibly fierce and a threat to the little animals. The Lord watched as his sons tried to convince him that the girl was a wolf and eventually decided to take part in this performance, saying that she really was a real wolf and he just didn't see it at first. And the boys continued to scold their father, asking him to include this fragile and unfortunate wolf cub in the family registry to protect him. And besides, their mother really wants to have a daughter. Jackal said his wife didn't really care, and he didn't understand why his sons thought their mother wanted a daughter. Then the boys said that they had seen things in their mother's closet and could even bring them now. But then their father's face became serious again. Kitty thought that Lord Greedwolf must be very much against girls, and his wife probably hadn't married for the sake of children, because the very sight of them upset her. Everyone knew that wolves tended to obey women, and then suddenly someone came up from behind and tore off the blanket that was covering Kitty's defenseless back. This was Karis Greedwolf. She no longer looked as fierce as her husband. From the very beginning, she asked why there was a little girl in the estate. Kitty was so scared, so the boys explained to their mother instead that it was Kitty. She was young, but she was a brave wolf cub, and she heard that they were giving work to orphaned wolves, so she came. Kitty extended her hand to the woman and greeted her. And as soon as they touched, Karis's face was somehow sad. Kitty thought that she didn't like her soft hands, so now she would be kicked out of here after all. But Kitty couldn't allow that, so she desperately began to tell them that she could sing for them until her spirits rose. And on sunny days, she would bring them bouquets of beautiful flowers. And at night, when the moon was big and full, she could open the shutters so Karis could admire the night view. But if she finds it so unpleasant and hates girls, she can even make her clean the chimneys. Kitty learned to do this before she could speak. With tears in her eyes, Kitty asked to be allowed to stay here for at least a little while. She promised to be very quiet and not to disturb anyone. Karis stroked the girl and told her to first wipe away her tears and take a bath. At first, Kitty was charmed by such care of the mistress, but then the information about the bath reached her. Kitty remembered how much she does not like to bathe and generally hates to get wet. And besides, then her fur will fluff up. But of course, there was no choice, and soon Kitty's maid, Lena Gray, appeared before her, intending to help the girl take a bath. Kitty also introduced herself to the woman and said that she had come here looking for work. Mrs. Gray felt so sorry for this little girl because she came to work at such an age, but still, she had come to the right place. The gentleman is kind enough because he gave work to an old woman like Mrs. Gray. She already had poor hearing and eyesight, but she continued to work. The gentleman takes care of each wolf as if it were a member of his own family. So, Mrs. Gray began to treat Kitty's wounds and offered to wash herself. But the girl said that she could wash herself, and then she simply began to wipe her face with a wet hand. However, she only washed her face, and that was not enough. Moreover, she did it like a cat. Kitty was forced to bathe, and first she had to take off her clothes. The buttons on her dress were so old that they were difficult to unfasten, so Mrs. Gray ended up having to use her claws to cut the clothes. This dress was so worn out that even after washing it would be impossible to wear it, so it had to be thrown away. But Kitty asked to keep at least a button from it because it was very dear to her. After this, Mrs. Gray began to comb the girl's hair, which was very beautiful and lush, but tangled and dirty. Then the girl said that she looked like this because of the trip, but everything would be fine soon. The maid became curious about this trip, and she asked where the rest of Kitty's things were. But, as it turned out, the girl did not have any things with her except these clothes. Mrs. Gray was upset because Kitty's room had such a big wardrobe, but it turned out that it would be empty for some time. The young lords ordered a room with a big wardrobe to be prepared for the girl. For the first time, they asked for something for a guest. After all this, Kitty finally got into the bath. But as soon as she touched the water, she immediately felt very uncomfortable, and all her wounds began to hurt. Because of this, she developed ears and a tail, and the maid even noticed a strange smell. Kitty began to worry, saying that it was probably because she hadn't been able to wash for a long time. By the way, before washing herself, she asked Mrs. Charis for a rubber duck, and it was indeed in the bathroom. Therefore, the rest of the time, while the girl was being bathed, she played with the duck. But after that, I was able to change into new clean clothes, which were very comfortable and warm. But Miss Gray was still worried because they had already finished washing, but the smell still remained. Kitty was already very scared, thinking that she had been exposed after all. But in fact, the old woman really did not see well, and her sense of smell was not as good as before, so she could not be sure of anything. But when she came so close to the girl, she noticed what beautiful emerald eyes she had. It was the first time the maid had seen a she-wolf with such eyes. Kitty said she had come from afar and thanked him for the compliment. Her mother always said that the soft paw's eyes were like a picnic by the lake. a beautiful combination reminiscent of green grass next to blue water. After treating the wounds, Miss Gray decided to comb the girl's hair, but it was so thick and wavy that it indicated that she was having a hard time in a cold place. And this was completely true. Where she lived, there was always a draft and water dripped from the ceiling, but her mother always held her close to her to keep her warm. Kitty isn't even sure where she lived, whether it was in the north or not, but she remembers that there was never enough firewood at home to keep it warm enough. Miss Gray actually felt very sorry for this girl, but she didn't want to upset her. The woman said that now the girl is really a brave wolf cub and also looks neat and will probably soon get her first job. And so the girl was left alone in her room so that she could rest. The first thing Kitty wanted to do was run to her huge new bed, but in one moment she ran past the mirror and couldn't help but stop at what she saw. Her hair color became much lighter, and now it didn't look like wolf color at all. Apparently, her hair was dark gray because she hadn't washed it for a long time. But now that it was clean, the color was completely different. Kitty was so excited and didn't know what to do now. But it occurred to her to wrap her hair in a towel so that it would not be visible. But she still took out her ears because Theo and Dion called them wonderful and cute. After that, she finally went to her bed. This room would be hers for a while, so she hid the buttons under her pillow so that no one would find them there. The bed was so soft and big that Kitty wanted to stay there for at least a week. And besides, the boys liked Kitty, but their parents, it seems, have a different opinion, since they are the ones in charge here, and it is up to them to decide what to do. The girl decided to just wait until the others arrived, and she enjoyed the warmth of the place, thinking about what kind of brothers or sisters she would have. Mom said there were 3 of them, and she was most interested in learning the colors of their fur, but it was a pity that they were never born. Kitty decided after a short rest to go and ask Mr. and Mrs. Greedwolf for work again. Meanwhile, they had a family meeting. The mother asked the children to explain what was going on here. The boys began to tell that this girl's name was Kitty, but her nickname was Soft Hands. They said that the estate would be more harmonious if this charming girl became their sister. But the father did not like this statement, so with one word he forced them to tell the whole truth. The boys explained that Kitty had come here after hearing that the Greedwolf family was helping wolves who had lost their families. However, it would be a long time before she could begin working. That's why they were so irresponsible in saying that the family could adopt her. The mother reminded the boys how 12 years ago, the power of the Blue Moon's magic caused the were-people to lose their minds and turn them into monsters. When the Blue Moon, a precious stone that had only been heard of in creation stories, appeared in the leopard's territory, the richest leopards immediately came close to look at the blue stone upon hearing of the appearance of the thing. But this was the beginning of a disaster. The Blue Moon contained great ancient magic. The leopards who came into contact with this power lost their composure, turned into monsters, and began to act. And now, leopards who possess the stone are trying to induce madness in other species through experiments. In any case, if large animals are threatened by this force, then no one can guarantee safety. But even so, the boys were sure that if Kitty became part of the family, then even if something like this happened, no one would dare attack her, because wolves respect hierarchy. But the mother continued to explain that living a life of constant survival and living in safety were 2 different things, and a cat's life among wolves could not be safe. Could Theo guarantee that nothing would happen? The boy then framed his father, saying that his father had recognized Kitty as a wolf cub. Then the mother looked aggressively at her husband. But he continued to sit silently, waiting for a decision. The boys told her that Kitty's parents were dead and she had no one to take care of her. It didn't make much difference whether it was the wolf den or the outside world. Then Cheris really felt sorry for the girl. The atmosphere changed immediately as she remembered the incident that happened many years ago. She told her sons to leave, and then she plunged into heavy memories. That day when there was a blue moon, the enemies began to attack everyone, and this affected the Greedwolf estate. And his wife naturally defended herself, but it was a very difficult situation then. Karis was just a mother at the time with 3 small children, and it was at that moment that the enemies were advancing. No one could take care of it now, so the woman dug a small hole and buried her babies there. She knew they would be cold and scared, but she hoped they would endure and survive. But only 2 children survived that night. Now Karis looked at the little girl, so similar to her children when they were little. Kitty fell asleep in the corridor because she was waiting for the Lord and Madam. And looking at her, Karis decided to tell something to her husband. In fact, she lied when she said she threw those things away, but in fact she couldn't. In fact, every time Karis remembered her dead daughter, she bought more things, even though it hurt her to see the little girls who reminded her of her. If Dopara decides to raise this child now, it will be painful and worrying for them, because she will remind them of their own daughter. But with a tail like that, and one that was injured like hers, it would be difficult to pretend to be a wolf. She would be in danger everywhere. That's why Jackal offered to take care of Kitty until she got back on her feet, as a foster family. Thru is happy about Softpaw's arrival, but at the same time, she is scared about it. The next day, Kitty woke up feeling great, so warm and soft. However, at that moment, Lady Cheris was right next to her, and as soon as she noticed Kitty waking up, she said that the girl looked so happy. Kitty was very frightened. She remembered that last night she had fallen asleep right next to the door, but what scared her most was that she was now in cat form, And then she tried to explain her appearance, but Karis just found it funny. She said that she had not seen the little wolf cubs for a long time, because her sons had already grown quite a lot. Kitty immediately felt relieved, realizing that she probably did look like a wolf after all. Lady Karis had scowled at her yesterday, but she was different today. Kitty thought it was because she seemed too bold for her age, and she decided she wasn't going to continue acting like an adult and stay here until she could get her revenge on Jerian. The girl had been sleeping for so long that her fur was all tangled up, so the woman asked permission before smoothing it out. Kitty, of course, gave her permission, but after that she spent a long time in the arms of her mistress, who never stopped stroking her. It was so nice that Kitty even forgot that she wanted to act like an adult. Karis was wondering why Dion named the girl Soft Paw, but now it all makes sense. She has soft, gentle pink paws. Yesterday, Karis was so upset because the girl's arms were so thin. From now on, she is going to feed her only the tastiest food so that the girl will grow strong. So, she invited her to breakfast because it was just about time. Kitty ran to her blanket, and where she had left her clothes, she immediately transformed, putting them on. Then she said that her name was Kitty, and she would be glad if the lady called her by her name. After that, Karis picked up the girl and carried her to the dining room. Kitty thought for a long time what that word henceforth meant. Either she would soon get a job, or she would be adopted after all. But Kitty was very different in appearance from Mrs. Charis, and someday they would find out about everything. And then Kitty would have to leave these possessions. When they finally arrived at the dining room, the boys immediately left when they saw Softpaw. When they came to her room, they didn't find her and thought that she had run away, or other wolves had. But it doesn't matter. The boys immediately walked around her on both sides and helped her sit down and get ready for the meal. In fact, they were so anxious at night that they couldn't sleep, and their mother was so sad that their father made his sons run 20 laps around the training ground. When they mentioned it, they received an angry look from their father, but he still didn't say a word. After that, they brought a lot of different food, and everyone started eating. Mom told Kitty to eat slowly and carefully. Then everyone noticed that Mom was calling the girl by her first name. But that was because she had received permission from Kitty to do so. You can't call a lady by her first name without getting permission. Then the boys, one after another, also asked Softpaw to call her by her name, and the girl, of course, allowed it. But then she noticed how aggressively the Lord was looking at her. But he didn't say anything. Then his wife said that he was frightening Kitty, and if he was looking at her so intently, he should ask her permission as the boys had done. The Lord still said nothing. After the meal, desserts were brought, but Kitty's pudding was too big. So she thought that it had been mixed up with the one at Mr. Jackal's. After all, he really had a very small portion compared to her, but everyone said that everything was set correctly. After the meal, Kitty was very pleased. Everything was very tasty, and Charis was happy about it. She told the girl that she could come here and eat whenever she wanted, and she could ask for any dish to be cooked. Kitty immediately remembered how Jerian used food to exploit the cats, and Mistress Charis had just allowed Kitty free reign in the kitchen. So the girl thought that everyone here was kind, because she looked very much like a wolf. But then the big topic came up. Charis said the family wanted to take custody of Kitty, then everyone would look after her until she was an adult, so they asked if she wanted that. The girl doubted that the whole family wanted to take care of her, because the Lord had such an indifferent face. His emotions were not understandable at all. Kitty would be very happy to become a part of the Greedwolf family, but she can't promise that she will forget her birth family, and that might disappoint them. But she really doesn't want to disappoint them. Charis immediately calmed the already crying Kitty. Her birth family will always remain her family, and she is not obliged to forget them. This is unlikely to happen. Everyone knew what Kitty meant, but there was no need to worry. Her birth family would always be with her in her heart. Kitty was so touched that she could actually have two families before she grew up. Charis said Kitty's family would definitely want her to live a safe and happy life. But Kitty was still sad to live in luxury alone, because she still remembers how she dug the grave with her own hands, where her mother now lies. The adults looked at each other and immediately understood what they needed to tell the child, but even they were sad. Charis said that after the funeral, all the animals go to a better place. Kitty didn't even have money for the funeral, so the lady said that even though it was a little late, she would help to organize it. Her family has already gone to a better place called Heaven. It is very warm and cozy there. And the boys said that there was absolutely everything there, and Kitty's family lived in even greater luxury, so the girl should not feel guilty. Kitty immediately thought that in such a place, perhaps even salmon fillets float in the rivers. It was a very strange comparison. Salmon fillet. But my father said that it was true. Therefore, the girl was quite pleased and had already calmed down. She was so grateful to everyone for being kind to her. The boys had already started calling Kitty their sister. But then she remembered to ask if there was a need to hold a funeral for her father and brother, who had died a long time ago in the north during a mission. At this moment, the Lord's face changed dramatically. He asked what kind of mission it was. Kitty said it was a mission to the lands of the bears. Her father and brother, as a duo, were called Icarus. But after that, Jackal looked at Kitty in a strange way, and she still couldn't understand his reaction. Then she wanted to tell about her mother, but remembered that she was buried in the territory of cats. And Kitty couldn't go back there because she was in exile, and she didn't really want to dig a grave either. Besides, Her mother didn't look like a wolf at all. Although if Kitty says that her father was a wolf, then this problem will be solved. In the North, people can start a family with anyone in human form. But Kitty still doubted whether it was worth digging up her mother for the funeral, because perhaps now she was catching salmon from the river, and she was also pregnant, so it was better not to disturb her. Kara said not to worry. The most important thing at a funeral is flowers, candles, and wishes. And if there is a drawing of the family, it will be even more meaningful. Kitty's spirits rose again after this, and the boys took her to Theo's room because there are many different drawing supplies there, such as crayons, about 200 of different colors. But when they got to Theo's room, Kitty noticed that the door handle was shaped like the head of some kind of dire wolf. Kitty tried not to show that she was scared and said that she couldn't open the door because the boys were holding both her hands, so she asked them to open it themselves. After that, when they entered, Theo immediately told all the maids to leave, but in fact, he was going to gradually introduce Kitty to all the castle workers. After that, they sat her down on a soft rug. But Dayon was surprised at how light this girl was. He told her to drop by his room anytime if she wanted to eat anything. His room is next to Theo's, but Dayon will always have a salmon fillet ready just for Kitty. The offer was very tempting, and Kitty thanked Mr. Dayon. He was upset that she called him that, although of course it was too early for her to call him Big Brother, but he was willing to wait. Theo had already brought all the crayons and paper that would fit perfectly into the frame. As soon as Kitty started drawing, her tail unconsciously came out and began to wag in all directions. Or to be more precise, he was moving right after her chalk, and it was so funny. After some time, Cornina came and said that Mrs. Charis had sent some sweets for a snack. Dion was even able to feed Kitty cookies. By that time, she had already finished the drawing of her family. The boys decided to find out what her family was like. Kitty was so kind as she told me that her mother was always so sweet and kind. She always hugged her, and it was she who gave her the nickname Soft Paw, and she always said that her father and brother were heroes. They went on missions and only came home occasionally, but each time they brought gifts for Kitty. Theo, listening to this, concluded that he too would try to be a good family for Kitty. But then he felt sad when she told him that there were 3 more Kitty brothers or sisters in her mother's belly. But they had not yet been born, so she could not draw them. Kitty had already finished drawing one side, but she wanted to draw something else on the back. Then she folded herself in half and began to draw something. In this pose, she looked like bread. Kitty really wanted to remember her family as cats. She wouldn't forget anyone, not her mom, not her dad, not her brother, not the babies. She promised them that she would be happy and hoped that they would also be happy in heaven. It was getting on for sunset. Kitty gave her drawing to Theo to frame, and by then Charis had arrived. She immediately complimented Kitty on her beautiful drawing, and after that they went to the ceremony, but the boys stayed in the room because they still had somewhere to go. After that, Kitty and the lady went to her room, but Kitty clearly remembered that her room had different door handles. However, now, they are the same as Theo's. When they entered the room, the head of the family was already there, but Kitty immediately noticed that this was not her room, but a completely different one. She asked Mr. Jackal whose room it was, but he said that the room belonged to her, Kitty Greedwolf. Then the girl realized that only those who bear this surname can live in a room with door handles in the shape of wolf heads, and now she felt that she was accepted into the family, even if not forever. Kitty was very grateful, especially since they even brought here the pillow she slept on. There was already a place prepared in the room for a small cage. There were candles and several flowers, and a painting also needed to be placed there. All that's left is to wait for the boys to light the candles. When the candles burn out, it will mean that Kitty's family has gone to heaven. The boys finally arrived, hoping they weren't too late. They were actually looking for something for Kitty. She opened the box and saw 3 candles and some flowers. Then it became clear that this was for the unborn babies. The boys remembered how worried Kitty was about them, so they couldn't stay away. Kitty couldn't stop crying, even though she had a smile on her face. Finally, she placed everything in the cage, lit the candles, and prayed for her family, whom she loves very much. She was also grateful to her new family, because thanks to them, she was able to say goodbye to her relatives. The boys said that they would sit with Kitty until the last candle burned out. Kitty didn't understand why the candles had to burn for so long, because they would definitely want to sleep. But they said that being with family means being together in any situation. Then Kitty thanked them and called them her brothers, which made everyone very happy. The very next day, Kitty was woken up by her brothers, who had been sitting next to her the whole time. But now, they woke her up to show her how beautifully the buds of those flowers had blossomed. This meant that the babies were born in heaven and became happy. Everyone was very happy for Kitty. After that, they cleaned up a bit and scraped the wax into a small urn. The funeral was later completed by burying the urn in the backyard. Jackal brought a small pendulum and placed it on the spot where the candles had been. He said it was a magical instrument that would protect the chrysanthemums and the drawing. The Lord seemed so indifferent, but he was kind at heart. Thanks to her new family, Kitty was able to hold the funeral. After that, she was given another tour of the entire estate, shown where her father's office was, the door to the Hall of Fame and the door to the Assembly Hall. My father dealt with military matters, and political affairs fell to my mother, whose office was opposite. Kitty even liked this place, and the chairs there were so soft. There were a lot of documents on the table, but there was also room for a portrait of the family, which Jackal himself had placed there. It turned out that this is how wolves express their love for their family and pride in it. In this sense, the father was a very cool wolf, although outwardly unperturbed. Kitty said that her older brothers were really cool too, and that immediately put them in a better mood. The boys were full of love. After that, Mom found the family register and showed it to Kitty. Only with the permission of the head of the Greed Wolf family could someone's name be entered into the register. Kitty saw the branch where Theo and Dion were written down, but there was also one simple line, as if there should have been someone else there. Kitty wrote her name next to it, and it looked beautiful. After that, she had to sign the adoption papers. She was told to read everything carefully and sign. Kitty looked at all this pile of letters and really didn't understand anything. Among the lines, she found her name, and that was it. After some time, she realized that she did not understand a single word except her name. Karis immediately took the document, apologized to the girl for the fact that there were too many complex words, and said that it was normal when wolf cubs could not read such texts. Then the father confirmed that it was true, and even Theo and Dion could not read such documents. The boys nodded their heads in unison. Jackal said that they had a suitable teacher who would teach Kitty everything she needed to know. After that, both parents began reading the document together for Kitty. The document stated that when she came of age, she would be called Kitty Greedwolf, and if she wanted to add anything, she could say so. The only thing Kitty wanted was to change the handles on the door to her new room a little, at least to reduce the fangs a little. Jackal immediately said he would have them filed down while his wife tried to hold back her laughter. And that was all Kitty had to ask for. Now she had to sign or put her fingerprint. But she didn't have a signature yet, so she decided to leave a fingerprint, for which she turned into an animal, which looked very cute. She had to do everything carefully, and she could even add something like rollers to it. That would be very cute. After that, she immediately transformed back into human form. Now she is Kitty Greedwolf, and the first thing Karis decided to do was introduce the girl to the castle staff. The schedule may be tight, so it won't be possible to see each other often, but the parents want to make sure Kitty settles in quickly before Charis leaves. Kitty asked sadly where the mistress was going. It turned out to be the Great Convention, a 10-day gathering of wolves, and it was not over yet. In fact, Karis had come home so suddenly because she thought something had happened when her sons called. Jackal had finished his business, but Karis had not, so she would have to go back. She was happy to have such a lovely daughter, but she had to attend the meeting. The girls had no idea that a real drama was happening behind them when their father took the document from his sons and put it in a frame, not allowing the boys to keep it for themselves to admire their sister's cute seal. Kitty asked Karis to come back right after the meeting was over, and Mom was planning to do that, of course. She also wanted to bring Kitty a wonderful gift, but she was leaving early tomorrow morning, so she wouldn't be around for a while. Charis decided to look for a teacher for Kitty herself while she was at the meeting. In fact, she already had someone in mind for the role. After that, she was carried to meet all the workers. Kitty had never seen so many wolves before, and for a while she even forgot that she was a wolf too. But there was no need to be surprised. As soon as she looked at the welcoming gazes of all the servants, her heart felt warm. Even if it was temporary, they would treat her as a member of the Greedwolf family after all. They had seen this document with their own eyes. The workers will try to help Kitty in everything. For example, Flora, the head maid. You can ask any of them for help. But the head butler Clinton is a wonderful beastman. He runs the estate, very polite. Next up is Mina, the head chef. As soon as she saw Kitty, of course, she told her to come into the kitchen more often. And of course, a very nice gardener. You just want to look into the garden more often. Further, the Knight Commander Elliot, who serves under Jackal, looks quite young. And behind him, one boy stood out very much. Kitty immediately realized that it was a fox. It was the first time she had seen a fox so close. They say that they are very sensitive to magic from birth, and most of them become magicians. But Kitty seemed afraid of him for some reason. The boy came up and introduced himself as Clid Foxtane. He is the heir of the Fox family, but he is indebted to the Greedwolf family. As soon as he learned about the girl who came here, he expected something completely different. She was so small that he had doubts about whether she was really a wolf. Kitty got nervous because her cat ears were visible, and this fox was unusual. He was the heir of the family, which meant he was very capable and could quickly expose Kitty, and then it would turn out that she had deceived the wolves, and she could not allow that. At that moment, she really didn't know what to do, and the only thing that came to her mind was to bite his hand, and from surprise, his ears and tail even stuck out. Elliot immediately intervened and told Clid that such rudeness was completely unacceptable. And at that moment, when Jackal approached, one look from him was enough for Clid to admit his mistake and apologize. When he apologized, Kitty forgave him, and then Dion immediately ran up to him and started scolding him, while Theo, on the contrary, was worried about Kitty. Still, she didn't understand why the heir of the Fox clan was in the Wolf Manor. It turned out that they were currently having trouble with the leopards, so the wolves were allowing the foxes to temporarily stay here in platoon form. Foxes are more sensitive to magic than wolves, so their presence is even beneficial. But Kitty thought that the relationship between wolves and foxes was no better than that between wolves and bears. So the situation was really serious, since they had to ask the wolves for help. Kitty wanted to know more about this, but for that, she would have to wait until she had a teacher. Later in the evening, a maid was appointed for Kitty, and it was the charming Lena Gray, who would take care of Kitty's personal needs. Kitty was very happy about this because she liked Lena from the first meeting. It was already quite late, so Kitty said goodbye to her new family and went to bed. Finally, the handles on her doors were changed. There were no longer fangs, and even if they bit, it would not hurt. Entering the room, Kitty immediately climbed onto the bed and wished Lena good night. However, she could not sleep right away because she had to take a bath before going to bed, and this had to be done every day. Kitty hated bathing. She had to get into hot water again, and her fur would get fluffy again. But she couldn't say anything about it. She only asked Lena to allow her to take a bath tomorrow and sleep today, but none of Kitty's persuasion helped. Tomorrow there will be people coming to try on clothes, and cleanliness is the basis of hospitality. There will also be a jewelry try-on, and Kitty's hair will need to be trimmed. However, this time when Kitty went to the bathroom, it didn't seem as bad as before, because there were lots of beautiful bubbles. From now on, every bath would be bubble bath, because her brothers had specially brought bath salts. Kitty even enjoyed taking a bubble bath with a toy duck. But every time Lena began to notice a strange smell, Kitty tried to change the subject of the conversation. Soon she could finally go to bed, but Kitty was curious about something. She asked why the foxes were at Greedwolf Manor. Lena said that it would be too difficult for Lady to understand due to her age. But when she had a teacher, she would be able to ask him. Kitty asked to tell at least a little about it, but Lena had no right to talk about this topic, and no amount of persuasion worked. To help the girl fall asleep faster, the maid decided to sing her a lullaby. It was a gentle song about a goddess with beautiful hair, who held a bow in her left hand and a mirror in her right. A team of cats pulled the carriage, carrying the goddess across a clear sky as blue as her necklace. Kitty had already fallen asleep that night, but the fox Clyd could not sleep. He needed to get stronger as soon as possible so that the foxes could gain independence. His servant told him to go to sleep, but Clyd knew that it would not make him stronger. He knew how important his role was in rebuilding the fox faction that had been destroyed on that fateful day. But his comrades were suffering right now, and Clyde had yet to reach the peak of his magical power. Living among the wolves is not an option either. The leopards are trying to take over the world using the magic of the blue moon, and the foxes, due to their sensitivity to magic, are at a huge disadvantage. But since the foxes know more about magic than anyone else, they cannot be easily written off. The Greedwolves understand that once the situation calms down, the foxes will surely recover. Clyd thought that wolves do nothing that does not benefit them. But why did they accept this cat into the family? All the servants know for sure that she is a cat. Looking at the bite mark from her teeth, Clyd couldn't understand why this cat wasn't afraid of foxes. It was amazing, and he couldn't stop thinking about it. He asked a nearby servant why the wolves had adopted the cat. The answer was obvious. Probably because she was incredibly cute, and Mr. and Mrs. Greedwolf had only 2 sons. When the girl came and asked for a job, she was taken under guardianship and eventually accepted into the family. Clyd remembered that this girl had rather soft palms, but that wasn't what he should have been thinking about. Jackal was not the type of man to do anything burdensome out of compassion, so the fox assumed that this cat might be somehow connected to the blue moon. The next morning, Kitty woke up very early. Even her brothers were still sleeping, so she had to have breakfast earlier. But she didn't want to eat alone, so she asked Alina to eat with her, but the maid refused because she had already had breakfast. After a while, Kitty was brought bacon, dried salmon, vanilla cakes, warm milk, tarts, cakes with shiny icing, and neat little desserts. It was a lot, but Kitty had to eat it all. In Jarian's domain, cats who did not work had not received food since they were 3 years old. Kitty was used to getting up for work early in the morning. She didn't have days off, she wasn't paid, but she did easier work than the others, so she couldn't complain. Sometimes she was asked to touch the stones and say if she felt anything unusual. When she didn't feel anything, Jarian was angry because he had found something wrong again. Kitty was still angry at him because he was her mother's enemy. She really wanted to grow up big and strong to take revenge on Jarian. When she finished eating, it was time for a haircut. But her hair was so damaged that Kitty would have to have her hair cut short to fix the damage. However, today it was simply trimmed and tied up to look neat. The rest could be trimmed when her hair grew out. Short, thick hair is harder to maintain. Kitty once had shorter hair, and every morning it looked like a mushroom. It was very funny. Finally, after some time, some of the length of her hair was gathered up, and she immediately felt relief. After that, her hair froze so she could try on clothes or play. Lena wondered how Kitty had entertained herself when she was younger. However, the story was a bit sad. Kitty could only sit on the fence and bask in the sun. If she ran a lot, she soon began to want to eat, and this was unpleasant, so she often did not run. Lena said that there was always enough food in the estate, and if Lady got hungry after playing, she could just go to the dining room, eat, and then play again. There were already several ready-made dresses that had been bought in a hurry in Kitty's sizes, and after lunch, people would come to make lots of beautiful clothes for her. Kitty didn't understand why she needed to buy more clothes when she already had several new dresses, but it turned out that the lady had allocated a huge amount of money for her outfits, more than for Theo and Dion's clothes combined. Kitty was a little worried that they were spending too much money on her, since she was only a temporary part of the family. However, apparently they wanted her to look as beautiful as possible. Lena suggested that Kitty meet the mistress and show herself to her in person. The mistress said that she would leave early in the morning, but she said this thinking that the girl would wake up much later because of her age. Usually at 9 more in the morning, the children are still asleep. But now they, although sleepy, went out to see off their mother, who was giving them instructions about their new sister. No one expected that even Kitty would come out to say goodbye, and in full dress. She was so charming that no one in the family could take their eyes off her. This especially touched her mother, who thought that the girl woke up so early to see her off. But Kitty was used to getting up so early. Mom was very grateful to Kitty for coming to see her off. Afterwards, they hugged and said goodbye. Karis also told Jakal to take care of his daughter. After that, they kissed goodbye. Kitty saw this, after which she ran behind her father as if joining a queue. She thought that now they were going to kiss her too. And when she said this, everyone started laughing very much. The brothers were nearly dying from this cuteness. Karis, of course, kissed Kitty, and more than once. If the girl were a little older, she could go everywhere with her mother, but she is still small, and it is too dangerous outside. Soon after, Mom left. A servant approached the Lord and asked where to take the fake blue moon they had obtained earlier. Kitty immediately heard a familiar name. If this is a blue moon, then Jarian is probably... It seems that these are the stones he used to check, trying to get more and more. For a long time, Kitty's father looked at her intently but remained silent. So she asked him if he really wanted to say something. Although he looks like a villain, he is actually a good person. He is just bad at expressing himself. He asked Kitty about her schedule for today. She listed. She had already had breakfast, then she would have another snack, play a little, then try on dresses, then have dinner, eat dessert, take a bubble bath and go to bed. Afterwards, she asked him about his schedule, but the Lord only said that he would be busy. It was obvious that the girl was upset. So the brothers told their father that he was scaring Kitty. Father was supposed to be a kind and caring wolf, so they just needed to find out what he meant. When Kitty asked for an explanation, her father said he would spend the whole day in his office. Basically, nothing had changed. But Theo explained that this meant that the girl could visit her father at any time. She was so confused and surprised that he told her that. Of course, she was definitely going to come to him, but now she decided to go for a walk. The brothers offered to take her for a walk and show her around, but Kitty said that they needed to change first, since they were still in their pajamas. After everyone was ready, they took a box of cookies with them and went for a walk, but were supposed to return after lunch. To begin with, they decided to inspect the buildings near the estate, and the territory was huge. First, they went into the banquet hall. When people come to Gridwolf's castle, they gather here and eat together. This place was very large and luxurious. Next came a ballroom with a dance floor. Dion immediately said that he would dance here with Kitty later, but Theo is older, so he will dance with her first. But did Kitty know how to dance? Of course not. So she decided she had to learn. They continued to walk and explore the area, enjoying many funny and cute moments. Finally, they reached the garden. Incredibly, the sun looked like it was illuminating the entire cat territory. Theo said that today they were only looking at the east garden, which was closer. There were roses, sunflowers, and a huge orchard there, a favorite place for the estate's chefs and pastry chefs. There were indeed many bushes with berries in the garden, and they could be picked and eaten straight from the bush. When Kitty found out about this, she was delighted. She especially liked the strawberries and could eat as many as she wanted. However, it turned out that strawberries can only be eaten when the gardener Philip is not looking. But this time, there was no luck. The gardener was already standing behind them and greeting the young gentleman and the lady. When he asked Kitty if she had eaten the strawberries, she lied, fearing punishment, and said she had not. But the gardener was upset because the strawberries had not turned out well this year, and it was important to him that she try them. Kitty didn't want to upset him, so she said that strawberries were actually sweet and sour, just right. However, she admitted that she did eat strawberries. Instead of punishment, the gardener handed her a basket of berries and said that such a charming lady could eat whatever she wanted in the garden. He was very happy to hear that she liked his strawberries, and this was the best reward for him. He added, "Come again." After they left, Kitty thought that she would also like to have such a wonderful job as the gardeners of the Greedwolf estate. But her brothers said that if such a nice maid worked in the estate, the other workers would not be able to do their work because they would be looking at her all the time. After some time walking along one of the paths, they reached a huge memorial stone. The graves were elsewhere, and this was a memorial to the fallen wolves. It had the names of the wolves that had fallen victim to the leopards that had lost their minds due to the blue moon's magic written on it. Kitty felt that now she needed to pray for their peace and wish that they would be happy in heaven, where salmon fillers floated in the rivers. Theo noted that it was time to go back, as the designers had probably already arrived. They had covered most of the area today, but Dion was starting to worry that his sister might be tired, since she had been walking all this time and had wounds on her legs that might be painful. However, Kitty said that she could keep walking. The brothers told her not to lie, because she would still need energy to try on cute dresses. After they looked at each other, they immediately understood what they had to do. Dion turned into a huge wolf right there on the spot. It was truly an amazing sight. Theo placed Kitty on top of his brother, but the girl could not understand why his wolf form was so huge. It turned out that once a wolf reaches a certain level of magical power, it can increase its size proportionally to its strength. This is useful both in combat and for movement. Their father has so much magical power that he can turn into a much larger wolf. Kitty dreamed of becoming just as big when she learned magic. Meanwhile, the designers had already arrived at the estate, so they had to wait a little while for the gentleman to arrive. Designers began laying out fabrics and materials to avoid mixing up orders for family members. One of them suddenly noticed a very strange smell in the room, and a grin appeared on her face. Kitty returned home to meet the designer. Unfortunately, the brothers were out on business, although they also wanted to see Kitty try on clothes. There is absolutely no one who could help her choose clothes and jewelry. Her father is busy and her mother is not at home. The only one who can help is the maid Lena, and then the two Weiler designers arrived. They thought they were going to be creating a dress for Lady Karis Greedwolf, but were surprised to find out that they would be making clothes for someone else today. Kitty introduced herself as a young, brave wolf cub and said that Greedwolf had adopted her, so now she was also a part of the family. After this, the atmosphere in the room immediately changed because Mrs. Weiler was simply charmed by the young lady and was ready to pick out the best outfits. Kitty liked everything that was shown to her. As it turned out, these clothes are for dolls, which the Weilers make as a hobby. They used genuine gemstones and expensive fabrics, but were unable to sell them to anyone. Well, now there is a child who fits these sizes perfectly. Kitty was asked to try on the trousers. After all, it is fashionable for women to wear riding clothes these days, and they are practical and comfortable. But Kitty was worried that the tail that had come out would be difficult to hide. That's why she chose to wear a dress with lots of frills, very fluffy. After that, they started to select the color of the fabric, and Miss accidentally touched Kitty's hands. She was simply shocked by the fact that the palms were so soft and pleasant, so she immediately began to think about what kind of gloves to put on them. Suddenly, the father came into the room, and the stairs were surrounded by him from all sides. They were offended that the father made them study, and he himself went to watch Kitty try on these clothes and did not even call them. After choosing your outfits, it's time to choose accessories. Kitty walked up to the girl in charge of various accessories and jewelry, but her smile and laugh were as sinister as Jerian's. Kitty tried on the hat with the jewel on it, and everything seemed to be going well. But then, when they showed her the price, Kitty was shocked. It was the first time she had seen so many zeros. The woman told the lady to just ask her father to buy the hat if she liked it so much, because the Greedwolves would not skimp on their daughter's budget. This hat with pink chrysolite perfectly suits the elegance of the Greedwolf family. And if you add gray feathers, even a mouse will feel like a wolf. Kitty immediately realized that this girl had revealed her secrets and was now trying to sell the hat, insulting and intimidating her. This girl decided to take 1 zero off the price because Kitty was so adorable and the previous price was too much. But Kitty wasn't stupid. She said that at least 3 more zeros needed to be taken off the price tag. After all, she knew that the brooch was not decorated with chrysolite, but with colored glass. Kitty simply left the hat and went away. The woman tried to explain to everyone that she was not a fraud and had done nothing wrong, but Kitty simply could not stand such treatment. After all, no one even knew what she did while working for Jerian. He used to run a business where he swapped stones and accessories from worn but real ones to fakes. Kitty was the one who sorted the stones for him, because for some reason she could tell them apart, so she was the only one given that job. Even though Kitty was exploited in this way, they still accused her mother of stealing, even though she had kittens to feed. Kitty hated Jerian. He was a bad cat. And only now did she wonder where he planned to spend all that money from the jewelry. But she didn't care, so she just went to try on the clothes prepared according to her preferences. Father Knight and Beard were so delighted. It's just a pity that Mother can't see Kitty in this outfit now. It was stunningly beautiful and comfortable. Then she tried on many other outfits and they were all gorgeous. It was hard to contain myself when I looked at this beautiful girl. With one gesture, the father ordered 5 dresses of this style. They decided to transfer all those outfits to Kitty's wardrobe. And they also bought the ones she didn't have time to try on, because it was already clear that they would fit perfectly. Kitty just didn't understand why she had to buy so many clothes, since she would grow up before she could wear them all. Chakal didn't think it was a problem, since he could order the clothes again, just in a bigger size. Kitty liked the pink dress she was wearing the most, so now the designer had a big task ahead of her. We need to make identical outfits for the family portrait because that's what Chakal's wife wanted. After that, the counting of money began, and the price was simply enormous. Chakal saw this, and was also surprised because the amount was very different from the one he had allocated. Kitty thought that now because of her the family would go bankrupt, but it turned out that everything was quite the opposite, and there was still a lot of money left. So Chakal decided to buy all the jewelry that was there. They ended there, and Kitty chatted a bit with Chakal, but he was, as usual, taciturn. He had to get back to the office again. Only for some reason, after these words, he fell silent and looked intently at Kitty. She, of course, did not understand anything until the brothers told her. Dad will be in the office all day, and there's something there that Soft Paws will love. Kitty immediately understood everything and asked Mr. Chakal for permission to come into his office, and he immediately agreed. After that, he picked her up in his arms and carried her away with him. This was the second time Kitty had been in this office, and it felt a little different. Chakal carried her to the crib that stood right next to his desk. It was a wooden crib that his brothers had used, so it was covered in scratches. First, he was going to measure Kitty's height, and then talk to her about something. One of the cabinets already had different height marks on it, which meant that boys had been here often too. Kitty was glad because she was above the last marks that were there, and she thought that she was not so small. But she completely forgot that her shoes were platform shoes. Obviously, they had to be taken off. Kitty wanted to be a little taller, so when Chakal measured her, she tried to stand on her tiptoes to be a little taller. It was funny. When she was already tired of standing in this position and relaxed, Chakal drew a line with his fingernail, measuring her height. Kitty looked at it from the outside and was so upset that she really was so low, or rather the lowest. She was exactly the same height as her brothers when they were 4 years old. Kitty was upset. After that, she was reading a fairy tale near her father's table and noticed some interesting box. She thought that there lay what Sir Elliot had reported this morning, a fake blue. Chakal could show it to Kitty, but since it's not really a gem, it's better for her not to look at it. It doesn't really have to be for Kitty. It won't affect her badly. It's an imitation created by extracting a piece of magic from the Blue Moon gemstone. And if it doesn't cause Kitty any side effects, then that means she's... Kitty told him that even her calm mother said that she had some special power. And Chakal also remembered that her father and brother were called Icarus, but this is a very common name. She thought for a moment, and Chkalov told Kitty not to tell anyone about her abilities, even though she herself doesn't yet know what this special power is. It didn't matter what exactly she could do. It was just that if people found out about something special, they would try to get it, and if they couldn't, they would want to destroy it. Kitty remembered her life up to that point, and she really felt sad. She asked Chakal to find out at least a little about her real dad. He wiped away her tears and said that he would definitely tell her about him when she grew up, because she was still too little. But he saw that she was full of impatience, so he decided to tell her just a little bit. And he told about the song about the goddess, or rather about the cats that pull the carriage. The blue gemstone in the necklace the goddess wears in the song is the blue moon. This stone does not make the half-thir lose their minds and give in to their animal instincts and madness. And now, right in front of her, there was an imitation of this terrible stone. But there is no need to be afraid, because it is in a specially made box that blocks its magic. Chakal continues to investigate to get more information, but he knows that a rich man named Icarus has been researching the blue moon. Kitty had heard a lot from her mother about her father and brother being heroes, but this was the first time she'd heard that they were researching a legendary gem, and she had no idea why her father would start doing this. To understand this story, Kitty had to become smarter. She wanted to grow up quickly and hear more information about her father. Well, after a while, she was already tired of reading this fairy tale, but Mr. Chakal, after a few hours, continued to work without being distracted by anything. He is so cool. Kitty now wanted to see Madame Charis at work, and as she was thinking of this, they accidentally got out. Chakal noticed them immediately and for some reason looked too closely. Kitty thought she needed to hide them, but then Chakal unconsciously said that he would bite them. Kitty was scared, thinking that he was serious. And then he had to explain that in the family they say that when they want to say that someone looks cute. Once again, Kitty thought that wolves were crazy. How could you use such a phrase for this? But now she was acting like a wolf's child, so she should get used to it. She paused on the table right in front of Chakal and allowed him to bite her ear once, even if it hurt. She just wanted to be praised. But of course, he didn't intend to bite her and just stroked her. So Kitty immediately became cheerful. When evening came, Chakal continued to work, and finally he felt tired. Looking around, he saw Kitty lying in the small bed. He had never seen a cat before in his life, but now, looking at her, he didn't even know if all cats looked like this. The goddess who created this world rode in a cart pulled by cats, and the cats that the goddess stroked stood there unresponsive. This was so that they would recognize the goddess when she returned to this world. It is also said that the name Icarus was passed down from generation to generation among them, and Chakal assured Kitty that it was a common name since she was hiding her identity. However, Icarus is not a common name at all. It is very rare, and the last Icarus died in the lands of the bears. Kitty is so small, but she may be the key to everything. Kitty woke up just in time for her first letter to arrive. So the next day, she went to her brothers in their study room. They hoped, of course, that she came because she missed her brothers. Kitty came to study. She was going to learn to write and read a letter because Lady Charis had sent her one. Of course, the maid had already read the letter. In it, Charis said that every time she told the other wolves in the assembly hall that Kitty had become part of the family, she was very happy, and everyone was eager to see her. So Charis was thinking of having a simple tea party to introduce Kitty to everyone. And she wanted the girl to write an invitation to the tea party for the Vivi's family. It was okay if the letters were a little crooked, and there was no need to use complicated words. Charis just wanted Kitty to write the invitation with all sincerity. So now she plans to learn how to write to send an invitation, and Charis even made instructions for her. The brothers helped Kitty figure it all out, and the girl simply copied the inscription from her mother's dictionary. Learning the letters was so difficult that she felt her tail cramping, but she did very well. Dion decided to teach his sister to write a few more phrases, and even though she didn't even know what they meant, she just wrote them down. And when Theo came to see it, he felt abandoned because it said, "Brother Dion is the best." Of course, he asked Kitty to write, Brother Theo is the best. After all, this is also good for practicing writing. Kitty must learn to write letters so that when her brothers go on long journeys, she can write to them. When wolves reach a certain age, they leave home to learn how to fight, but that moment is still far away, although they are already afraid to leave their sister alone. But in advance, they asked to leave a stamp with their soft paw on each letter so that no one would doubt that it was from Kitty. Theo immediately said that at the tea party they would drink tea in a beautiful place, decorated with many bright flowers, and most likely also have a dinner with bones. And after the meal, there might be dancing. Kitty liked the idea right away. She loves dancing, and her brothers suggested that she practice for the tea party today. They forgot about their lessons and training and devoted all their time to Kitty. In the kitchen, they prepared a lot of sweets, and together they went to the greenhouse, where they had a mini tea party. The brothers tried to teach her at least a little etiquette. Kitty had to restrain herself, even if the snacks smelled so delicious. They were just an addition to the tea. The most important part was the conversation. So they decided to give it a try, and Kitty thought about a topic for conversation, and then asked if the brothers remembered to brush their hair during the shedding season when the fur fell out. The brothers laughed. Obviously, this was not the kind of conversation that should take place at a tea party, so Theo himself began to act as if Kitty had arranged this reception and sent him a very nice invitation. Kitty spoke with vivid emotions about how beautifully she had written the letter, but it was too much. At a tea party, one could not test only emotions. And also, you can't let your ears stick out during tea drinking. It's better to wear a hat. But then it will shift if your ears stick out. Adult wolves only show their ears when they are very excited. This happens very rarely, and it is said that wolves cannot show their ears even when they meet their lifelong mate. Wolves only fall in love with one partner for life, and Kitty became so curious about who would fall in love with her. But the brothers were very afraid of the thought of this, because every wolf should be afraid of falling in love with Kitty. In marriage, they cannot allow such misfortunes. Eden Vivis especially must stay away, and must not come near Kitty under any circumstances. The girl didn't yet know who they were talking about, but Eden seemed to feel that someone was remembering him. Kitty will meet this wolf cub at the party who is older than Kitty, but still 2 years younger than Theo and Dion. He is the only son in the family and a very unhappy guy, but they never explained why. Because Kitty felt like there was something going on between the 3 young wolf heirs that she didn't know about. Just as the 2 families got along well now, Ideon, Theo, and Dion got along well when they were younger. And although the boys tried to meet Eden, who was reading a book, he, who was smart enough to understand even complex books without pictures, probably found these brothers irritating. Then he said that he could not associate with fools, and the boys remember this to this day. So the most important thing is that he never falls in love with Kitty. Other guys are not suitable, but this one is much worse than the rest. This heated conversation was interrupted by Lena, who said that Madame had just arrived home. Everyone ran happily to meet her because they didn't expect her to arrive so early. Chakal stood in front of his sons and waited for his wife to come out, and soon Kitty stood right behind him, waiting her turn like a good wolf cub. Remembering the last time she waited in line to get a kiss, Chakal gave up his place for her to go first. Kitty was very happy to meet Charis. She told her everything that happened. Charis looked at this little girl and really wanted to bite her. Kitty offered her cheek, expecting a bite. But Madame simply kissed her and then said she had bought her a present. One of the maids opened a large box, and Kitty was glad because now she could sleep inside. The box was lined with cloth, but Kitty didn't even know there was a gift inside. Then she saw there a lot of different drawing supplies and just stationery. Kitty really enjoyed it and chose several colors of colored pencils that she liked the most. Mom thought she didn't like the other colors, but that wasn't true. Kitty just had a really hard time choosing. She didn't even realize that all these pencils belonged to her, and there was no need to choose several. Her brothers also had crayons, so Kitty got hers too, but she could imagine how much money they cost. And she was afraid that the wolf clan would become poor because of her, and they would become like those families who were forced to live on the street. They said that the family was very rich, so it was not necessary to choose several colors. Kitty was very happy. She promised to try and study hard. And Mom reported that at the meeting, she discussed a teacher who would help Kitty with her studies. She would see him at the beginning of the week and in a few days. There is one very smart wolf cub in the Vivis family. He is a friend of the twins, so Kitty will also become friends with him and learn a lot from him. The brothers immediately asked their mother with hope, is she going to trust Eden with Kitty? But it turned out that this is true, because they are about the same age, and Eden is calm, so he will become a good friend. The brothers were very angry because this guy only thinks about himself. He will tease Kitty the same way he teased them, and he will definitely hurt her feelings. But he acts like that because he lost his mother from the leopards a little less than 4 years ago, so he can push away other valuable things. So he behaves so rudely to others. And when he finds something new, he's afraid to lose it. He's actually a good boy, and he probably acted rudely in his own opinion because he cared about them. And they decided that they would definitely ask him about it someday. Kitty thought more and more about what kind of person this was. She didn't know, but it was already clear that he was rude. Of course, she would learn a lot from such a smart teacher. But now she doubted that she would be able to bear the wolf's rudeness. But her brothers will help, because they tried so hard to make sure Eden never called them fools again. so they will definitely help Kitty too. The time has come, and the day of tea has arrived. Mr. Hogwart Vivis was supposed to come with his son, but unfortunately, their mother will not come because she died 4 years ago. In life, she was a great strategist and commanded an entire wolf squad. Eden inherited his mother's intelligence and was often called a fox. 4 years ago, the second leopard rampage happened. Kitty was little then, so she remembers almost nothing, but she knows what happened because she heard her mom and dad talking, and also because the leopards bit off her tail. Kitty, who lost only the tip of her tail, still gnashes her teeth at the thought of leopards. It is hard to imagine how much Eden, who lost his mother, hates them. Today, Kitty tied her hair a little higher, so that even if her ears popped out, it wouldn't be so noticeable. And then finally, the moment came when the guests arrived. Hogwood Vivis was huge, even bigger than Chockle, and his eyes were just as wolfish as possible. Kitty greeted him, although her whole body was shaking with fear. She seemed so small next to him, and he just laughed because Kitty was so charming, just like he had guessed perfectly the description that Cheris had given. Kitty was frightened by such a loud laugh and literally flew away from him. And then Eden Vivis came out. He immediately looked suspiciously at Kitty, who was frightened by something like that, and also calls herself a wolf. He looked at her so coldly that, at their first meeting, her opinion of this girl was not very good. The boy was polite only to Lord Chockle and his wife, ignoring Kitty. He only looked at her once when he said she was under temporary guardianship. Kitty was she didn't want to consider herself a real member of the family. She was grateful to be fed and protected, but Eden seemed to be ruining everything. He said he felt dizzy from reading in the carriage, so he left everyone and went to rest in the guest room. His father apologized for his son because he didn't want Kitty to be upset. Then he decided to shake the little wolf cub's hand as a sign of introduction. And Hogweed also really liked her small, soft hands. Shakal said proudly that Kitty's nickname, Diana, suited her. For some reason, thinking about this brought Hogweed back to the past, when his wife was still alive, and Eden was kind and gentle with everyone. But at some point, he closed his heart to everyone, and now no longer relies on anyone, not even his father. Kitty was so upset, thinking that she didn't like the boy, that he didn't want to meet people, but he still came here just because of her. He avoids contact with people even more than before. But his father asks him to become a mentor to a little girl. The leopards are on the move again, so Hogweed needs to get going. He tells his son that he will be leaving the mansion for a long time, and so that his son won't be alone, he will temporarily become Kitty's tutor and stay at Greedwolf Mansion. Kitty realized that he had no reason to look at her so coldly, because the position of mentor here was a good opportunity for him. She cast aside all bad thoughts and began to prepare for the tea party she had been thinking about so much. She hid her cat ears under her hat so that they wouldn't pop out when she was with Eden, so that he wouldn't make fun of her again. Kitty arrived at the tea party much earlier than the others and chatted a little with the maids who were delighted with her. She decided to help them a little with the preparations. At first, the girls refused because they had to handle it themselves, but Kitty was so sweet that they finally agreed. Eden felt disgusted that the cat was seriously staying in the wolf manor. A weak creature would certainly become a burden to the strong. He thought so because he himself found himself in a similar situation when his mother protected him with her own body. She went too far into the enemy camp, but still protected Eden. He saw all this, heard it, and understood it perfectly, so he continued to blame himself. Eden decided not to stand aside and went to the table. Kitty was glad to meet him. She said that she was looking forward to him teaching her, and she was very happy about it. But Eden said rudely that he was definitely not happy. Kitty asked if he really didn't like it that much. Eden said that he simply wasn't interested in weaklings like her, as she would be a liability to the entire pack. She would be under their care until she came of age, so he told her to just be quiet and not cause trouble to save her life. But Kitty, despite all these harsh words, told him that she was not going to live like that, and then told him about her plans. Now she has a broken tooth. Her pronunciation is slurred, and she is also very thin, but she is going to become stronger, and when that happens, she will definitely avenge her mother with her own hands. Eden decided to ask directly why she came to the Greedwolf family, pretending to be a wolf, although in fact she was a cat. Kitty was shocked that he had exposed her. She pretended that she really was a wolf. She couldn't understand how this guy knew she was actually a cat. She thought she must have had some kind of smell, but if that was the case, the others would have figured it out too. But no one but Eden realized that she was a cat, which meant that he really was a genius. And now he was asking why she had come to this family, pretending to be a wolf, and agreed to a temporary ID. Kitty no longer denied it. She said that she wanted to avenge her mother and her younger children. They were babies, still in their mother's belly, and would have been cute if they had been born, but that didn't happen. Eden suggested that Kitty just go back to the land of cats and live in hiding. But if she did that, she would have to hide in the forest or in the mountains, and her mother definitely wouldn't want that. Eden didn't understand how she could know what someone who was already dead wanted. But every night her mother held her tightly, and Kitty could hear her heart beating. In every action, she felt that her mother would be happy if Kitty was happy. She remembered her mother's heartbeat as well as her voice. She couldn't go back to her homeland and live in hiding if she was unhappy, because then her family and her mother in heaven would be unhappy too. The Greedwolves also held a farewell ceremony for her deceased family and said that they would take care of Kitty until she grew up. That's why she wants to live here and grow up. After this conversation, Eden became a little different. He seemed kinder, and Kitty thought that now was the time to take his hand. Using her soft paw abilities, she also used her forced gaze and asked Eden not to tell the family that she was a cat. He really had no such intentions. His task was simply to teach Kitty the basics in exchange for living in the castle. He didn't need anything else. It was unnecessary trouble. Kitty played on the pity part because she really was just a weak, pathetic kitten. And if Eden discovered her identity and threw her out of here, she wouldn't last long before the leopards ate her. And if they ate her, Eden wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. It was obvious that this was some kind of cat threat, and it even made Eden laugh. For the first time in a long time, he laughed, then immediately became tired, and Kitty thought she had imagined it. After some time, the brothers finally came to tea. They were already negatively disposed towards Eden, thinking that he had come early to annoy Kitty. But she said that on the contrary, over time he was very kind. Eden laughed as he heard this, but in reality, it was a survival strategy for a weak creature. The brothers couldn't believe that Eden was being kind. It was more like he was threatening Kitty. Especially seeing her strange reaction and how nervous she was, they really thought that Eden had done something. Afterwards, they all sat down at the table together, and Theo invited Kitty to tell him about the desserts she had prepared. Kitty tried her best, politely talking about all the desserts, mentioning that they would be delicious eaten with milk. Eden remarked that she really liked milk. This was a hint that cats liked milk, and Kitty began to worry. The brothers noticed this. They immediately stood up for her, saying that Kitty was still a little duckling, so it was normal to love milk, and Eden, as a noble wolf, should not embarrass the lady. He just found it funny that they called this little cat a lady, but Dayon was ready to argue about it. And eventually, they really started arguing. Kitty couldn't even intervene in this verbal altercation. She looked towards the table where the adults were sitting. It was very opportune that Mr. Chakal looked at her at that moment. With one look, she asked him for help. Chakal didn't say anything to anyone and just walked up to the children. The first thing he asked was if Eden liked the desserts and tea that Kitty had prepared. He felt awkward answering this question since he had literally just argued with Theo and Dion. But in the end, Chakal put the upstart in his place, so the twins laughed on the sidelines. And then Odessa suggested that Kitty go and pretend to be an adult. She happily agreed, just to avoid this crazy situation. Kitty was sure that from this distance, Eden would not see her face. So she stuck her tongue out at him. And her father told her that Eden could tell what she was doing just by watching her face. It was a bit awkward. Then they came to the adults' table. Kitty introduced herself to everyone while sitting in Chakal's arms. Everyone was focused on continuing to collect and research as many fake blue moons as possible that the leopards were creating. Hogweed noticed how Cheris and Chakal kept their eyes on the children, even though the family had temporarily adopted the girl. Chakal noticed that Eden continued to talk to Kitty. Hogweed was only glad of this, because wolves instinctively communicate with those they show interest in. Only the family was very cautious, hoping that this was not the interest they thought it was. But Kitty was so sweet that everyone liked her, and it was obvious that everyone would want to talk to her. And then Chakal noticed a request for help in her gaze, so he immediately went to the children's table. Hogweed knew that warding off males interested in his daughter was a metaphor, but he never imagined that Chakal would become like this just a month after adopting Kitty. Whoever marries Kitty will definitely have a hard time. And after that, she was brought to the adults' table, and Karis, like a mother, immediately became very kind. Even the tone of her voice changed. It reminded Hogweed of the time when she was just pregnant. Hogweed didn't even think she heard it. It was a new voice, but now he understood how much they wanted a daughter. And she was so cute that everyone was delighted. Each of them received an invitation from her, on which there was a lovely paw print. Kitty was glad that everyone liked her stamp, and everyone was delighted that she wrote the invitation in beautiful letters by hand. Once the guests touched them, they could not let them go. Hogweed had first thought that the Greedwolves had gone mad, but now it was truly difficult for not only them, but also everyone present, to resist the charm of this cat. The guests continued to praise Kitty throughout the rest of the day, and then it was so fun that she even danced. The parents invited an artist to capture the moment, and they made sure the artist didn't miss a single hair of Kitty's. Eden and his father went home to pack their things, and luckily he didn't tell anyone about Kitty being a cat. But now she thought she would have to please him in every way to keep him quiet longer. Kitty wanted to grow up as soon as possible. If she were big and strong, Eden would tremble with fear and would not tell anyone. But Kitty was still very thin, and everyone was waiting for her to gain weight. So Lena suggested that she try stretching exercises, because her children did them every day. And now they are as tall as Sir Chakal. Kitty said she would be as tall as the head of the family and was eager to learn how to stretch. Suddenly, the maid in front of her turned into a wolf. She was a very large wolf, and Kitty also took her beast form, but she was so small that she could easily fit in Lena's mouth. The maid showed her some stretching exercises, and Kitty watched carefully. Then she tried to do the same, but she stretched like processed cheese because she was very flexible. Kitty wanted to become a big, scary cat, not only because of Eden, but for revenge. Growing up wasn't enough. She wanted to learn how to fight too. She had already received a lot from this family, but she thought that asking for a combat instructor would be too much. And then she had a great idea. The next day, she sneaked into the training grounds unnoticed, but she felt like she was too late. At this time, her brothers were supposed to have a fencing lesson, and by watching them practice, Kitty was going to improve her skills without spending a penny. Before the start of the lesson, each participant had to make a call for readiness. Then all the wolves around howled loudly, and this sound echoed around. Kitty really liked the way they howled, so she decided to do it with them. But she didn't expect her voice to be too different, and she said very loudly, "Meow!" Then everyone turned their attention to her. Kitty felt awkward, because she tried to do it very quietly, but they still heard her. Chacal immediately approached her and pulled her out of the bushes. In fact, such a ball of fur as she stood out very much in the greenery. The brothers immediately called her cute because she was watching them, and told Kitty to change back into her human form. Her father lent her his jacket, and then, covering herself, she turned back into a human being. Everyone around understood why the twins trained early in the morning, to get back to their sister as soon as possible. Kitty said she came to watch the brothers practice, but Chacal didn't believe her. He thought she was trying to imitate them. Kitty did admit that she wanted to learn how to fight so she would be prepared for anything before she left the estate. She was a small child, and when she said these words, the faces of the family immediately changed. They felt sad, because there was still a long time before she came of age, and she was already planning her departure. Sometimes she spoke like an old man. Elliot, standing nearby, saw all this and thought that only Mrs. Harris could have caused such a reaction in the gentleman. Then they found out that Kitty also wanted to learn to fight, although she was still very small. She said that for now she can only use her fangs. No one told her that with teeth like those she wouldn't even be able to bite through anything. The brothers supported their sister and said that a father should treat his children equally and also give her martial arts training. After that, they talked with Elliot, and Kitty waited to the side. Only then did Elliot look at her with a smile, and Kitty realized that she had been given permission. Elliot will be training Kitty in martial arts starting tomorrow. She was very happy because she thought that after a few days of training she would be able to jump and do a sidekick. But her father said that it would take her a little longer to achieve what she imagined. The next day, Harris was still unsure about Kitty learning martial arts. Although she has achieved a lot for someone who is sometimes insecure about things, she really wants to support Kitty in everything. Moreover, she herself has shown interest in learning and wants to learn how to protect herself. Harris would never have thought that someone connected with leopards would have the courage to come to the estate. That girl bit off her tongue before she could find out anything about her, because it is better to die than to let the leopards know that you made a mistake. After that incident, Fox used his magic to determine that this hat and the other accessories had been enchanted with tracking and eavesdropping magic. She was so good that it was very difficult for a person who was not sensitive to magic to feel her. If Kitty had decided to buy this hat, the leopards would have learned about her life. Now that she has become the daughter of the wolves, the leopards consider her a weak link, so they hunted her. Now this couple has to find out the whole truth and what the leopards want. Harris just doesn't want Kitty to get hurt in training. Cats are weaker than wolves, so she was very worried. Kitty feels more confident when she is treated like a wolf cub, and so everyone has been ordered to treat her as such. But the power differential between the races cannot be changed by simply treating her. However, telling Kitty that everyone knows her essence is impossible, she would feel guilty for lying. And no one wanted her to feel guilty, but it made the couple sad because they couldn't tell Kitty that it was okay to be a cat. After some time, Kitty came to the office because Harris had been looking for her recently. Kitty woke up much earlier than her brothers because today was the first lesson. In connection with this, Harris, or rather her parents, decided to make a small gift for her. There was a beautiful sword and cool boots, especially for Kitty's training. She was very happy and pleased, but did not prepare anything in return. Mom said that it was not necessary to give anything. Kitty was so grateful that she even kissed her. Harris was so surprised that even her ears popped out. Once they reach a certain age, animals can hide their animal features, but their ears and tail still appear when they are very excited. When Chacal proposed to Harris to live together, their ears were visible. And now, what they thought would never happen has happened. Harris liked it so much that she couldn't explain it to someone who had never received a kiss from Kitty. After that, she left and changed for training. Chacal walked her to the training grounds, and on the way they met the twins. Kitty showed them her gifts, but the brothers didn't understand why their father looked as if he was burning with jealousy. He immediately said that this was not the case, but the boys guessed that he was probably jealous of Kitty or their mother. Yes, the boys had a bet. Theo was for Dad being jealous of Mom, and Dion was for him being jealous of Kitty. Whoever lost wouldn't be able to touch Kitty's hands for a day. The stakes were too high. While they were discussing, suddenly the father turned into a wolf. He decided to take his children to training in this way. He hadn't even accompanied his own sons to their first lesson, and now, apparently, he did it on purpose to show off to Kitty, because she was delighted. Elliot was already at the training grounds, waiting for his students. But I never expected to see that Mr. Chuckle personally arrived here and brought his children on his back. And then they rolled down his tail like a slide. Kitty was so grateful to Chacal for giving them a ride. She was so happy that her heart almost jumped out of her chest, so she kissed Chacal as a token of her gratitude. After that, he turned back into his human form and only said that he didn't need any thanks, and he didn't even notice that his ears had appeared. Elliot quickly decided to change the subject so as not to embarrass the gentleman. He turned his attention to Kitty. Today, she was dressed appropriately and was ready to begin. It felt like she had already trained in martial arts, because her stance was great for a beginner. It turned out that Kitty had started working when she was very young, and there was an old man who could rip the head off anyone who didn't stand straight. Everyone was just in shock, and Kitty didn't understand their reaction because she thought that this happened at every job, but they heard about it for the first time. Elliot even felt sad that Kitty had to learn her stance from such a terrible person. But she had a perfect stance, she just needed to learn in a warmer atmosphere. Kitty was glad that Elliot would be training her. And with every word this sweet girl said, he understood more and more how Mr. Shakal felt. First, she needed to test her skills before she could start training. All she had to do was catch the beads one by one as quickly as possible as they rolled down the hill. It seemed like it was the easiest and favorite activity for Kitty. She did it perfectly. At first, Elliot thought that she would not be able to catch a single ball because her nickname is Soft Paws. But she was confident in her abilities and performed well, so they moved on to the next test. There were many tall logs of different heights. Here, it was necessary to test and improve jumping skills. Kitty had to jump high in one go. Before Elliot could explain everything, Kitty took off like lightning. Kitty was already sitting on one of the highest logs because she liked high places. Elliot was shocked. In fact, spiders can't jump that high, but now he had to say that wolf cubs really do like such heights. So the whole day passed. She went through various tests, and then the results were summed up. Kitty had low muscle strength, but all other stats were excellent, so she just needed to eat more salmon and meat, and her weapon would be a bow to use from a distance. Kitty thought it would be better to learn to wield a sword like her brothers, but she was small, and now she realized that a bow really suited her better. She always wanted to fight Jerian with swords. He always intimidated everyone with his little dagger. Kitty thought about this and didn't even notice how her ears popped out and drooped like leaves in autumn. She felt like a little hysterical child, but then there was Elliot. He said that even her brothers started their journey by mastering the bow. Moreover, the Greedwolf family symbol depicts a bow. For example, Ms. Harris recently attended a gathering held at the Central Martial Arts Arena. The goddess of that place was said to be a bow wielder. In the center of the central arena, there is a bow driven into the floor, and no one can pull it out since it was used by the goddess herself. Kitty actually liked the weapon, which even became the stuff of legends. She felt like Elliot was lying to comfort her, but she didn't feel bad. Instead, she wanted to succeed and try hard. She called Sir Elliot Master. It sounded so pleasant that his ears popped out involuntarily. A week after Kitty started training, her morning routine looked like this. Wake up early and go to the training ground. After that, she went to the kitchen to have a snack and recharge her batteries. She would then go to her brothers to practice writing and spend time together. Finally, the day came when Eden was to arrive. The brothers, as usual, walked their sister to the training site and went about their business. Kitty started every training session with enthusiasm. Suddenly, the fox, who was standing nearby, noticed that her shoelaces were untied and, surprisingly politely, came over to tie them. Clid had never been so kind, and during the first meeting he acted completely differently. And now he told Kitty to leave these duties to him in the future because he was pleased to be useful to her. He admitted that he was indeed at fault, because he wanted to see her wolf ears. But then he was convinced when he felt her sharp fangs that she was a courageous and brave student. Kitty accepted all those flattering words with pride. It really did boost her self-esteem. She didn't even think about the fact that Fox had changed strangely and suddenly and started flattering. Elliot told Clid to stop flirting with the lady, but the guy pretended that he didn't know such complicated words and didn't understand what he was talking about. Only at such moments does he begin to pretend that he doesn't understand anything, and Elliot can already hear the cogs starting to turn in his cunning head. Clid said he was just tying the lady's shoelaces, so that was all, and left with a charming smile. Kitty asked the master, "Do wolves like to flirt too?" Only she was asking this of someone who had never held anyone's hand in his 20 years. Kitty suddenly told him about the stories she had been reading with the other kids, and there was information there that was clearly not for children. Elliot was so surprised that he tried to quickly change the topic to training. Sometime later, Kitty and her brothers were already meeting Eden. Many carriages had arrived with his things, and the boys immediately assumed that there were many books there. The very thought of this already made their heads hurt. Kitty no longer wondered why Eden was so smart. Even when he got out of the carriage, he was holding a book in his hands. Suddenly, for the brothers, Kitty began to behave too kindly towards him, even saying that she missed him very much. She tried to please him even though he had just arrived, and the brothers were only angry with Eden because of this. Kitty tried her best to please Eden, but he didn't care about her at all, as if she wasn't even there. But then he asked her directly, was she really flattering because she didn't want to go to class today? Kitty was shocked, because that wasn't true. She quietly told him that she was really glad that he would be teaching her and wanted to start the lesson today. Moreover, she liked him from the first sight. Eden immediately turned away after these words, wondering where to begin. Kitty was upset. Even at such moments, Eden did not accept her compliments. He said that classes would start in half an hour so that she could get ready, and went off to rest a bit. Kitty sat in the study room and thought about how Eden didn't like compliments. However, he clearly likes that she missed him. Kitty still has a lot to learn before she can take revenge on Jerian. Once she's smarter, she'll be able to decide what to do with her life when she leaves the estate. Eden arrived. He noticed that the class hadn't started yet. and Kitty already looked dissatisfied. She had to concentrate. Kitty said it wasn't so, and she was focused. But it was too obvious she was lying. Kitty was afraid it was true, but Eden said he didn't really know when she was lying because he wasn't interested. He simply noticed her displeased face. Then he placed 2 books in front of her. Kitty was able to read the title. It was Economics for Kids. Looking at this book, she was a little scared. There were many difficult words. Eden did not expect her to understand everything, but as her teacher, he would make sure that she learned everything. And such books are the basis. Kitty thought that it would be a bit difficult and her revenge would be postponed for a couple more years. Since she could already read, Eden asked her a simple math question. If she had 1 piece of salmon and he gave her another, what would the result be? Kitty said that it would make her very happy in the end. Even her ears and tail came out. However, that was not the question. Eden wondered how he could make her think about it seriously. He told her to imagine that she had 2 pieces of salmon, but suddenly he ate one of them. But Kitty wasn't even upset, because she was glad that she had 2 pieces of salmon, and she was able to share one of them with hungry Eden. She was constantly hungry before she came here, so she doesn't mind sharing food with someone. Eden didn't stop there. He had to test Kitty's mathematical abilities and simply asked her to count how many patterns were on the wallpaper. She thought it was a math problem and started counting the patterns, of which there were a lot. Eden was able to turn away at this time to calm himself down a little, as his ears and face were turning red. But luckily, he was smart enough that Kitty didn't notice. Then he brought many more books on economics, world history, and so on. He was going to teach all of this to Kitty, although this was only the basics. He would also teach her how to better pretend to be a wolf, because it drove him crazy to see that she was actually a cat. Kitty couldn't understand how he could see it, since she didn't show it at all. Her ears and tail were very similar to a wolf's. But it was all so obvious that Eden didn't even bother explaining anything to her. His expression alone was enough for Kitty to understand. He has never had to teach anyone before, but the thought of his student failing offends him. Kitty said that she liked him, but wolves can't lie about their feelings to others, so she shouldn't throw words like that around left and right. Kitty later tried to convince him that she really liked him, but it seemed unlikely. He just taught her a lesson, and she immediately forgot about it and started talking about some feelings again. And Eden really doesn't like wolves with bad tempers. Kitty asked about the expression when wolves say they want to bite someone. It turns out that it's just a common phrase, although they might actually bite if someone is really cute. Kitty said that Eden could bite her at any time if she wanted. His face was so surprised that he slammed the table and walked away. Trying to come up with an excuse for forgetting to take something with him, he told Kitty to read something while he was gone and left. Kitty just wanted to be friends with him, but everything turned out the other way around and she was upset. At that moment, the twins were walking down the corridor and ran into Eden. They thought that the lesson was already over, but then they noticed that Eden was all red and generally somewhat agitated. He immediately came up with an excuse for himself and walked past them. Looking after him, without thinking twice, the brothers immediately understood what could have happened. They also entered the room and began to question Kitty about what Eden had told her and what he had tried to do. Once they were sure that he had not kissed her or touched her at all, they immediately calmed down. They told their sister not to let Eden think that there was something special between them. They decided that they needed to be friends. The main thing was that it was any relationship without kissing. Wolves can be a little intrusive. The main thing was that Kitty was careful. Theo and Dion didn't understand why, but they couldn't stop feeling nervous. They felt they had to protect Kitty and decided to keep an eye on her and Eden during class. At first, it seemed normal to them, but eventually the twins were not allowed to attend Eden's classes. The reason for the refusal was that Kitty found it difficult to concentrate on the lesson when her brothers were nearby. And the twins have an overly busy schedule. So it's been a month since Kitty started learning and calling Eden teacher. But every time she was so tired that she felt as if she had a palace now. This was because her tail followed the movement of her hand when she wrote something, and her emotions made it more mobile. Her brother said it was cute, but in the end, she suffered because of it. Eden had taught Kitty the basics of writing well enough. Now it was necessary to make her start talking like an adult. But the pronunciation problem won't be solved until she grows a new tooth. Although he grows faster than it may seem, and when he is fully grown, Kitty will be a full-grown adult and will be able to talk properly. Eden asked what she would do when she grew up, and Kitty said that she would have to leave with the Greedwolves as soon as she came of age. Wolves become adults at the age of 19. Until then, Kitty will study hard to get her revenge. Eden was listening to her so intently and thinking about her words that he didn't even notice how his hand reached out to touch Kitty's hair. At that moment, Dion, although he was far away, sensed some kind of unpleasant smell. Kitty asked the teacher what he wanted to do when he grew up. But the answer was clear. Eden wanted to become stronger. It was probably because his mother had died trying to protect him. Kitty felt like she was like her teacher in some ways. Now, he is not an adult yet, but he is already very smart. And when he becomes strong, he will be really cool. Kitty was chatting so sweetly with her teacher, but suddenly the brothers ran into the room, although they were supposed to be training now. They finished it early and ran to their sister with the hope that her lesson had already ended, so that they could go for a walk with her. Eden said that actually there were still 30 minutes left in the class, but of course no one listened to him. Dion picked Eden up and carried him and the others outside. Theo turned into a wolf, and Kitty rode on him in the fresh air, while everyone else walked alongside. And the most dissatisfied was, of course, Eden. He decided it was time to continue the lesson, so she had to listen carefully. He recently received a letter from his father. He told him that a very young boy, about 16 years old, had become the head of the leopard clan, but he must be very strong to have done this. Now the father is worried that the leopard is using his abilities to manipulate others. Once the leopards have finished internal governance, they will move on to foreign policy. Kitty still couldn't understand why the wolves and leopards were always fighting. Eden told her that they dreamed of subjugating all creatures, and to do this they would use the magic of the moon, which they had obtained at great cost 12 years ago. Because of what happened, leopards began to attack bears, wolves, and foxes. The bears managed to isolate themselves from the outside world, and the foxes were exterminated, and the survivors began to serve the wolves. Shackle and Harris will probably fight leopards one day too. Kitty said that her tail was also damaged by leopards 4 years ago, but fortunately they only bit off the tip. The madness of the leopards 4 years ago is not the same as it was 12 years ago. It seems that they will try to achieve their goal by any means necessary. And leopards may have supporters among other races. For this, it is necessary to conduct an investigation. Sooner or later, leopards will come here, and there is a chance that another memorial will have to be erected in memory of the dead. This topic made everyone feel a bit down, because everyone had experienced some kind of loss. But the brothers didn't want Kitty to worry. They told her that everything would be fine, because even if the leopards attacked, they would definitely not get into the estate. To this end, the parents took extreme measures. They planted large quantities of catnip on the hills around the mansion to repel leopards. Mint is not poisonous, but cats lose their composure when they smell it. Dion shouldn't have said that, because before they could come to their senses, Kitty had disappeared somewhere. They quickly ran to look for her, and although they understood that it was possible, they did not expect to see such a situation. Kitty was rolling around in this catnip like crazy, not thinking about anything, rubbing herself with it. What is she doing? The brothers were distracted for literally a couple of seconds, and she was already here and drunk. Eden howled loudly, thereby calling the doctor, and the brothers in the meantime tried to bring Kitty to her senses. After all, if her parents saw her in such a state, they would definitely scold the boys. Eden called the doctor and wanted to leave unnoticed, but he was not allowed to do so, at least because there were 2 minutes and 32 seconds left until the end of the lesson, and he could not abandon his student. So he had to help Kitty. Father said that drunks should be brought to their senses in this way. He picked her up and carried her to the water, the thing she feared most. And if at first Kitty did not quite understand what was happening, then, hearing the murmur of water, she immediately came to her senses. She was so scared that she bit Eden before he could carry her to the water. The guy was shocked because even leopards never bit him. Theo and Dion stood aside and laughed at him. Kitty, falling between Eden's legs, asked him to be a little kinder to her. After all, she is his first student, and he must cherish her. After that, she lay down comfortably in a warm place and fell asleep. Eden reached out to pet Kitty, but the brothers immediately took it away. From this situation, they learned that Kitty could not be allowed to drink with men. After all, she was even cuter when drunk. Her level of cuteness doubled. The boys didn't even notice how their mother appeared right next to them, and she was incredibly angry and frightening, so much so that even Eden felt afraid. Now the boys had to explain to her what had happened. But when Harris saw Kitty in some strange state, she immediately softened and began to worry, asking what had happened. Kitty, who had been sleeping just a second before, became very active when she fell into Mrs. Harris's arms. She was completely fine, and even offered to dance her signature dance. At first, Harris thought everything was fine. But after Kitty suddenly started dancing on the grass, it began to seem a little suspicious. But despite the suspicions, the dance was very cute, so everyone was charmed. However, suddenly her active movements ended with Kitty simply falling asleep. The doctor was already there. She said everything was fine, but she noticed something strange. She immediately reported some unpleasant information to Mrs. Harris. Then, the mother became very worried about Kitty's condition. But she didn't forget about those 3 guys at all and said that she was expecting a letter of apology from them. Soon the lab report came back about the improved catnip. The doctors thought the lady had been exposed to catnip. However, this mint has been improved to repel leopards from invading the estate. And it has been confirmed that even a small amount will inhale the intoxication for 4 days. Kitty had been under the influence of catnip for half a day, but had almost come to her senses, which was very surprising and unusual. Shakal, despite the late hour, called Clyd to him to ask him something. He had heard that Clyd was showing interest in Kitty. The boy was annoyed that he had been called at this hour for this. Well, of course, he said it was true. Kitty was very nice, and so on. However, the head of the family could not be fooled by such talk. He asked what the real reason was. Clyd, as the most sensitive to magical flows, should have noticed something. He had inherited some abilities from his ancestors, and although he had not practiced for a long time, he was able to enter the mana recording state. Abilities are passed down from generation to generation. After the skill is passed down, foxes can look at the records that their ancestors left in their minds through magic. Beastmen with normal and magical abilities cannot quickly remove poison or curse from the body, but its guardians of religion have the healing power of the cherished magic. Clyd found out enough information and said that the gentleman had adopted a difficult child. Shakal already guessed that when Icarus died, He passed on his powers to his only daughter, Kitty. This assumption turned out to be true because Kitty is somehow connected to the blue moon. In fact, Icarus's power is only passed on to firstborns, as stated in the Manhwa records. However, the most logical description of the lady's ability to heal is that of a special power associated with the Great One. People's powers are passed on to their closest relatives at the moment of death. But Kitty didn't witness the death of her father and brother. Kitty said that this moonstone had a warm glow, although Clid felt only hostility from it. Chakal, thinking about the leopard spy, decided to give Clid a special task. The next day, after that situation, Kitty woke up and she was in a very difficult situation. Mrs. Harris was nearby and immediately realized that Kitty had a hangover. At first, the girl did not understand. But then the memories returned to her. Under the influence of catnip, Kitty did very shameful things, and now she didn't even know how to behave. The doctor examined her condition and was very surprised, because yesterday she was in good condition, but today she is even better. It was very surprising that Wolf Cub had such healing powers. Kitty was worried that her identity would soon be revealed. After all, she was drunk on catnip. But the worst thing that happened was that she bit Eden, and she still has a lesson with him today. Kitty was afraid that she would come out and there would be a poster hanging there exposing her for daring to bite Eden. But no one has suspected anything yet. Harris said that wolf cubs often get drunk from catnip, so it's normal, but asked not to go where this herb grows anymore. It was very difficult for the doctor to lie, so she kept quiet. But she would have to put up with this lie for Kitty's sake. The girl promised that she would never again go to the place where the sweet, enticing smell came from. Clid came to visit Kitty during training. He heard that she was very drunk yesterday, but today she is already fine. He thoughtfully brought her warm milk with honey. Clid often treats Kitty with sweets, but this is the most touching. It turned out that Mr. Jackal had ordered him to accompany Kitty from that day on. Clyde said that she was actually very happy about this, and now it was difficult to understand whether this fox was lying or not. The master ordered Clid to accompany Kitty and protect her from anyone involved with the blue moon, as well as to monitor her mana flow. Clid was only glad about this because he knew that Kitty would be interesting. Jackal tensed up a bit and told the boy not to even think about showing sympathy to Kitty. And he even told me not to touch her soft hands, ears, and tail, but the restrictions didn't end there. Jackal went a bit overboard. He forbade Clid to say more than 3 words and ordered him to treat Kitty like a wolf, but not even to look at her. His gaze should always be directed at the sky or the earth. Clid, of course, had no intention of adhering to these rules. His job was to get Kitty to safety once he sensed the power of the blue moon. Jackal gave Elliot a job that involved Kitty's secret that needed to be dealt with. Conduct an investigation into the cat leader, Jarian. Kitty was practicing archery. Her training was not yet finished, but the teacher had already arrived. Everyone already knew about how Kitty had offended Eden, and now she didn't even know how to approach him. She was afraid that he was very angry and even came all the way here. But they say that the first bite doesn't hurt that much. Maybe he's not very angry. Kitty came up to him and immediately apologized. She even allowed him to bite her until he felt better. When he began to reach out, Kitty expected him to hit her on the head, but she felt no pain. Eden simply stroked her soft hair. Then she asked, "Will he not bite her?" Eden said, "Later." Luckily, he didn't look like he hated her, so Kitty was able to relax. But Eden didn't like the way she always shook when she saw him, as if he was actually going to beat up his student. Kitty thought he meant some kind of special relationship, and her brothers told her that wolves could be a bit clingy and obsessive, so she had to be careful. Kitty wasn't afraid to ask if Eden was showing wolfish obsession. As soon as he said no, Kitty believed it. For some reason, she believed everything he said. He was so cool and very smart. Of course, he liked such praise and immediately raised his spirits. Kitty wondered if she would ever be able to understand wolf possession. Eden said he would teach her everything, but she didn't need to know about other people's possession. Eden noticed for the first time the boy who had been standing next to Kitty all the time and asked who he was. Clid introduced himself as Lady Kitty's escort. Mr. Jackal had given orders to protect her from all evil spirits, but unless there is a special occasion, he will not accompany the lady inside the manor. However, they are currently in the training hall, so he is here. There was some strange atmosphere between the two guys, and Kitty, of course, noticed it. Once her training is over, there is a class with Eden scheduled next, so they will meet there. Eden, of course, was going to leave anyway. He said that if Kitty was even a minute late for class, he would definitely bite her. And such a warning was normal, but Kitty was very excited, because at that moment she saw her fur on Eden's clothes. She didn't understand why the shedding started right now. So she decided to quickly finish the training and go wash herself. Eden didn't understand why she was acting like that and why she was writing like that, and Clid just laughed on the sidelines. Kitty ran into the room and immediately told Lena that shedding had begun. She needed to bathe and comb her hair as soon as possible. Even in human form, her thick, fluffy hair was shedding profusely, unlike the shedding of wolves. But even though she sheds so much, no one will notice because it is shedding time for everyone in the mansion. Kitty asked to tie her ponytail as tightly as possible so that not a single hair would fall out during the lesson, and this hairstyle suited Kitty very well. But it turned out that something was missing. Something needed to be put on her head, and Lena just happened to have something suitable. Eden was ready for class, but Kitty hadn't arrived yet. Her brothers had come instead to see what the soft hands were studying. The brothers finished their homework early on purpose to see how Kitty's lesson was going. When she finally arrived, the brothers looked at her in surprise. Even Eden's eyes widened in surprise. Kitty looked different today than usual. This hairstyle made her look like a fairy who was getting married. Then the brothers began to tease her and ask which of the three of them she would choose as her lover. Eden held his breath and everyone waited for her answer, but Kitty began to get very nervous. Because of this, even with her ponytail tight, her hair began to fly in the air. The fur was falling out of her, even though Kitty didn't do anything. At first, her brothers told her not to worry about it. Everyone sheds sometimes. But the brother did not stop sneezing, and everyone else was already covered in a layer of her fallen fur. This situation was really awkward. The brothers said that the furry one always sheds a lot, and that it is normal. But Kitty felt very uncomfortable. She was so sad. Now she wanted to take a little walk, so she asked Mr. Eden to cancel today's lesson. Of course, the brothers wanted to go for a walk with her, but Kitty, covering her hair, ran away herself. The brothers were concerned about her condition, but she wanted to be alone. As soon as Kitty ran down the hallway, a lot of fur fell out of her, and at first no one understood how this happened. Kitty heard their conversation as she ran past and immediately apologized. She hadn't been bothered by the shedding before, but now she realized how serious it was. There were no small animals in this place except her. She is the only cat in this huge place, and without noticing it, Kitty began to cry. The mansion is very cozy, and there is always food. Everyone is very kind and caring. Kitty feels their love for her, even though she's only here temporarily. But she is here because of lies. She is in pain because she is deceiving everyone, and she is also lonely. She missed her mother, father, brother, and unborn siblings very much. She missed them very much. Even when evening came, the estate was not yet completely cleared of fur. After all, a cat's shedding is very different from a wolf's. Kitty had been strong all this time, but she felt different from the wolves and became very upset. Since it was already evening, the boys went to look for Kitty. It was very easy because they simply followed the trail of her fur. So they found themselves in the dandelion garden, but they did not understand why Kitty came here. Eden walked ahead of everyone, and he was the first to smell Kitty, and then he froze in place. Kitty, having turned into a cat, sat sadly on the slope. You could tell she was desperate. Plus, she was still crying. Eden felt like he understood her feelings. The brothers were glad that she was not injured and was okay, so they immediately went to her. Eden said he didn't belong there, so he decided to leave so his brothers could take care of Kitty. But they offered to go with him since he had been showing them the way all this time. However, Eden only asked her to let him know when she was ready to return to her studies, and left. He understood that he couldn't help Kitty in any way now. Now she needed her family, her brothers. They wrapped her in a blanket and sat down next to her to look at the stars together. The cozy company immediately calmed Kitty down. She was glad that they came for her. The boys realized that Kitty missed her mother a lot and said that her family missed her too and that it was okay. They think about it especially strongly during the molting period, because it is impossible to forget such soft fur. The brothers called Kitty back home to have her brushed properly. It was such a sweet gesture, and even though it was a foster home, Kitty was very comfortable. They looked at the stars for a little while longer, discussing different constellations, and then went home. Kitty opened the doors of the house and was very worried about how she would get to her room, because everything would be covered in her fur again. But she was very surprised because everything in the house had changed. The uniforms of the maids, knights, and decor became white. Kitty immediately realized that they did it for her. So she was very happy and went to her room calmly. And when night had already fallen, the parents decided to look into her room very quietly to check. The children, having taken on another form, slept together. Harris could not take her eyes off them for a long time, and she thought that if her daughter had lived, she would have been just like Kitty. Theo and Dion did a great job of brushing the fur, so the shedding ended quickly and successfully. Kitty got back on track and learned a lot from Eden. After she mastered writing and even learned to write, the teacher told her about the Beastman and the Blue Moon. But no one has figured out how the Blue Moon works yet. Their research with the replica gemstone had been fruitless. Kitty remembered that Jerry had often mentioned the Blue Moon before, and even Mr. Jackal and Eden said that the stone was with the leopards. But it's unlikely that Jerry is related to leopards. That would be strange. 4 years ago, the cats were driven out of their home during a leopard rampage and ended up in an even more unfavorable place. Mom said Jerry was in the back row making sure everyone could survive the emergency. So he became the leader of the cats, so it makes sense that he shouldn't be on good terms with the leopards. But Kitty thought deeply about this. Eden saw that she was thinking about something and, of course, told her to ask him, and he would tell her everything that interested her. Kitty wondered if the Blue Moon had anything to do with cats. It turned out it did. The Blue Moon was a relic of the goddess, the cat and animals that pulled her chariot. A relic is a sacred object left by the gods. Relics are even sung about in lullabies. However, the Blue Moon is not only mentioned in lullabies, there are also legends about deities. One such book says that some cats bear the same name for many generations, waiting for the appearance of a goddess. Cats touched by the goddess are believed to be immune to the Blue Moon. Eden came across this information while looking for a way to tame the leopards, which is why he treated Kitty the way he did during tea. Kitty wondered, was it possible that her dad and brother were special cats, and she could have inherited their abilities? Before she died, Mom said something about some special power. Mom knew about everything, that's why she told Kitty to go to the wolves. She felt a little sad, but then she had an idea and asked the teacher to help her a little. She asked him for help because she trusted him, and Eden was glad that he was the only one she could trust to help her. Sometime later, Eden thought that he should tell Jackal the truth about what Kitty had said about Jarian, the leader of the cat clan. Jackal was very surprised at first, but he was upset that Kitty was hiding her essence, about herself, about her family. But she told Eden everything. Kitty herself asked Eden not to tell anyone that she was a cat. But still, this is not something that needs to be hidden because everyone already knows the truth. If Kitty hadn't been afraid of being exposed, Eden would never have seen this side of her. Eden smiled as he remembered how she would act in front of him so that he wouldn't reveal the truth that she was a cat. Only he found the worst place to smile, right in front of her father. But they got back to a serious conversation about Jarian mentioning the blue moon. And there is speculation that this has something to do with how and where leopards get their imitation blue moon. Jackal told Eden that Kitty's father and brother, both named Icarus, were both immune to the blue moon's magic, meaning other cats aren't immune to the blue moon, but Kitty is a different case. First, we need to find out if the stone has any effect on Jarian. Jackal asked Eden to report immediately if Kitty told him anything else. Eden was initially reluctant to talk about the one piece of information he wanted to keep under wraps, since Jackal was already on edge. But for some reason, before he left, he decided to tell her something. After this information, Jackal could no longer stay in his office. As soon as he came out, he informed everyone that he now needed to discuss an extremely important matter with his wife. No one even suspected what the gentleman was talking about with Eden, but the matter was apparently very serious. Haris was working quietly in her office, and suddenly her husband came to her. It immediately became clear that something had happened. It was a very urgent matter that required immediate discussion, and he handed Harris a small notebook. As soon as she opened it and started reading the contents, she was shocked no less than Jackal. Now she too was going to do everything as soon as possible. Elliot saw that something was happening and something very serious, but he was not given any information. The lady ordered him to release some of the knights to prepare for the next week. Elliot was already nervous, and he asked what would happen next week. He expected some information about leopards. However, it turned out that next week Kitty will be 7 years old. It will be her birthday. It's so sweet that neither parent could continue working until they had to decide what they would do for Kitty's 7th birthday. Elliot didn't even realize that they had been talking about the birthday this whole time. Sometime later, there was a family dinner, and Kitty noticed that all the wolves began to wear beautiful furs around their necks. And of course, the color matched the color of their fur. It seems they make themselves such capes after molting. Kitty, of course, noticed this, and probably would have liked the same thing. Harris brought up the fact that Kitty's birthday was next week. The girl had mentioned it only a few hours earlier during class, but it had already reached Mrs. Harris. Kitty realized that rumors spread quickly among wolves. Recently, when she was finishing her lesson, her brothers came to invite her to play. They saw a fluffy ball in her hands, and she called it a meow ball, which she rolled out of her own fur. Then the girl realized that wolves would not call such a thing a meow ball, and she came up with another name for it, wool ball. This ball of fur will serve as a reminder that she will soon be 7 years old. That is how the brothers found out that Kitty's birthday is coming soon. They immediately started asking what date the holiday was, hoping that her birthday had not yet passed. In the end, the criminal and the culprit in all this was Eden, who spread this information. So now everyone was asking what Kitty would like for her birthday present. But she already had so many things, so she didn't want anything this time. The parents were stumped, but then they said that normal wolf cubs are always asking for something, and each time they want more and more gifts. And wolf cubs also like to throw a big birthday party. This sounded plausible enough for Kitty to believe it. So after a moment's thought, she said she would like something to knit or sew for her birthday. It was so cute. Everyone thought Kitty wanted to make something herself, but Kitty said she wanted to learn some skills before she left Greed Wolf Manor. There are supplies, but they are too big for her little hands. After these words, the atmosphere somehow changed, but Kitty still didn't understand why. The brothers asked if she would like some clothes or jewelry as an additional gift, but Kitty did not need it, because clothes or jewelry would not help her become independent. Well, the brothers said that she could sell it all later to make money. She couldn't leave all her things in the estate. But Kitty really was going to leave all the things here, because it was bought with Greedwolf's money, and then they could sell these decorations for a large sum. She had an excuse for everything, and so the family sank into despair. Eden just laughed at the whole situation. He hadn't taught Kitty to be pitiful, but she was doing a great job of it. Harris asked again what Kitty wanted to do for her birthday. The girl thought for a moment, and decided that she wanted to go to the market square because she had thought the place was really cool the last time she and her brothers had looked at it from afar. The brothers were thinking the same thing at that moment, so the smile didn't leave their faces. Kitty wants to go to the market square because they showed her that place, and it also means they can buy her more presents there. Kitty wants to go to the marketplace and buy the first yarn she sees. However, her brothers told their parents that Kitty wants to buy everything she sees in the marketplace, and that was a great idea. The parents immediately agreed. They began to discuss how many escorts they would take with them and who would carry the gifts, since there would be a lot of them. In the end, they were going to take one nightly order and a few more nights. A simple walk to the market square became too large scale, and Kitty was very worried about it. A week later, her birthday arrived, and as soon as Kitty woke up, she went to the place of memory of her family. She already missed them very much, so after talking with them a little, she went to get ready. The carriage was already waiting for Kitty downstairs, accompanied by Elliot and Clyd. Today, they were the first to congratulate her on her birthday, albeit verbally. Clyd will try to make sure Kitty's walk is safe and fun today. As soon as Kitty opened the carriage doors, she suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers, and many bright ribbons and flowers appeared in the air. The brothers prepared this little surprise to congratulate Kitty. She was already 7 years old, and she had already become so big that her brothers immediately began to hug her. Kitty saw that there were not only her brothers in the carriage, but also her teacher Eden, who would also go for a walk with her. But he said that this was so that she would not miss today's lesson. Kitty said that until he congratulated her on her birthday, she would not listen to his lesson. It seemed like blackmail. Actually, it was just a joke. He didn't have to congratulate her. And so Kitty went for a walk with her brothers and teacher. The parents just saw their children off with the hope that they would have a good time there. Kitty hasn't gotten attached to anything yet in all this time, except for a button from the clothes she was wearing when she came here. So the kids left. So Harris got out the scissors and told her husband that they would now start preparing. Jackal must have noticed that Kitty really wanted the fur cape. She couldn't take her eyes off the others, and it seemed that Kitty felt left out without the cape. Jackal remembered Kitty's reaction when she was the only one who didn't have such a fur collar. And eventually, he agreed to help. He turned into a wolf, and his wife took the scissors and started cutting off the fur. Jackal is a good father, so Kitty will definitely like a collar made of his fur. And the huge carriage had already arrived in the city. Kitty looked out the window with interest. It was the first time she'd seen so many wolves, but before leaving the carriage, the knights had to check the situation. There were more people on the streets than usual today. Everyone had come to see Lady Greedwolf, and the luxurious carriage attracted attention. But still, everyone is very interested to see Kitty, because many people and children have already gathered near her carriage. Once the area was checked, Kitty was free to go out and do some shopping. Kitty didn't really know how to shop. She had never bought anything. Dad and brother were always away, and Mom worked until late at night, and an aunt next door usually brought Kitty clothes and shoes. Eden explained to Kitty that she had to go everywhere and look at the goods, and if she liked something, she should contact Elliot, and he would write it down on the account. Before the shopping began, Clyd told Kitty that if she sensed the aura of the blue moon while walking, she should immediately take a position, and the knights would take care of the rest. She should count to 100 in her head, and if she got confused, she would become easy prey for criminals who possessed the blue moon. And if she was far from everyone, she would have to indicate her location with a howl. Kitty remembered. The stone only had a warm feeling on her, similar to her mother's touch. Kitty finally got out of the carriage with her brothers and immediately caused a stir among the inhabitants of these territories. She was so small, like a doll, and had already become friends with her brothers and other young gentlemen. One of the observers said that this girl did not look much like a wolf, but the opposite. This man was immediately forgotten because recently all the people heard a very frightening howl. The voice clearly belonged to Mrs. Harris, and she told everyone to treat their daughter as a god, and anyone who disobeyed would be quartered. So everyone, remembering this, simply greeted Kitty as Lady Greedwolf. And Kitty was glad that everyone was so kind to her, not even suspecting that they already knew her identity. Kitty's first stop was the yarn counter. There were so many different kinds that it was hard to choose just one. While she was choosing, the brothers told Elliot with just one look to buy everything here. But of course, Kitty bought only one yarn separately, which she chose. And the knights took everything else while she was not looking. At this sweet moment, someone was watching Kitty from the window. The knights surrounded this little girl from all sides, like one big cloud. This woman, watching from the window, was not alone. The king had released her from captivity, but for a reason. Just one look at this sweet girl, and she immediately understood what she had to do. Cats usually frown when they sense a blue moon, but if this little one shows no signs of distress, you should boldly kidnap her. This woman, using the influence of the blue moon's power, ordered several men to kidnap Kitty, even if it meant using blackmail and threats against Greedwolf. Kitty was simply surrounded by attention, and besides, the street was very crowded. It would be very difficult to notice that she was being followed now, but the people who were under the influence of the power of the blue moonstone, as if under hypnosis, kept the thought that they needed to approach the cat. And if she frowned, retreat. And if she did not react, then grab her. Clyd, who was sensitive to magic, sensed an ominous aura coming from behind him. He sensed a maddened animal approaching. Elliot had received the information, so he already had his hand ready on the hilt of his sword. The maddened animals were very close. At such a close distance, the ladies would definitely feel the aura of the blue moon, and when they realized, it would be too late. But the only thing that happened as soon as these people approached was that Kitty felt very good. Her mood suddenly lifted. Elliot and Clyd were surprised that her mood could improve in such a tense situation. And those people got the signal that Kitty didn't frown, but her mood lifted. How can that be? Elliot immediately ordered the 3 suspicious individuals in the crowd to be seized and pointed his sword at them. It was also visible because they were running away. Clyde and the knights worked together, so they immediately captured 2 animals. But they didn't sense the main villain. This woman, who was watching the cat, was very happy with such a find. A cat that is delighted with madness? Such a thing has never been seen before. This woman waited for the moment to leave unnoticed and report everything to her superiors. Clyd was supposed to neutralize the blue moon's effect on these suspicious people, but as soon as he took off their hood, he was surprised because they were his race, foxes. Kitty sat and counted to 100 the whole time because her brothers asked her to do so. When she finished reading and opened her eyes, she could not understand what had happened to Clyd. He was shaking. The fox noticed that the boy was out of his mind, so she waited for the right moment to break free and run. Only he didn't run as far as possible, but straight to Kitty, who was very close. It all happened so quickly, and now Kitty was floating in the air with this man. All the knights immediately ran across the rooftops to catch up and free Kitty. They were very close to catching this fox, but he couldn't stop. Using magic, he continued to run through the air. The knights did not know what to do in this situation because now they would probably lose the criminal. Kitty didn't know what to do. They were already at a great height, and if they moved away a little more, the knights would definitely not be able to save her. But then she remembered. Clyd had told her that if she found herself far from everyone, she would have to mark her location with a howl. She took a deep breath and was about to forget, but the fox holding her only laughed. How could a cat howl? Somehow he knew that she was the daughter of a thief. She had been kicked out of the cat's territory for stealing food. This fox knew about her past, but Kitty still couldn't remain inactive because then no one would definitely help her. So she screamed loudly and began to resist. It was difficult to hold such an active child, especially in the air. But once she screamed, she didn't have to wait long. Horace and Jakal were there to save her in just a few seconds. They only heard Kitty because she let out such a cool howl. Jackal held the criminal, and when the dust cleared, Kitty saw that Mr. Jackal's hairstyle had changed. He cut his hair a little, but it seemed that Kitty was scared. Harris did not think that her husband's haircut would scare the child, and she felt guilty, but she would quickly get used to it. Sometime later, the others had already run to the location of Kitty and her parents. Everyone was so worried about Kitty's condition, but luckily she was fine. Elliot apologized to the lady and promised that such a situation would not happen again, and they even thanked her for this beautiful howl. Kitty felt a little awkward. She said that for a wolf cub it was an easy matter. To lighten the mood a little, Harris put the cape on Kitty and said that it was now her personal cape as a gift. Then it became clear to everyone why the father's hair had suffered. Kitty looked at Mr. Jackal's hair and realized that he did it for her. Of course, she really liked this gift, but she couldn't stop crying, considering herself a bad girl and unworthy of such a gesture. It was an unexpected reaction, and of course everyone tried to calm Kitty down because it was her birthday and she deserved joy and gifts. Eden stood to the side the whole time and just watched. Suddenly he heard Kitty start to tell the truth. Her mother was a cat, her father and brothers were cats, and she was a cat. Eden didn't understand why she had decided to reveal all this. Kitty continued and said that when her mother was pregnant, she only had siblings. Life was very difficult and they had to steal food from Jarian's kitchen. Eventually, she and her mother were sent away. Kitty sobbing and apologizing to her new family for lying. She considered herself bad and unworthy of such a wonderful gift. And even if she was driven away, she did not want to deceive her loved ones anymore. Kitty explained that she had lied for her family, to protect them. But she could no longer continue to do so because her new family treated her with such care and affection. She expected a terrible reaction. She was afraid that she might even be hit. But instead, Harris hugged her tightly and asked her not to say anything else. Harris explained that they didn't adopt Kitty because they thought she would turn out like them. They took her into the family because she came to them in a serious condition, and they decided to take care of her. Her mother is also not guilty of anything. Parents are always ready to do anything to protect their children. Mama Kitty and Harris simply failed to do what they were supposed to do due to circumstances that were not in their favor. And these things inevitably happen, so no one can be blamed for what happened. The most important thing is that Kitty is safe and sound, and also that today is her birthday. Kitty. The sad situation was finally over, and Kitty's happy birthday continued. Harris apparently has carte blanche today since she saved Kitty. It was she who constantly carried the girl everywhere in her arms, because of which the brothers could not even touch Kitty. Jekyll had to have a serious talk with Clyd because he screwed up today. Even though the leopards were using the foxes for their own purposes, Clyd still had to do his job. The leopards would continue to send different creatures to carry out their orders. But if Clyd can't separate his feelings for his kin from his work, the wolves won't help him anymore. Yes, it's cruel. But there was a pact between the wolves and Clyd that they would protect him and the foxes for their loyalty. Clyd still remembered how his relatives died, and he had to survive in order to restore the family in the future. Clyd knew he had made a mistake. He apologized and promised to do better in the future. Elliot protected Clyd from punishment a little by telling the master that Clyd was able to sense the presence of the blue moon. And if it weren't for him, things could have ended much worse. But still, Clyd couldn't bring himself to attack his fellow foxes. Even though he has a lousy character, he is very worried about other foxes. Kitty asked Harris if Clyd would be punished. Since she was in danger, he could not avoid punishment. But Kitty put on a sweet expression. It was her birthday and she didn't want anyone to be sad on the occasion. Hari stood frozen in place, thinking about this, and then immediately went to her husband. Kitty had to use the same technique in front of Jackal. And although she was scared at first, it still worked. Besides, everything ended well, so another reason not to punish Clyd, at least on his birthday. Jackal also wanted only good things to happen today, so this time he forgave Clyd. The fox realized that Kitty was really thinking about him and worried. This made him so embarrassed that even his ears popped out. Eden saw all this and felt something was wrong. When they returned home, everything was decorated for the birthday. There was also a very large birthday cake. Kitty had never seen one like it. But then she saw what she liked the most. It was meow soup, prepared especially for her. It was a treat for her family, and she had to eat it all for each family member. Kitty was really happy, and then it was time to open presents. The brothers placed a large box in front of her, and Kitty opened it with interest. It was a piggy bank, one of the 3 little pigs. The brothers also gave her the first coin so that Kitty could put it in right away. The piggy bank became thicker by 1 coin, and Kitty realized that she would have to constantly fill this piggy bank because pigs gain more weight when they eat. So piggy banks are made in the shape of pigs. Kitty asked them, "Is this really true?" But Elliot, seeing her, just remained silent. He was very tired of these twins. And then he said that here, in the wolf's den, the pig needs to earn a lot of money so that the wolves won't touch her. Then Eden slipped his gift to Kitty without her noticing. She opened it with interest. There was a red beret which now matched her fur cape perfectly. Kitty had recently lost her beret, so Eden decided that it would be a good gift for her and wished her a happy birthday. Kitty was so happy that she even started dancing a little. The whole family started looking at Eden suspiciously because they noticed that he was watching Kitty too closely. And he is not a family member, he is a man. So they need to keep a close eye on him. And then, the whole family went to change clothes because it was necessary to take a family portrait as a token of remembrance. 2 adult wolves, 2 young wolf cubs, and 1 small cat are the Greed Wolf family. After the day, everyone became busier than usual, and Kitty began to conduct experiments to find out what abilities she had. Of the experiments she will conduct, today is probably the most dangerous. This is the effect of the Blue Moon replica on Sir Elliot. Based on Elliot's magical power and the characteristics of the Blue Moon imitation, Elliot should be in this state for about a week. Only when everyone was sick near the Blue Moon stone, Kitty felt warm, a sense of softness, and a feeling as if sunlight was emanating from Elliot's body. She was the only one who described the power of the Blue Moon in this way. And suddenly he came to his senses, but he had not fully recovered from the effect of this stone. Harris was very surprised. She had hoped that perhaps she could cleanse the man of madness by being near him. It was recently reported that there is a close relationship between the leader of the cats and leopards. And then there's the fact that Kitty is immune to the Blue Moon's power. She had an idea and asked to come closer to Elliot. Then she touched his head with her hand, and all the negative influence actually disappeared as soon as she extended her hand. A warm glow enveloped Elliot, and he felt better. He felt better than before he was tied to the chair, and even his headache was gone. Even his memory was fine. He remembered his last request, to introduce him to the beautiful she-wolf. However, Mrs. Harris ignored his words again. The most important thing is that Kitty has incredible power. She can help those who have been affected by the Blue Moon magic. Perhaps that is why the fox who kidnapped her awoke from his madness. Direct contact with a maddened creature works best. That is, the closer Kitty is, the more effective her skill is. There's no mention of her ability in any of the books, so some more research will be needed. Maybe this is the power Kitty's mom was talking about. When her mother was dying, Kitty felt a warm glow. It was the same one she felt from Elliot. Therefore, there is a suspicion that Kitty's mother had something to do with her powers. These abilities can definitely hinder the leopard's evil plans. However, the power must be kept secret, because too much power is an invitation to attack. For the sake of safety in today's experiment, Elliot's help proved indispensable, as he can be trusted. The fox who kidnapped Kitty on her birthday is now recovering thanks to her power and shares all the information. He cooperates with the guards because he belongs to the Clyd clan. In general, everything is under control. Kitty really wanted to save all the foxes as soon as possible, so that they would consider her good and beautiful. Dad asked her why she wanted so much to be considered beautiful. Kitty replied that it certainly wouldn't hurt, because when she grew up, she might end up living in fox territory. But that wasn't something she could say in front of her parents. Of course, the couple immediately began to dissuade Kitty from this idea, saying that there was no better place to live than the Greed Wolf estate, and she could settle here when she became an adult. Kitty nodded, and only then did they let her go. A few days later, the first snow fell. At the end of the year, the wolves gather in the center of the estate to hold a memorial service for the wolves who died in battle with the leopards. The memorial service is the wolves' way of ending the year. However, children are not allowed to attend, so Kitty and her brothers are left to watch over the mansion. The girl remembered that Eden's mother had also been killed by leopards. And today was the day of sacrifices, and Kitty decided that she had to do something. The first thing she did was go to the kitchen and ask for some sweet cookies. There she was able to drink milk and finally get some cookies. But when she was about to leave, the cook carefully removed the hair from Kitty's clothes. The girl thanked him and went about her business. Only she should thank the cook because she managed to get what she needed. After that, Kitty took off her disguise. In fact, It was the same woman, Sigma, the leopard from the second faction. Kitty ran to Eden's room, knocked on the door, and waited for his answer. But for a long time, there was silence. Kitty kept saying that she was near the door, and finally Eden opened it. Kitty saw his slightly red eyes and realized that he had been crying, so she started crying too. Eden tried to calm her down and carried her into the room. The main thing was that Theo and Dion didn't see her crying and didn't make a fuss. Eden sat Kitty down on the table and showed her his handkerchief, which was completely dry, to prove that he had not been crying. Kitty handed him a bag of cookies at that moment, because she knew he had not had breakfast yet. Eden accepted the cookie, but asked if she had given it to anyone else, such as Clyde Foxstein. Clyde went to pay his respects with the other adults, so Kitty brought cookies only for Eden. This seemed to lift his spirits. He thanked her for the cookies and said that Kitty could go now, but she didn't want to leave because she thought Eden would start crying again. He repeated again that he had not cried, but Kitty seemed to have lost her fear after her identity was revealed, and Eden could no longer blackmail her. But she could still see that his eyes were wet. Eden could no longer deny it. He just sat there sadly, staring into space. Kitty didn't know how to hold him, so she just laid her head on his shoulder. He, of course, began to complain that her head was heavy, but Kitty advised him to simply stroke her hair, and then he would feel better. Still, Eden took the advice and began to stroke her hair. At that moment, Kitty started talking about his mother. She always said that he was smart, and she herself was a genius. She was the smartest of the wolves, but Eden doesn't remember much about her. She made him read all the time. His mother died around this time of year. This was the first time Eden told Kitty anything about himself. She was so touched that she really wanted to hug him. In such situations, such an action usually helps. Kitty said she would be with Eden on this same day next year. Then he asked what would happen in a year. Kitty answered that she would be there in a year too, and in another year too, promising. Kitty intended to be with Eden until she grew up and left the mansion, but Eden took it a little differently. What she told him was that wolves usually only made promises like that to one person. He said that she should only make promises like that to him. Kitty was good at keeping promises, but she didn't realize the seriousness of what she had just agreed to. But Eden, having received what he wanted, was even able to smile on this sad day. When even more snow fell, the children were finally able to play snowballs and fool around. Eden did not participate in these games as usual. He was busy reading books. But Kitty and her brothers enjoyed playing all day. They decided to finish only when it was time for dinner, and they had already made many snowmen. They made their whole family out of snow. It was very cute. Kitty found her place. The parents' journey back took longer, so they returned when it was already dark. Haris looked at the fallen snow, and it brought back unpleasant memories. The day her child died, although she promised that she would definitely come back for him and everything would be okay. She came to her senses when they had already arrived home. The children were probably tired of waiting, so after getting out of the carriage, the parents hurried into the house. But right in the yard, they saw snowmen of the whole family, which were clearly made by their kids. There was even a little snowman named Kitty, and despite it, Haris found herself thinking again. She started to cry, but at that moment she heard Kitty's voice. The girl came to meet the returning Haris and Jakal, despite the fact that it was already night. She couldn't sleep, so she went out and made some more snowmen. And besides, she thought that everyone would like snowmen. Haris really liked the snowmen. But looking at the tears in her eyes, Kitty immediately remembered Eden's eyes, reddened from tears. To help Haris, she hugged her too. It usually helps. Kitty, although she missed her mother, did not cry. Because if she was sad, her mother would worry about her. And Kitty did not want to break her heart. Haris wondered, would her dead daughter's voice be as soft and warm as Kitty's? And would she also speak such tender words? Haris left her alone in that cold place. Haris had been given the opportunity to spend warm and happy days, and it would have been greedy to ask for time to stop so that she could remain in this blissful moment. After that sad period, the winter still went well. And then spring came, and plants began to sprout. Kitty grew up happily with her brothers. Eden would sometimes be sad and alone, but Clyde would meet his relatives more and more often. And now autumn has arrived. And again, winter, when Kitty had to say goodbye to her brothers. From that moment on, Kitty confidently decided to take up training. And since then, 10 years have passed, when local residents were attacked by criminals in cloaks. Usually no one could catch these scoundrels, but there were a few people who were able to fight back to protect the residents. Kitty Greedwolf, 17, has gained fame and popularity during this time because she has always fought for justice. Of course, she wasn't the only one dealing with criminals. Often her teacher, Elliot, helped her. Kitty was already famous for being the one who gave the rabbits a roof over their heads. And now she helped civilians who were attacked by a criminal. It was a sweet couple expecting a baby, but they had not yet decided on a name for the baby that would soon be born. Kitty looked at them and immediately remembered her mother and unborn brothers and sisters. She was very glad that she was able to protect this baby. Leopard attacks are becoming less common, but they still don't stop. Kitty walked up to the criminals. Now she used her power to remove the influence of the blue moonstone. When the magic was destroyed, the criminals came to their senses. It was very fortunate that Kitty was nearby and everything went smoothly. Kitty worked well with her teacher, Elliot. From the outside, the atmosphere between them might seem a little off. But still, people were very happy to have Kitty. When they first saw her 10 years ago, she was so cute and like a fairy. From a small, timid kitten, Kitty became a majestic lady. The only thing that hasn't changed is her love of boxes and salmon. However, after its revival, a new problem arose. Everyone around melts under her charm and all the guys stare at Kitty. Only she didn't seem to feel these looks at all. Elliot began to suspect that cats didn't feel love on an instinctive level. Kitty didn't buy anything, but she looked stunning again. Elliot decided to say directly that the lady burns the hearts of wolves with her charm. Not knowing this fact does not relieve her of responsibility. Kitty just laughed. She asked how many victims the teacher had managed to count, and there were already 256, so he asked to take this question seriously. He also asked her to refrain from communicating with Eden and Clyd alone, but Kitty couldn't do that because they were her best friends and she had no one else to communicate with after her brothers left. She didn't understand that she couldn't stay alone with them for too long. Elliot really cared about the ladies, but Kitty was sure that the teacher was worrying in vain. Right now, Eden is busy preparing for his coming-of-age ceremony, and Clyd is managing the Fox platoon. They are both very busy, and Kitty is also turning 18 soon. She must prepare for the future. She still hadn't forgotten the revenge she took on Jerian, the revenge he took for killing her mother. Mr. Jackal said that when he returns from the convention, he will tell about Kitty's dead brother and father. The girl thought that they might have something to do with the blue moon. Then her revenge would begin immediately. This time, all the criminals turned out to be foxes. And thanks to Kitty's abilities, they quickly returned to their previous state. But for some reason this time, she noticed that the foxes were different from all the others. This is not the first time Kitty has seen foxes cleanse themselves of the blue moon's magic, while constantly remembering their dying mother. Kitty wants this suffering to end as soon as possible. It all continues because of these leopards. In the last few years, leopard attacks have been ongoing. Their goal is to kidnap Kitty or steal her hair, because the hair contains information about the magic they want to learn. Despite the Greed Wolf family's best efforts to protect Kitty, the enemy still managed to get one of her hairs. The leopards are so persistent, and the fact that they are studying Kitty really scares her, especially the woman Kitty has encountered several times over the past 10 years. Even thinking about her sends shivers down their spine. Over the years, the Greed Wolf family has learned that the bond between Jerian and leopards is very close. The leopards continue to shoot blue moon magic at Jerian. Even after they found out that he was immune to the stone's effects, they didn't stop. Kitty doesn't know how the child became immune to magic, but she is sure that if she finds the leopards, she will find Jerian. He will definitely pay for the crime he committed. Kitty was curious about what Lisa, whom she had caught in the morning, would say, and she hoped that Lisa would wake up soon. Over the past 10 years, Kitty has managed to save 7 platoons of foxes. Their accommodation is expensive. Kitty really hoped that no one would take away her piggy bank. It was her untouchable savings fund. Of course, no one was going to take money from her. But the more foxes there were together, the more powerful Clyd's magic became, because he can resonate with them. And his powers have long outgrown his age. The Great Place Wolf. Elliot is just waiting for this moment. But Kitty didn't understand this attitude towards Clyd, because he was such a nice boy. He was nice to Kitty because she didn't make him do housework like Elliot did. Kitty returned to her room. As usual, Lena was waiting for her there. But Lena is getting older, and it is already hard for her. So soon a servant will be found to replace her. But Kitty really didn't want that. She liked the way Lena did hair and helped. Lena trained her students well so that Kitty would like one of them, and she hired them as servants. While walking around the estate, Kitty saw Eden and immediately ran towards him. Instead of greeting, he stroked her head, and Kitty really liked it. Only usually these moments always ended. Eden could smell the fox smell on Kitty, and she told him about what had happened today. Kitty was already getting ready to meet Clyd. He was just waiting for the lady. Clyd and Eden still weren't on the best of terms. They were rivals, so to speak. But Kitty, as usual, had no idea. Eden Vivis is a handsome guy with a promising future. He is the only candidate for the post of head of the Vivis family. He is very cold and calculating. But not with the lady. With Kitty, he behaves completely differently. Several knights who confessed their feelings for Kitty were sent to the knightly order of the Vivis family. Clyd Foxtane. He's clearly out of his mind because of the lady. Growing up, he became almost the same height as Elliot. By the way, he was surprised by this. Apparently all mages have such good bodies. Clyd's magic grows stronger day by day, using skills that the wolves could not imagine. However, since Kitty doesn't notice his feelings, the guy will have a hard time. Elliot wrote all this in his personal diary because he felt sorry for both of these guys. Elliot, her teacher. Thanks to him, Kitty can do a lot. Today's training will be about practicing magic. But this was the hardest thing for her. Cats are much worse at mastering magic than wolves. Kitty was offended. She did not understand why it was the cats who pulled the goddess's chariot. Clyd noticed how hard it was for her, so he decided to help, because he knows magic better than anyone. He told her to imagine a stream of water that starts at her forehead and spreads to the tips of her hair. Kitty, looking into his eyes, imagined it, and it worked out for her right away. Kitty already knows how to handle a bow and a dagger, and she has also mastered magic manipulation, so Elliot suggested that she hide in the battle. Kitty was delighted by this. Most of all, she thought that soon she would be able to do the same thing as Mr. Jackal. Jump high. and strike at a 45-degree angle in flight. The teacher did not immediately encourage her and said that she would not be able to do it right away, but if she tried, she would be able to someday. Kitty had assumed her animal form. Winter was coming, so her claws were getting thicker, perfect for training. Kitty began practicing attacks with her paw. She also used her claws. If Kitty attacked someone like that, they would die of cuteness right away. Apparently, she decided to use her cuteness as a weapon. Kitty trained until her strength was gone, and when the training was over, the first thing Eden did was approach her and pick her up. Clyd came at the same moment, and he would also like to take Kitty in his arms. So he said that Iden shouldn't get his coat dirty with wool. However, this still didn't help convince him. One of the knights sent an urgent message. The foxes that were caught today said that they were sent by Jerian. Hearing this name, Kitty immediately assumed her human form and went to look. One of the foxes had already come to his senses. He was terrified. The rest of them had lost their minds because of the blue moon that was used by a year named Jerian. It is not known whether he really has a real blue moon, but the important thing is that this stone really worked. And Jerian also ordered to capture Kitty, who lives in the Great Estate Wolf. Jerian said he had a goal and needed to check something. He also said that he could at least try to get a lock of Kitty's hair. She hadn't forgotten about him all this time, and now he finally showed up himself and decided to come for her. Now she wouldn't have to look for him. He had already done it for her. He also mentioned that one of the assistants would soon approach her, but the fox didn't know how exactly. He will probably try to send someone to serve as a servant to Kitty personally and as her maid. But in any case, these people must first undergo training as a manager or butler. The lady's personal maid will be chosen especially carefully. Clyd suggested checking all the candidates, but Kitty decided to act according to the plan without changing anything. Even if the spy did get into the estate, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Grudwolf. Clyd, I did everything as she wished. After all, he is responsible for her safety. Eden looked at these of yours and did not understand when it began. Every time Kitty smiled like that, something in the fox's heart clicked. He still remembers how they promised each other to always be there, but he can't believe that she looks at others like that. Whenever he disappears, he uses his sight. However, this does not mean that he will distance himself. On the contrary, he tried to be closer to her more often. Even now, he tried to take her away from Clyd, at least under the pretext of the next lesson. Clyd was annoyed. After all, he was in second place in this duel because Eden is Kitty's teacher. The next day, Kitty woke up. Every morning, you could see how big she had become, and she no longer needed gymnastics to grow quickly. Lena kissed Kitty every morning, and then looked after and helped Lady get ready. Then she also informed her that the master and mistress had returned to the estate today. Kitty was very happy. She wanted to tell them about her plans as soon as possible. If Jerian's minions show up, Kitty will have to say goodbye to this peaceful routine. It's a shame, but there's no choice. She must defeat this vile bastard by any means necessary. And very soon she will find out why Jerian, who abandoned her to production, suddenly changed his mind. Knowing his character, he will never act openly, so he will definitely send someone. Sometime later, when Jakal and Harris came home, their son was the first to greet them. But only a couple of seconds passed, and Kitty was already running towards him. The first thing she did was jump into Jackal's arms in cat form. She was so cute, and she knew he liked it. They exchanged a few phrases, and although it may seem cold from the outside, in reality, Kitty already understands Jackal and his facial expressions well. So she started rubbing her head against his face. Of course, he enjoyed it. Her fur was so soft and thick. Shedding season would start soon, so he would brush her belly. It was already a tradition. Kitty finally paid attention to Mrs. Harris. There was much more to talk to. Kitty hadn't seen her for a long time, so she was very happy to meet her. Then she remembered that she wanted to tell them both something, so they moved into the office. The parents were shocked when they learned that the leader of the cats was targeting Kitty. They suspected that this was an order from the leopards. Kitty told him she suspected that Jerian would send his man to work here, and then a long surveillance would begin. However, this was a great opportunity to get information. Many people thought that this idea was too dangerous and that choosing a spy as a servant would be bad. But Jackal decided to do as Kitty said. However, he was not going to hire a spy after all. It would not be so difficult to figure out the spy. The parents also wanted to tell Kitty something. During the time they were away, they were able to learn that the person who was supposed to be watching the leopards had discovered information. Leopards have Kitty's hair and they do something with it. Also, some things about Jerian. When evening came, Kitty and Jackal did something they do very rarely, and only together. He put the basket Kitty often slept in on the table. She turned into a cat and climbed into it. Now it fits completely because it has grown a lot. Now it was time to check her height. Kitty thought of cheating and not taking off her shoes, but Jackal immediately noticed it. So she got undressed and stood near the closet where he always marked her height. Jackal drew a line above her head. It was noticeable how much she had grown since last time. After this little procedure, Jakalu revealed that, according to Hogwood's research, Jerian does indeed have a blue moon. But then there is the question of leopards. Their interests are a little more complex. Leopards are affected by the stone and become wild. The imitation of the blue moon was created with the help of Jerian's immunity. The real stone is kept in the tower, guarded by leopards, and only Jerian can touch this stone. But most importantly, it is said that he recently replaced the real blue moon with a fake. Kitty said that this could indeed be true because he had always been desperate and stupid. Apparently, the leopards found out about this, and because of this, a conflict arose between the leader of the cats and the leopards. But the leopards are powerless against the power of the moon. That's why they targeted Kitty, because she too is immune. At first, they chose her because they thought she was the wolves' weak point. Then they decided they could use her against Jerian. And now the leopards believe her powers far exceed his. Kitty can heal creatures that have been affected by madness, and Jerian is merely immune when the stones are in effect. So it becomes obvious whose power is stronger. Jackal studied the magic she placed in the spheres, and the wolves concluded that Kitty possessed the magic of the goddess. Blue Moon originally belonged to the goddess. It is impossible to freely use the power of the stone without being negatively affected, but only if you are not its owner. Kitty can use the power of the stone, so her powers are very similar to the power of the goddess. Now you have to be even more careful and make sure that she is not kidnapped by the leopards, and Jerian seems to have already realized that Kitty has such powerful magic, so they began to act more aggressively. Kitty realized that her mother knew everything, and that was why, when she was dying, she sent her daughter into the territory of the wolves. It turns out I also learned something about the death of a cat named Icarus. It's about Kitty's father and brother. The materials have now been sent to Eden, so he'll tell you everything soon. He had already read the letter. The bears had no intention of getting involved in the squabbles between the beastmen, and they would consider anyone who entered their territory a trespass. However, the death of two cats named Icarus was not accidental. They didn't die in battle, they were killed by other cats who followed them. Eden was worried that if Kitty found out about this, she would pay the price, and he really didn't want to talk to her about it. Every time she remembered and talked about her family, her eyes filled with tears. At such moments, Eden is overcome with anger. He experiences the same thing as she does. He wants to tear Jerian to pieces. Kitty couldn't wait long. She immediately went to look for Eden to find out from him the information he had received. As she read the letter, she remembered her older brother. When he and Dad were leaving, he asked her what she wanted as a gift when they returned. She wanted soft hands, just a kiss. Then her father and brother said that she need not worry about it, and when they returned, they would kiss her soft cheeks. But no matter how long she waited, they still did not return. Kitty and her mother continued to set the table as if for four, waiting for Icarus to return. One day, Jerian's henchmen came to the house and reported that an accident had happened to his father and brother. Mom cried a lot that day. Kitty still sees this picture clearly. She remembers this day as if it were yesterday. Now, reading the letter from the bears, Kitty could not hold back her tears. Bears are innocent creatures and they do not lie, so this information is reliable. It hurt Eden to see her cry, but she would have found out about it someday. Initially, the immunity to the Blue Moon's power belonged to Kitty's father and brother, and since the special skills are passed on at the moment of their death, Jerian should have killed them himself, or at least been present when it happened. Eden suggested that Kitty take her cat cloud and cry, because it was obvious how hard this information was for her. She decided to do just that. The tears wouldn't stop, so Eden picked up the cat. He wasn't worried about getting his coat dirty. Eden told Kitty that if she cried again, it would only be in front of him, and if she cried in front of anyone else, he would get angry. He then asked her what she was going to do when she came of age. Kitty was going to take revenge on Jerian first, but what she was going to do after that, she hadn't figured out yet. Eden offered her to live at the Vivis estate, that is, at his home. Kitty cried so much that she was already sleepy. She asked how long she could stay at his house, but without receiving an answer, she had already fallen asleep. Eden said that she could live with him as long as she wanted. The next day, Kitty woke up in comfort with Mr. Jackal lying next to her in his wolf form and Mrs. Harris sitting next to her. Eden brought Kitty in yesterday, sleeping. Her eyes were very swollen from crying. It seemed like everyone was really worried that Kitty would be sad about her father and brother, so they fell asleep next to her. Kitty was so happy. Jackal's tail is the warmest and softest in the world. Then Harris asked if Kitty really wanted that tail for herself. Jackal quickly stopped the conversation and suggested that they all go to breakfast. Kitty suggested doing something beforehand. It was stretching time. Jackal decided to join in. He had never done anything like that before after all. He was a wolf, not a cat. But now he followed her instructions exactly. Stretched his paws forward, stretched, raised his tail, and raised his ears. It was a very funny stretch. Kitty remembered that she had always wanted Mr. Jackal to dance with her. But of course, she couldn't say it that way, so she suggested that he stand on his hind legs and shake his body. Then he watched her beautiful cat dance. It was just beautiful. Harris looked at this with affection, but Jackal tensed up because he knew that now he would be forced to do the same. He stood on his hind legs and tried to repeat Kitty's movements. He succeeded, of course, but it was very awkward and funny. Harris couldn't help but laugh. She didn't join in the morning stretching and dancing, but she was happy to watch. Jackal, having taken human form, was very embarrassed after this. But Kitty was so happy that he danced with her that she even kissed him as a thank you. Even though he had been awkward before, she was now able to melt his heart so much that even ears and a tail appeared. Meanwhile, the leopards have made a discovery, a sparkling miracle. Kitty's magical power, which is truly incredible. Sigma was delighted by this discovery, and she called Delta here to discuss Jerian. he changed his mind. He is impudent, ignorant, but it is thanks to him that the leopards can touch the blue moon. Sigma said that to create a world of leopards, now Kitty is needed. Since the blue moon is one of the relics of the goddess, Kitty's power can be used to reach the others, after which the blue moon's power will not be a threat to the leopards. Delta doubted that they would succeed because they needed to collect the legendary relics of the goddess. A stone belonging to the leopards, a mirror from the bear's territory, and a bow located in the Gridwolf estate. Jerry, she seems to have realized this, so she decided to get to Kitty herself. But the leopards decided to kidnap her before Jerian, and there is a very suitable day for this. Annual memorial service for fallen wolves. One day at breakfast, Harris started talking about how, before she could achieve her perfect form, a she-wolf had to learn to love. Kitty was delighted, and thought that Mrs. Harris would teach her love and tell her beautiful stories. Elliot told me everything. Wolves who train hard in love, so Kitty should get a lot of love. Harris suddenly asked, Kitty, do you know where babies come from? Kitty said she knew everything. Men and women should sleep in the same bed and cross their tails twice. Jackal and Harris realized that the road ahead would be long to explain everything to Kitty. Today is an important day when it is time for her to choose the servant she likes the most. The 6 best candidates have been selected. 4 of them are wolves, 1 dog and 1 rabbit, but none of them smell like cats. Kitty first asked everyone to introduce themselves one by one, and while they were doing this, they were to drink tea from one of the cups in front of them. Each of the maids did as instructed, but Kitty had asked for it for a reason. She carefully studied their every move and what they were saying. Kitty left 3 servants. She thought that Jerian had sent 2 spies, and she came to this conclusion for a reason. All the candidates knew that they were going to be servants to a 17-year-old girl, but some acted as if this fact did not matter at all. Marie and Anne both put 3 sugar cubes into their warm, milky tea. It felt as if they knew what Kitty had loved to do as a child. That's why Kitty thought they were spies, and she already told Eden and Clyd. Clyd would be watching them with his magic, and soon everything would be revealed. Kitty left 2 spies, but she also left no servants, except for one named Baniel, because this girl turned out to be the cousin of the rabbit Levi, whom Kitty had recently saved in the market square during the attack. The sisters talked about it a lot, and so Baniel, out of pure gratitude, decided to become a servant. Besides, she knows how to do beautiful hair and would like to style Kitty's thick hair beautifully. Kitty really liked this girl. She looked sincere and honest. Haris came into the room. She said it was time for the lesson on love, so Kitty had to go. But Eden said at the end that there was another servant who knew about Kitty's tastes. He spoke of one of the she-wolves, and Kitty remembered her and noticed the female. Kitty immediately realized that Eden had sent this she-wolf. He was even surprised that she realized it herself. But when he drank tea, the handle of the cup was always pointed in a certain direction, and Kitty thought that was the custom at Vivis Manor. The servants offered tea only after the cup had been positioned in a certain direction. That's how Kitty knew that this girl was from the Vivis estate. Eden didn't even deny it. He told Kitty that if she changed her mind about the servants, she could use this girl. She would definitely serve better than the others. He wanted this to be a link between him and Kitty. Kitty was grateful, of course, but she liked to meet Eden in person and give her the latest news. He was very pleased with this answer, and with a smile on his face, he left, bowing to the lady before leaving. But Harris, with her keen eyes, managed to notice that Eden, who was trying so quickly to leave. He blushed all over at the words Kitty had spoken, and tried to hide his embarrassment by leaving. Harris had never seen him behave like this before, and was surprised, but then quickly remembered. Eden's father, Hogwood, who was not popular with the girls, still managed to marry the beauty, and the servants and the Vivi's estate helped him in this. Now Harris understood why Elliot was so concerned about the situation around Kitty and turned to Mrs. Harris. She sat down at the table and said that classes needed to start as soon as possible. Harris was going to explain to Kitty what love between the opposite sexes meant. Every creature begins to be interested in the opposite sex when it reaches puberty, and then she asked, "Is there a boy Kitty interested in?" Kitty only said that there were a lot of them, and Harris was surprised. But Kitty explained that she had plenty of boys around her besides the maids, and she was always grateful for what they did for her. After that, Harris breathed a sigh of relief. She explained that love is when Kitty starts to feel warm feelings for a man who is not a member of her family. Then her heart starts to pound with the thought of him, and her whole head is occupied only with him. She will want to touch this person, watch his every move, and get to know him more and more. After such a detailed description, Kitty realized that she had not yet found such a person. Haris began to delve deeper into this topic. When wolves become adults, they will want to be more intimate with those they love. Haris called the maid to bring something that had been prepared in advance. Then, she laid out sweets of different shapes on the table. Kitty thought that they would spend their lessons eating sweets, and was delighted. But for some reason, there was no tea. This is because Harris asked to bring this food not to eat, but to explain in simple language how love is physically manifested. Kitty listened to all this with enthusiasm, but with each passing minute, the explanation became more and more detailed. Kitty was shocked. She learned something she never thought about. Now she couldn't believe that children weren't born from husband and wife sleeping with their tails crossed. And after the explanation, Harris also suggested eating these sweets, but Kitty didn't want anything else. Of course, sooner or later she had to find out the truth. Unlike cats, all this comes naturally to wolves. Kitty now understood why beastmen who can express love and affection are jokingly called wolves. But Kitty was glad that she learned about such an important thing now. Because revenge is her priority, and now she will avoid love. She thought about the opposite sex and remembered Clyd and Eden, but she breathed a sigh of relief, for she had no interest in them in that sense. And anyway, she would be careful, and before she left the estate she could not allow any love to interfere with her revenge. The next day, Kitty got ready with Lena as usual. Although Lena was already elderly, she was happy to spend more time with the lady. Kitty, on the contrary, did not want to burden her so much, so she said that as soon as everything was settled, she would definitely choose a personal servant. Kitty will now have to watch carefully and be careful with these maids. They were all well trained, so there should be no problems. Lena explained to them the lady's usual schedule, what she does and how. Kitty had a good plan for today. Since Sir Elliot was away, there would be no training. So she decided to have tea with Clyd and Ethan. Of course, she had her reasons for this. The teacher insisted that she not meet them alone. So she decided to get together just the three of them to make things okay. But that's not what Elliot had in mind. It's a good thing he's not here today, otherwise he would have gone crazy. After the morning's chores, tea was to be held in the greenhouse. Only Eden and Clyd both received an invitation from the lady, but did not know that they would not be together. And when they met in the greenhouse, they were dissatisfied. Kitty greeted them immediately upon seeing them, but the boys seemed to be focused only on themselves. There was a strange atmosphere between them that Kitty couldn't understand. She tried to lighten the mood and said, "What a lovely outfit." The boys couldn't figure out which one of them she was talking to. Kitty realized that she seemed to have made a mistake, but she did not cancel the tea party. Now, for some reason, each of the guys at the table looked very serious and extremely collected. They both seemed to think that today's tea party was some kind of formal event, and so they dressed like that. Kitty even felt embarrassed that she had not dressed as smartly to match the atmosphere. They both looked so hot, just like every girl's dream. As soon as Kitty said this, both boys became slightly embarrassed. The maid brought the teapot to pour fresh hot tea, but suddenly she broke it. Hot water and shards flew across the floor. Everyone's first concern was for Kitty, that she wouldn't get hurt. Luckily, she was fine. The maid who broke the kettle was Baniel. She obviously didn't do it on purpose and almost cried when it happened. The other maids explained to her how to serve tea so that this would not happen again. Baniel apologized profusely and said the problem was in the teapot handle. Kitty haughtily said that a maid had no right to make excuses, and her misdeed would not go unnoticed. Kitty ordered Baniel to be taken away immediately. Clyd, of course, took care of it because he was responsible for her. He put magical shackles on the maid. The other two maids began to quietly discuss this and laugh at how Baniel couldn't handle the kettle because it was too heavy for her. Kitty watched and listened carefully to see who was talking about what at that moment. Sometime later, the two maids had to clean the room. They lit scented candles and began to discuss what had happened. They laughed at Baniel and Kitty. Did the adopted daughter really think she was the real daughter of the Greedwolf family and throw her out and her mistakes along with her? In any case, it only played into the hands of these maids. They had rigged this plan with the oil on purpose. It worked perfectly. Only Jerry told them to put the oil on the stairs, but the maids couldn't do it because there were too many people in the manor. It was very risky. In general, the maids thought that Kitty would choose only one of them, but it would not be so bad if she kept both. While they were not shy about discussing it and laughing, Kitty, in her cat form, was hiding on the closet all this time and watching. It was as she thought. These two were indeed Jerrian's spies, and apparently Baniel wasn't with them because they didn't understand why Kitty had chosen this bunny in the first place. Before she could act, Kitty needed to be sure that Marie and Anne were indeed spies. That's why she chose Baniel along with them, because the likelihood of her being a spy was minimal. Being spies, they would probably try to get rid of the rabbit, as she would interfere with their plans. But Kitty didn't even think it would happen so quickly. It would take Jerrian weeks to start doing anything. But maybe because these spies are wolves, they act more aggressively than Geryon. Kitty was seething with anger and hatred. Jerrian bought her father and brother to gain the ability to be immune to the Blue Moon's power, but it wasn't enough. He also killed her mother and unborn siblings. Kitty knew, of course, that she couldn't hurt him with those clumps of fur, but she would definitely get revenge on Jerrian anyway. After this situation, Kitty quickly found Flora. She asked to put Marie and Anne in separate rooms. The further from each other, the better. And also not to give them ink and paper. Of course, they will have writing utensils. However, using them, the information about Kitty will be different from the truth. Marie and Anne will not even know about it. The servants who have been in this estate for a long time have already heard that these two are spies, and Flora was definitely going to deal with them. These two would be working for her, that is, without breaks. It will take a lot of work to get any information about the lady. Kitty gave complete freedom to these maids and then went to the training ground. One of the maids followed her and said that she would be serving the lady today. Kitty had no intention of showing leniency to Jerrian's spies. When she was younger, she was afraid of his minions, but now everything has changed. Kitty, I feel safe. She's stronger and she has a family. Kitty is a Gridwolf now, and she can show who's boss if someone tries to hurt her. Kitty was going to let these spies know that she wasn't just some weak cat. This maid, Maria, wanted to help herself, so she will be the first. Clyd, though from afar, was watching, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. It was the first time he'd seen Kitty like this. He didn't approach her for a while, but then he seemed to appear out of nowhere. But in fact, he really liked how powerful she had become. Kitty was going to make these spies regret their choices. It would be hard, but it was worth a try. Clyd said that the lady was so smart that it wouldn't be difficult for her to settle in the fox territory. When she comes of age, no one knows where she will go. So he offered her his territory. Kitty thought about it a lot. Mr. Jacqueline Harris told her to spend her whole life in wolf territory. Eden offered her to live on his estate, and now Clyd is offering his territory. However, Kitty doesn't even know what to choose, and she doesn't want to make a decision yet. However, Clyd was already glad that she did not refuse, which meant there was still a chance. He wished her to get rid of the spies as soon as possible. And this servant, Baniel, is now in perfect order. She spends her days combing the fur of foxes. Clyd keeps an eye on her. Kitty actually wondered if she got close to Baniel, maybe she could get a chance to pet her ears too. That would be really interesting. What do rabbit ears feel like? Soon it started to rain heavily, but Kitty was not bothered by any weather and continued her training. Of course, there were several guards and her maid. Marie didn't understand how long she had to rub these spiders, because she had to gather information for Jarian. But because of the rain, wool becomes so important that you don't want to do anything at all. And Marina liked the fact that there was so much work here. It's completely unexpected that Kitty has such a bad character. She kicked out that rabbit just for breaking one teapot. Jarian told the spies that Kitty was a timid and innocent kitten, so Marie was sure that the girl was withering away from depression. But it turned out that Kitty walked with her head held high, and, by chance, the confidence of the entire estate was delighted with her. Marie didn't understand what was so cool about her, and was just furious. Suddenly, Clyd approached her. He decided to get acquainted because he is the escort of the ladies who are almost always with Kitty. So now, he will often see her maids. Marie was not very happy that she would often meet with Clyd Foxtane, because he is the rightful successor of the Fox Chieftain, and his power has been restored. Now he is very strong. Again, Marie didn't understand what this cat had done to deserve such a strong escort. Clyd also talked about how hard it was to serve a lady, and very soon the maids would understand how demanding she was. He shook hands with this maid, but not just like that. Clyd began to talk about how Kitty's lack of magic compared to other wolves would traumatize her, and that she would have a hard time when she reached adulthood, which made her even more nervous. And when her temporary adoption ends, she will settle in the fox territory. Clyd must help her because he simply has no choice. Marie was rather flighty, got the information she needed for Jerry, and so tried to find out something else from Clyd. Luckily, no one heard anything because it was raining heavily, drowning out all sounds and conversations. Clyd talked about how the wolves here hated him, and he had been surviving here all this time, so to speak. And now he was thrown to be torn apart and had to serve the lady. It was training, the kids were finished, Clyd quickly got ready and went to her. And Marie stayed because she had to finish her work. Clyd came up and grabbed all sorts of things, which gave the spy false information that the children were too weak to use powers, and she did not suspect anything. Maria was so tired from work that she definitely didn't have the strength to think about anything. And Clyd also collected information about mana. Since all creatures have different mana, he can accurately determine who touched what objects. Marie finally finished the job Kitty had assigned her, and of course, to avoid being betrayed, she did it perfectly. Kitty praised the maid and her quick hands, and she said that next time, Maria would be able to handle a larger volume of work. In her mind, the maid was already cursing Kitty, because now she had to try everything to win her trust. Kitty told the maid to go back into the room and wash herself because cats don't like dirt. While this maid was gone, another was waiting in the mansion. Now would be a good time for Anne to introduce her to Clyd. He extended his hand to her as a sign of introduction with a charming smile. Anne looked as if she was very pleased to meet him. In general, she certainly liked him. In fact, there are many servants here who also look at Clyd. Kitty used to think that they were just shy, but after her lesson with Mrs. Harris, she began to understand everything. Clyd has excellent manners when necessary, and he is good-looking, handsome and tall. On top of that, he's very kind. That is why everyone blushes when they see him. Kitty had never thought about it before, but now she looked at him so intently that she even blushed. Clyd noticed this and simply laughed it off, but in reality, his heart couldn't stand such close looks from the lady. Kitty went to wash up after training, and the lesson was about to start soon. All this time, Lena was giving the maid a lot of information about how to take care of her mistress. Kitty looked at all this with mockery, but any maid who wants to be a personal servant will have to go through this. Kitty went to class. After many years of studying with Eden, she became familiar with everything about the Wolf Clan, and also learned enough about the Beastman world to be able to settle in any territory. Eden is a good teacher, if a little harsh. During this lesson, for some reason, she thought about him very much, and Eden noticed it. When he asked her what she was thinking about, she said outright that she was thinking about him, and the guy was a little surprised. He quickly changed the subject, continuing his training. Today, they were exploring the northern terrain. The northern lands are the territories of bears, and the entire surface of the earth is covered with snow or ice. Kitty thought that if she walked on the snow in cat form, there would be cute tracks left on the ground. The northern lights would be visible in the sky and large salmon would be plentiful. Kitty was eager to go north. Eden supported her ambition and ideas. Once the blue moon issues were resolved, they could travel north together. Kitty summed up what she had learned today, but it took some time. When she finished, she noticed that Eden had fallen asleep just like that, sitting up. He is tired after all the work he has done. He is not only engaged in teaching. Kitty glanced at him, and it was the perfect chance to take a good look at his face. He would soon be the head of the Vivi's family, and Kitty wouldn't be able to see him as often. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and asked how long she was going to stare like that. Kitty was surprised. She thought he was sleeping, so she felt a little awkward. Eden said he was tired, so he would read it in his room and quickly left. Kitty noticed that he appeared somehow strangely, but did not have time to ask. The maids came into the room and brought snacks. The teacher left, so Kitty suggested that they have a snack with Lena. The maids just saw Lord Eden leaving the room. His face was bright red, right up to his ears. They were worried that he might be feeling ill. Kitty thought that perhaps it was her own fault and that she had been careless. She asked Lena to tell the doctor to deliver the medicine to Eden. While Kitty was busy with her own affairs, the maids did a lot of work and collected false information. There are a few days left until Kitty's birthday. Right now, Spy Ann is helping to comb her hair. Kitty ordered her to comb each strand of hair separately. She knew it was tedious and pointless, but she couldn't let a spy get an easy job. In a few days, the older brothers will come to the birthday party. They will have a 3-week vacation, as they got excellent marks. Unfortunately, they won't be able to come in time to see Kitty's fashion show, but they will be able to spend a lot of time together afterwards. Kitty missed her brothers very much. She would like to make snow wolves with them again this winter and is looking forward to it. Mr. and Madame Wylara have come to visit her now. This couple has come so that Kitty can choose suitable outfits for the next holidays. Kitty had not seen Madame for a long time and had grown a lot since they last met. Madame was looking forward to Kitty finally becoming an adult and being able to visit her clothing stores. Elliot reminded them that they had to start the fashion show for Kitty's birthday. Everyone tried to keep their cool so as not to choke when they saw Kitty's first outfit. So this was a cute, lightweight outfit with soft boots. Very comfortable. Kitty asked what it looked like, but the question was unnecessary. Harris and Jackal just knew that money was meant to be spent on things like this. Harris decided to buy this dress and boots in several more mixes, only in different colors. Madame suggested adding fur embellishments, and Jackal thought about participating in this. She would look so cute in wolf fur. It feels like she was a child just a few days ago, and now she's so grown up. Her clothes change quickly because Kitty grows quickly. They thought about how quickly their children were growing, although in reality, they really wanted the twins to grow up faster. Because Theo and Dion had gone through a tough puberty period, and their parents had a hard time remembering it. Theo began wearing cloaks and an eye patch, claiming that he would become the best black magician on the entire continent. His parents, of course, supported him, but asked him not to wear this eye patch. And Dion wanted to dedicate his whole life to music and become a dove that transmits a love melody. Unfortunately, a wolf can't become a dove, okay? It seems that Kitty managed to skip puberty. Everything is much easier with her. She is so cute. And now she has already tried on a new pink dress in which she looked very beautiful. She will soon become an adult. There are 2 years left until she reaches adulthood, and her parents are thinking about changing the age of adulthood to 20. It would be much better. Their Kitty is so sweet. Harris thought back to the little girl who came to visit them one day. She was so adorable. And even though they couldn't help her, they still took her into the family. If that third child had survived, she could have become a good friend to Kitty. Jackal reminded his wife that they still had a lot of time. They were still young, and everything was still ahead. I wish time would go slower so they could look at Kitty longer, seeing how happy or sad she was. How she will fall in love. Stop. Better not do that. Suddenly, Eden came to say something to Jackal and Harris. He simply announced that his father had returned the day before Kitty's birthday, and so Eden would be going to the mansion for a short while to be with him. Kitty heard familiar voices. She was just trying on a white dress. It peeked out, and she greeted Eden. This white dress was very beautiful and even looked like a wedding dress, so Eden blushed noticeably. The parents noticed it right away. Of course, their Kitty is very cute and beautiful, but it seems that Eden's reaction is different. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't even stay near Kitty for long. He quickly said goodbye to her and left. They would meet in a few days anyway. Harris told her husband how the father of Eden, their family's mighty servant, was able to find himself such a beautiful wife. Then they started thinking about Eden and Kitty as a couple. But they didn't really like this idea, so they immediately rejected this option. Soon, Clyd entered the room to report that the twins had returned a little early. Kitty, as soon as she heard this, was very happy about the return of her brothers. Clyd saw her in such a beautiful outfit, and his heart began to beat faster. He blushed noticeably. The parents didn't expect that this guy was also in love with Kitty, only he behaved differently, not like Eden. At first, he simply complimented her on how well the dress suited her. It seemed that was enough. But then he extended his hand and started talking some sweet words. The parents immediately remembered that it was actually a fox, and he was trying to use his tricks. They couldn't let that happen. So of course, they approached Kitty to quietly take her away from Clyd. And anyway, they needed to go greet Theo and Dion. Clit, of course, noticed that something was wrong. But then the couple let him know with their looks that it was time to leave. Theo is a tall, neat, nice guy. And Dion is almost the same, only more cheerful. They were already waiting at the entrance. Kitty hadn't seen her brothers for so long and they missed her too. Kitty, as usual, turned into a cat and ran towards them. Theo twirled her first, and then Dion hugged her tightly. Over time, she became even cuter and fluffier. Kitty kissed her brothers because they were back, and they literally melted into a puddle of happiness. Each of them grew up, and Kitty decided to brag about how hard she worked to become independent at any time. Her parents and brothers were surprised to hear this. Kitty said she was in a hurry to make it before she came of age. The brothers immediately burst into tears. Apparently, she had spoken too soon about independence. Why did everyone always try to dissuade her? She did not understand it. Kitty decided that she would tell them about her plans in more detail so that they would understand and not worry anymore. Meanwhile, the cat arranged a whole meeting. She asked everyone to come at a certain time, because she wants to make a surprise, which she hid for a very long time. She opened the box, took out 2 scarves and said that she knitted them especially for them, and also put all her love into them and would be happy if they were useful. It was so unexpected and pleasant that they have no words. The scarves are very good, but the emotions are overwhelming. I want to say a lot of words, but I can't. The guy is very happy with this gift because it is exactly what he needed, and he himself would be too lazy to waste time looking for it in the store. The cat asks how they like the presents because it is very important for her to hear at least some words, so that all the efforts were not in vain. She was very worried about the size, but so far they haven't said anything like that. They're happily trying on the gift and don't even know what to say. One guy said that he thought the scarf looked very thin and might not be warm enough. And the second one said that, on the contrary, but they are not heavy. And he is completely satisfied with everything, and it is also very easy to breathe in them, unlike those that they had before. The cat replied that there was no need to worry about that at all, because she had foreseen everything, and they were not quite what they might seem at first glance. The scarves are made of very fluffy fur, so they feel very nice to the touch. And if you touch them in animal images, it will seem as if they are touching the clouds. Therefore, these scarves are universal. They can be used as an anti-stress, and of course, to keep warm. Kitty thought that since they were so happy, now was the time to share her plans with them, because later there might not be a suitable time. She just needs to find the right words to convey that she wants revenge on Jarian, and that's not all. After all this, she would like to open her own yarn shop to combine her hobby with income. Meanwhile, she says that as soon as she becomes independent, she will immediately start selling yarn, sitting in a huge box. She knows how much they are worried about her because of this departure, but she is diligently preparing for this moment, calculates all the steps in advance, and does not treat it as frivolously as it may seem to them now. She really needs such a new stage in her life. What is inside that tells her that everything will work out? The main thing is to be able to look your fear in the eye. It is clear that the woman is not very happy with such news. She cannot imagine how one can provide for oneself by selling only scarves, without even having a business plan. And the man added that Kitty was still too far from coming of age, so she could take her time with it. Supposedly nothing would happen if she moved later than she wanted. During this time she could prepare, and then feel much more confident. The cat wondered if she were to bring up such talk before her adoption was finalized, it would look like she was trying to stay on their estate longer. And she also really doesn't want to put pressure on Mrs. Karras, who is still grieving the loss of her daughter. Mrs. Karras, like Kitty, it was painful for her to say goodbye to her loved one, so she understands her very well. Kitty is sure that she always misses her youngest daughter, just like a cat misses her relatives, who will never be returned. The woman added that she thought that after gaining independence, Kitty would settle somewhere in wolf territory. To which the cat replied that if she was planning to go into business, she didn't think she could stay in one place for long. Now they have a question about where she is going to live next. They have already become so close that these people care what will happen to her next. And if necessary, they will probably even try to help. Kitty said that Mr. Eden offered her to live in the Vivis estate. The reaction of these two speaks for itself. The cat also said that the Clyde said something about helping her settle in the fox's territory. But after that, no one could hold back. They started explaining to her that it was a terrible idea. That territory was too far away. And in general, it was not the best place to live. And in general, for her next birthday, they were planning to give her a mansion in wolf territory. They all gathered around her, surrounded her, as if they wanted to support her and ask her to listen to their opinion. The woman asked not to be offended. They just want what's best for her and think that she doesn't yet fully understand how to act correctly. She would really like Kitty not to think so seriously about her future, especially since for now she has all of them, and she won't be left without their help. When the time comes, they can get together and come up with something. She hopes that the cat will listen to them, but at the same time, she understands that she has the right to do whatever she wants, as soon as she wants. Then Kitty wanted to talk to them some more, to discuss something, but Madame Karras's hands were so soft, they seemed to enchant her. I suddenly felt like sleeping. I had no strength for anything, and I didn't want to upset them with my plans anymore. The brothers were surprised that their mother had rocked the kitty so quickly, to which she replied that when they were babies, she used to rock both of them at the same time. After that, they started discussing how they would really like to keep the cat as long as possible, but he sees how much she wants freedom, so much so that she even came up with a business for herself. Then their father said that he had recently spoken with Eden. Kitty told him that as soon as he became an adult, the first thing he would do would be to take revenge on Jarian. But there were still a couple of years left until that moment, so they could sort it out later. Now they have something settled. Not as he understands that there is someone showing interest in their cat. So they came to a common decision that they needed to hurry up and deal with the Clid, and at that moment the brothers looked at each other as if they were already impatient to get started. They started talking about this very quietly so that the father wouldn't hear anything, although he already understands everything. And in the meantime, the next day came, and already in the morning something happened that the boys had agreed on yesterday. When they met her sister in the yard, she asked them where the Clyde was, although they replied that they had no idea where it could be found. But in fact, they locked him in one room, from which he will not be able to leave until they let him out. Then she noticed that since the time they had seen each other, they seemed to have grown up, although not so much time had passed. They started to say that this is true because they recently started training, and this is the result that they themselves really like. And the girl also noticed that their manner of speech had changed. It became similar to Sir Elliot's manner, but it would have been better if she hadn't said that. They didn't expect to hear that from her. They tried not to show it, they just answered. So that, in general, nothing of the sort, and they are not going to become the same wolves as their father. The sister laughed and said that they even admire Mr. Jackal, just like Sir Elliot. One of the guys replied that he thought that the one who looked the most like Elliot was Clyde, and they also believed that they would be able to bring him to his senses when he moved to the dorm. And then their sister was very surprised because she was hearing about it for the first time, so she asked if Eden was really going to leave for training. They immediately realized that they had said too much, and never in their lives had they wanted to turn back time so much to correct this mistake. They were supposed to keep this information a secret, but they let it slip so easily that it was very offensive. The guys started to think about what to do now, started to act as if nothing had happened. And their eyes started to dart around because it was too awkward to look at her after that. The girl had known for a long time that Mr. Eden was often in a bad mood, but she thought that he couldn't help but tell her that he was going to leave somewhere. And she also felt offended. Did he really consider her a stranger after 10 years of friendship? Some time passed. Her assistant ran up to her and apologized for being late. She just miscalculated the timing a little, and she was very ashamed of it. The assistant always tried to be perfect in everything. And now, when she was late just a couple of minutes, she's afraid that she has greatly disappointed the lady. She replied that everything was fine, because Mari already understood that she could make up for being late at any moment. For example, today is a great day for cleaning shoes. There are enough of them. Even though the assistant is a little busy, she still pretended as if she would be happy to do this job right now. She said that everything would be done soon, after which they said goodbye and wished each other a good day. Marie started to clean her shoes, but she thought that he had too much time. And if it weren't for this delay, there wouldn't have been any problems. The stains are so ingrained that she knows it will take at least half an hour, maybe much longer. She is very angry with herself that she never has enough time to get information. Today was her chance, but everything turned out as luck would have it. She still has obligations to Jarian, and she can't just give up halfway, and if she slacks off, she'll end up behind the door, just like that rabbit. All she can do is wish herself patience and good luck, because once all this is over, she will be able to have fun and do nothing for the rest of her days with the money that Jarian promised her. Meanwhile, the children have already gathered in one room. Kitty, as usual, cannot sit still. She has some kind of crazy surge of energy. She jumps everywhere, accelerates, as if she is trying to jump as fast as possible. It seems that she can still fly, and at such a speed that they can't keep up with her. It was a lot of fun to watch. It was a whole show, so the brothers happily sat down comfortably and started watching her. They still admire how cool she is because she uses techniques that are difficult for even adult wolves to use. And in the meantime, they didn't notice how they got into a conversation with the assistant, who said that when he talked to the lady. Lady Grey said that Lady sleeps badly because of her anger at Jarian, but it is impossible to notice it in her. Outwardly, the girl smiles like a ray of sunshine, but inside she is constantly tormented by terrible anger and fury. In fact, he didn't expect anything else from his favorite student. At that moment, the brothers reminded him that they were once his favorite students too. And in the meantime, Kitty has already returned to human form. She's full of energy. Just at that moment, the Cleed, whom she had not seen for a long time, came in. He came in and said he had good news, and he was all smiles, as if something really good had happened that everyone could be happy about. These two reacted normally to him at first, but then they remembered that it turned out that he had escaped from their trap and felt very awkward. It turns out that he was smarter, he was able to get out, and now they will have to either apologize, or if he doesn't tell them anything, come up with something better if next time they want to lock him up somewhere again. They thought he would remain silent, but the Clid was slightly indignant that he served them so devotedly, and they were always putting spokes in his wheels. He somehow managed to intercept the correspondence between Marie and In, so now they can see what they talked about. He really wants to be praised, but so far the guy hasn't heard anything like that and is starting to get upset. He felt like no one was interested, but everyone still started opening the letters and looking at what was inside. The brothers are probably just ashamed of their behavior, so they are silent. And Kitty first wants to see if these letters will be useful, and only then will she say something. Clyde says that as soon as he took these envelopes in his hands, he felt magic from them. Maybe it seemed to him. But it is worth checking. Kitty knew it. It looks like they were trying to pass on information to Jerian that they recently learned from her. And she also thought that if she hadn't figured out that they were both spies and hadn't intervened, she could have gotten into trouble. It is outrageous to her that they wrote down everything down to the smallest detail, even where she planned to live after coming of age. Ian wrote that she would stay in the Gridwolf estate or move to the Wyvis estate, and Marie wrote that she would settle in the Fox territory. After that, she had only one question. Where did Clyde find these letters? To which he answered that they were in the mailbox that is used to send letters, and the envelopes that they used were enchanted, so he immediately figured them out. Kitty. All this seems very strange, and supposedly wrote to her father, and Marin to her brother. But in fact, the letters will be addressed to another place. It would be nice if the client could read the recipient's address. He immediately agreed because it's easy as pie for him. And as for Elliot, she needs him to make inquiries about the recipient, because she herself will be doing something else. She thinks to send these letters to Jiren, as was planned earlier, and in the meantime, the guy agreed to help. Birthday. Kat goes to a store that is in wolf territory, send a leaf to grab her, but don't overdo it. She'll need more escorts for this outing, but she'll let them know what to do next. But for now, we need to put these letters back in place and make it as if they didn't even touch them and didn't read what was written there. Clyde even suggested making copies just in case, and Kitty had heard that foxes are pretty good at forging handwriting. In fact, he was not very pleased to hear this. He even said that it was a stereotype to think that foxes can forge or cheat. However, for her sake, he is ready to do it. And he said it with such a smile that the brothers clearly did not like it. They looked at her with such a look as if they were jealous of her. Although probably they just have a bad attitude towards Clyde, and very soon they will clearly try to lock him up for a longer time. They are so polite that they don't even notice how those two are looking at them, and that a little more, and they will feel sick from it. Meanwhile, a few days passed. A beautiful morning came. The weather outside was very pleasant, sunny, not too hot and not too cold, as everyone likes. The girl tries not to forget that Mr. Eden and his father are supposed to arrive this evening and they still need to be met. As usual, her assistant came to her and offered to do her mistress's hair. Because she had nothing to do, the maid started complimenting the lady that she had very beautiful hair and that she also had such an appearance that she didn't have to try and look great in any outfit. The girl suddenly said that she noticed that N was different from Mari, but it is not yet clear what she wants to say by this. Probably the fact that N cares about her much more. She is more attentive and offers her help even when she is not asked for it. In fact, the girl prefers Marie, as soon as she openly expresses her dislike for her, which does not have to be guessed, unlike N, who sometimes seems to forget that she is a spy. Even the letter contained a lot of nasty words towards her. So the girl is most afraid of those who are hypocritical. They will speak beautiful words to a person, but in reality they hate behind his back, because they arbitrarily chose Jerian and decided to come to the territory of Gridwolf. This means that the end will come for both of them very soon, and they will answer for all the nasty things they wrote in the letter and for everything else. And in the meantime, guests came to her. The man can't remember the kitty's name. He said her name incorrectly several times, and it seems to him that there is nothing wrong with it. His son became bored with his father because before going to visit someone, he should at least ask what their name was. The man first asked what the girl wanted for her birthday, and then suddenly began to hint that she could be a good bride for his son. Her brother got very angry. He wasn't going to tolerate it, so he came closer and made it clear that such words would not be spoken in this house anymore. His younger sister is still very afraid of wolves, so she asks him not to dare to match her with his son. And he began to justify himself by saying that he was just joking, and asked her not to look at him with such a look. Meanwhile, the guys approached Eden, pretended that they were very happy to see him and suggested that they step aside to discuss something, and also hinted that he had better be honest and answer all the questions they would ask him. Eden agreed without any problems. He doesn't even suspect why they invited him here, and so far nothing scares him. As soon as they entered the room and were alone, the two immediately changed their mood, and only now the guy realized that something was starting. They started to put a lot of pressure on him, ordered him to tell the truth and nothing but the truth and answer the most important question, whether he has any feelings for Kitty, because as they see, they have become too close lately and no one likes it. He started saying that he didn't understand what they were worried about. He was going to leave this place soon anyway. They reminded him that, however, Eden had not been idle and they had heard that he had taken knights to the Vivi's estate who had confessed their love to the lady. For now, his answer suits them, but that doesn't mean they'll stop following him from now on. They are sure that Kitty will not be happy with Eden, so they warn that if the guy hurts her, and if the girl cries because of him, they will not let it go. And they also asked him to stop being so handsome in front of her, no matter how it sounds. And Eden sees it as if they've gone crazy and don't understand what they're saying. And in the meantime, the next day has come. Today the weather is also very good, and this day is also special. 17 years ago, Kitty was born into this world. Today is her birthday, but something tells her that today she will face trouble. She can't explain it, she just feels it, and that's all. The girl is in no hurry today. She calmly got out of bed and began to remember how she celebrated this day last year. She felt a little sad, because she had never imagined that at this age, everything would be different. although there was no point in worrying about it yet. After all, she still had her whole life ahead of her. As usual, she approached the portrait of her relatives, addressed them, and asked them not to worry about her and to be happy there in heaven. Today, Kitty is going to go to the market square and meet the foxes that Jarian sent because of Marie and N's report. They have already done their job, so it will be necessary to quickly decide what to do with them now. She didn't even have time to get ready when someone knocked on the door. Probably someone wanted to congratulate her and say a few nice words. The brothers were in a hurry to get there first, and judging by the fact that one of them is holding his hands behind the door, he has it in his hands in honor of her birthday. They really wanted to give it to her before heading out to town. And they also apologized for not having time to decorate the box. They simply didn't have time for that, because the main thing is what's inside, and of course, attention. At first, Kitty thought that they wanted to make fun of her. There must be some kind of scary insect there, but then she began to hope that they had a conscience and they wouldn't scare her in the morning on such a day, although they could. They really want her to always wear it with her from this day on, because it will mean that she liked the gift. She thought it was some clothes, shoes, or jewelry, something that is usually given to girls, but they gave her something that she did not expect from them. This is a real dagger, similar to the dagger of Theo. Dialogue, or even Dion's dagger, compromise. They ask her how she likes the gift, and of course she says she's very happy, and after that they ask to let her present it. This dagger is called Conviction. It is special, made by a true master of his craft, and it is better than other similar ones. Since they have to fight foxes today, they decided to prepare a gift for her that will definitely come in handy. Of course, they will do everything to ensure that a situation does not arise in which she will have to use it. But still, it is a very useful thing, and they wanted to give exactly this and not some trinket. A couple of hours later, they had already arrived at the market square. She thought that it would happen much earlier, but as it turned out, Kitty asked N to stay in the carriage and Marie to go with her, just in case she would need to carry a lot of packages. She also really likes the atmosphere here. Everyone walks calmly around the market, choosing their products. No one is shouting. There is not a single angry person here. Everyone is busy with their own business and does not spoil anyone's mood. I would really like it to always be like this, but today, everything will be different. And all because it's already evening. A blue moon is coming that will change everything. Only a few know about it, and if they do, they have no idea what it means. At some point, all this beautiful bright atmosphere disappeared in an instant. Kitty heard the sound of swords, looked to the side, and saw that everyone started to run away in all directions. Some people appeared on the market. They destroy everything in their path. They spare no one, not even small children. She was already ready to use her gift. She was not going to run away anywhere, but at the very last moment, someone tapped her on the shoulder. It was Eden. He asked her to run after him as if he knew a place where she could be safe. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get there. Some villain attacked them, and he had to defend himself and her. The guy dealt with these people mercilessly, although it's hard to even call them people. They are real wild animals. The brothers also do not stand aside. They cope very cleverly and try to attack them first. They are very good at it. In the end, not even 15 minutes had passed. All these people were already tied up and sitting in one pile, and no one even had time to escape. They are madly angry and blame themselves, because the only thing they have achieved is to disgrace themselves once and for all. They started asking Kitty if everything was okay with her. They were very worried about her, and fortunately, no one hurt her, and she is very happy that they dealt with them so quickly. And in the meantime, one brother asked everyone to move away, because the children were starting a cleansing, and for this, she needed to turn into the form of a cat. Everyone is very interested to see how it happens, because some have only heard about it, but never seen it. Not only children, but also adults watch with such interest, and this is not surprising. Most have not read such things even in fairy tales, but in life it is very interesting to watch such things. She had to concentrate very well, because otherwise nothing would work. Kitty imagined that there was no one around and turned into a cat on the first try. It was a very beautiful sight, and everything happened so unnoticed that people didn't even have time to see anything. Everyone started asking what was going on, why she was doing this, because the word cleansing didn't mean anything to anyone. They didn't understand how it was connected and what she was going to clean here, and in this form too. The cat very slowly approached one of these guys, started to walk around him. It is obvious that he does not like it, especially since he understands why she does it. A couple of seconds passed. The man calmed down. He felt much better. It was as if she was healing him, and it really looked like some kind of cleansing. Only it was unclear from what exactly. Then he turned into a fox. And after that, everyone realized that she had just freed him from the curse. It was very interesting to watch. No one wants to leave because you never know. Maybe something else interesting will happen. Everyone around seemed to have been at some kind of performance. They were very happy that they were at the market today and at this time, because they would hardly have ever seen anything like it. After she cleared one fox, she had to move on to the next one. But it wasn't as easy as it seemed, but she promised to try. And in the meantime, one of the spies thought that if a crowd of maddened creatures attacked, the kitty would not be able to cope with them, and they would simply crush her. Therefore, as soon as they conveyed the information to Jarian, the cat will come to an end. And they have been waiting for this for a long time and think that if they try, everything will work out and they will finally get rid of it. The cleaning took a very long time. Kitty hasn't worked so hard for a long time, so she's tired and it's very hard for her to walk on her own 2 feet. The brothers had to carry her in their arms. It's lucky that in her cat form she's not heavy because otherwise this could have been a problem. They told her that they had already returned to the estate because she did not even look at the road. She was resting with her eyes closed. The brothers, while they were walking, were watching these spies very carefully, who thought that no one had exposed them yet. He even feels a little uncomfortable looking in their direction. Their actions are so vile that he wants to punish each one of them right now according to their deserts. But it's not time for that yet. The next day came. The girl tried not to come up with any tasks for herself today after all. She needed to recover and not do anything energy-consuming. Kitty loves knitting, so she combined business with pleasure. She just has inspiration, so she started sewing scarves for the future to sell them as she wanted. She also remembered yesterday's party on the occasion of her birthday. It was a lot of fun. She didn't even think that so many people would come to congratulate her. Mr. Hogwood brought a huge salmon fillet because he knows how much she likes it, but that's not all. Mr. Eden also gave her a beautiful set of writing instruments so that she could study, and his gift inspired her. Mr. Jackal and Mrs. Karras gave her a cute cape with a wolf print and a suitcase that will come in handy when moving. The girl wasn't expecting anyone, but a Clid knocked on her door, warned that he had come alone, and she allowed him to enter. After that, he said that yesterday's party was awesome, although it seemed to her that everything was somehow strange and time passed very quickly. Everything he said before was a distraction. Before the main surprise, the guy found out that while they were all having fun at the party, the spies were diligently writing letters behind their backs, and of course, he has copies. He suggested looking at the first letter because there was nothing else to do anyway, and it was much more interesting to read together. The letter says the following: "As you thought, the cat has the ability to cleanse the madness of the blue moon. The process is cumbersome and takes a lot of energy, so it will be difficult to use the skill in practice." Clid smiles because they did a great job of fooling them. Everything worked out exactly as they planned. After that, he decided to leave, but she asked him to stay for a couple of minutes. Apparently, she wanted to ask something. It turns out she wanted to say a few nice words to him and thank him for everything he does for her. She also has a small gift for him because he deserves it. It is clear that Clid did not expect this from her. He does not even have words to answer, and his reaction is also pleasant for her, because she feels that he is awkward and incredibly pleased. He even feels a bit awkward accepting a gift from her because yesterday was her birthday, and most likely she was thinking about a gift for him on this holiday, so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She said that she was sure that those captured by the leopards would also be very grateful to him. He replied that, in fact, they were captured because of him. So he doesn't deserve any such words, and especially gifts. Especially from her. She doesn't want to hear anything like that anyway. The girl just sees that he is working hard to free them, and everything else doesn't matter to her. He still can't describe to her what's going on inside him. Guilt, helplessness, pressure. He tries to fight these feelings, but it doesn't work. Every time a guy sees his brothers in a crazy guise, he thinks, is he the reason why they became like that? What if madness overtook them because he used them as a shield and ran away, which is quite possible. Wedge does not forget that he is the future leader of the Foxes and believes that he is not in a position to be consoled by Kitty's words. In the end, she just asked him not to continue and just open his gift, and she is also afraid that she will not like it. He opens this box, sees something incomprehensible in it. He didn't even immediately understand what it was and had to ask for a hint. He thought it might be a radish or a carrot because he had no other options. And as it turns out, it's his tail, no matter how strange it sounds. Clid doesn't even know what to say about it, and he also has no idea what the essence of this gift is and how to use it. He will sort this out a little later, but now he decided to praise her and show that he is very pleased that she is so caring and attentive. The guy asked when she managed to do all this. She replied that he helps her with the spies, so she wanted to do something special for everyone. He repeated again that he didn't think he had done anything special, but she remained of the opinion that without his help, she would not have managed anything, and it was also very difficult for her to tie it. Her hands were so tired that she now almost doesn't feel them, although this never happened before. Clid couldn't hold back for the first time. He hugged her in a special way and also said that he would never forget her words in this gift. She felt something special this time. It was as if he touched her differently, and her cheeks even turned red. She thinks that she probably misunderstood everything, but it is possible that it was on purpose and he wanted to hint at something. It's not just that she feels strange as if they almost kissed and it wasn't a normal hug, like yesterday morning. Meanwhile, her lesson began. The teacher at the end decided to tell her about another relic, about the mirror. Kitty remembers well that the goddess's mirror is in the bear's territory, but he says that the exact location of the artifact is unknown, and only the Fowley family knows where it really is. But after the appearance of the blue moon, they cut off all contact with the outside world. The mirror causes madness, like the blue moon. So because of this, information about it was blocked. The mirror is a very important religion. If doubts about the power of the mirror increase, the Foley family will lose control over it. Kitty thought that it all sounded like some kind of cult. It was unclear why it was necessary to fence themselves off from the world in order to control the relic. After that, she said that she was still wondering if there was any more information that he could tell her. But unfortunately, there was nothing more like that. And also, he basically has nothing more to teach her. And this lesson was the last one, although he hadn't warned her about it before. The guy quickly got ready, as if he was in a hurry, didn't really explain anything, and she was sitting in her place as if she felt guilty of something, although it was unlikely that he could have disliked her so much or offended her in some way. Finally, he also said that from that day on, seeing her would be problematic, although she could visit him without any problems and still cannot comprehend that the systematic 10-year studies to which she had already become very accustomed could end so easily. He answered in a very cold voice that he would always be busy. It sounded very unpleasant. She even got into a bad mood, and she was also offended at him because it was possible to say goodbye in some other way. Kitty, how can they not see each other every day now? It's been like that for many years. And he talks about it so easily as if it means nothing to him. The girl tried to understand what could have caused his decision, but he couldn't do anything. He was too mysterious. And in the meantime, evening came. She did not want to spend this time alone, so she came to the office. To be petted, to not feel lonely, and in general, I don't really want to rest because this day wasn't hard at all. She still thinks about this situation, hides her health under the cat's body because if she remained in the human body, everything would be visible. Mr. Jackal somehow sensed that something had happened to her, so he asked her why she was so silent. Although usually at this time, she runs around the room and cannot find a place for herself. Kitty is very worried about the fact that Eden is hiding something from her, and she wants to find out what it is by any means necessary. She told him about it right away, but he reacted strangely, as if he knew something and didn't want to admit it either. The man turned away, not even looking in her direction. Now everything became clear to her. They were both hiding something from her, and if he didn't say anything, she wouldn't fall asleep from curiosity. Kitty even pressed his hand lightly with her paw, so that he would become kinder and admit that she shouldn't know such things. She's already starting to dislike the fact that everyone around her knows what it is that she doesn't know. A little more, and Kitty will be seriously offended. It turns out that they had a conversation a few days ago. Eden has been trying to hide his departure for a long time, because he knows how upset the girl will be if she finds out that besides his brothers, he will also be leaving. And if the guy sees how sad she is, then he will not have the courage to leave this estate. Accordingly, he asked not to tell anyone anything, especially her. At this moment, Jackal thinks that as Iden promised, he finished his classes with Kitty despite his busy schedule. So he thinks that he should also keep his promise. I wonder how he looks in this situation. He will obviously have to come up with something so that she calms down and doesn't ask these questions anymore. He eventually told her that they had been informed that leopards were trying to attack the training center during Eden's succession, and he thinks they should try to use the blue moon to set the wolves on each other. If this happens, it is impossible to predict the scale of the tragedy, to which Kitty asked if there was any way she could help prevent it. If the wolves are driven mad, the leopards will get what they want without leaving their territory. She even had thoughts that perhaps they were going to kidnap her. And besides that, there are still so many different options for the development of events that it's hard to even think about it. The man strokes her head and says that the worst-case scenario would be if they had to rely on her. So now it is better and even necessary for her to take care of herself. He spoke to her in such a way that Kitty didn't seem to suspect anything, and she finally started smiling, which made him very happy. Meanwhile, the next day came. As usual, the weather outside was beautiful. It was impossible to stay in the house. The girl is already getting ready to go to the training ground, and her assistants suggest putting on a cape because it is much cooler there than here. Kitty accepted their care with pleasure, took her cape with her, and sincerely thanked them for their concern. Meanwhile, her brother calls her and says that it's time for them to move on, so there is no time for talking and long goodbyes. In fact, the girl is looking forward to it. She really loves such trips, and she really likes that they happen much less often than she would like. She is crazy about this nature, about the views. If she had her way, she would come here for the night, but it is not safe at all. She has long dreamed of staying somewhere with a tent, but for now it is only a dream and it is unlikely to become possible soon. The driver tries to speed up as much as possible so that the journey takes as little time as possible and no one gets tired. The brothers decided to tell her something interesting on the way, instead of pointing to the famous mountain, which is the highest in the wolf territory. And there is also amazing nature here, which she probably already noticed. They haven't told me yet that salmon the size of anchovies are being introduced into the fox territory, and that near the Wavis estate, the salmon are also small. The girl herself knows some things, for example, that in the wolf territory there are many plains where one can do agriculture. But in the cat territory there were no such places, so there is always not enough food there. She imagines how hard it must be to cultivate such a large area every season. The brothers once again said that because of this, a lot of land remains unused because there are simply no workers to look after it all. After that, she also asked them what about the rabbits that escaped from the leopards into the territory of the wolves. The brother answered that he gave them a plot of land so that they could grow carrots there. But the costs were much greater than the harvest received. Unfortunately, it was not profitable. And in the meantime, they ask her what she thinks the training ground will be like, to which she replied that she just wants to see it as soon as possible, because she knows that the central training ground is a place with a rich history. That's where the goddess's bow is. She's a little nervous about the leopard attack, and she also thinks he might be waiting for them there. It is also possible that they might see Mr. Eden there. If that happens, she won't even be surprised. Meanwhile, some woman is begging for a chance to talk to Mr. Jerian, and no one is even listening to her. She wants to tell them that her daughter is dying, and she thought that she could ask them for some food, otherwise they all even live until the end of this week. Instead of entering into the situation, the man smiled and replied that she should already know that due to the limited... But it is impossible to tell from his face that he has any problems with this at all, and that he is not eating enough. The woman explains that the weather is getting colder. Her daughter's illness is getting worse and she cannot work because of this. And the girl is very small and she is very scared for her. They suggest that she give her portion to the child, and also say that if she has a husband, then he can also share his food. She tells them that she herself doesn't have enough food because of her pregnancy, and after these words, they seem to go crazy. After the man who ate food for several people appeared, the woman still didn't understand what he was hinting at, because she had heard that food spoils and rots in the warehouse and didn't think that they would be sorry for some portion. In the end, the master ordered this person to be taken away because she simply seemed useless to him. He could have solved her problem, but he thought that she was not worthy of it, and that was the end of it. Meanwhile, half an hour later, some girl came to him, but she didn't knock, and so the gentleman asked in an irritated voice if she had forgotten anything by any chance before greeting him. She apparently knows that nothing will happen to her for this. Moreover, she even boldly approached him and quietly told him one piece of news that the cat had recently been attacked by foxes. But she thinks that apparently he sent them and thought that she wouldn't find out about it. After that, she saw how nervous he got. His eyes actually started to dart around, and he honestly thought she wouldn't be that smart, so he replied that he was just trying for Mr. Delta's sake. In fact, he was going to share this information at the next meeting, but apparently he didn't have time. She immediately snatched some document from him, and from the outside it looks like the girl has some influence on him and does not look like his usual assistant. After that, she said that their kitty was a cutie, and how awful he was for daring to throw out such a charming child. And then she said that that's the only reason he works with them. Only now she needs to find out how true the information is. The man asks how she could even think that he would dare to deceive Delta with false information. She doesn't mind believing him, but asks him to give her that blue moon from which he has been working all this time. In the meantime, she suggested that he continue to remain loyal to their common king and not engage in stupidity. He looked at her very strangely, as if he wanted to say something. But for some reason he couldn't, because she was more important in some way. He only thought at the end that very soon they would all dance for him, and he would show whom they would all listen to later. Meanwhile, their company had already arranged a small picnic. They wanted to rest after the road. They had fried fish in their basket. The girl was delighted with it. If there had been another portion, she would have eaten it too. And she can't stop admiring this Gridwolf estate. It's some kind of incredible place. It will be hard to leave. The brothers promised that next year, once they finish their studies, they will have fun here more often. Because the territory of the wolves is huge, you can explore it for the rest of your life. And after the adoption period ends, they asked her to promise that she will come to them more often. To which she replied that when she becomes free, the first thing she will do is open her own business and devote all her time to this. Because this is her dream. Everyone understands that when they grow up, they will become busier. But still, 2 meetings a week will be enough. The main thing is not to lose this connection and want to see each other. After these words, it becomes clear that wolves really value family relationships. It is very nice to hear that even after she is able to leave them, they would like to continue communicating. They are so comfortable that you want to sit on this blanket until the night and not think about any problems. Meanwhile, they finally reach the central training center, although they thought it would not be so fast. They were met by a forward. He is the commander of the training center and will accompany them until they leave here. Judging by the look of the brothers, they don't feel very comfortable around him, and the girl doesn't understand why that is. Only later did they tell her how ruthless this man was. Once, even when he was seriously wounded, he looked at his enemies without flinching. And there are rumors among the students that if anyone sees the commander showing emotions even once, he will lose his head. Kitty understands that he is a human being anyway, and needs to be greeted, so she does so and introduces herself by name. He looked at her strangely, as if she were his enemy. Although this was not the case at all, and after that, he said his name. After that, she looked at him with the same look as her brothers. Now she understands perfectly why they behave this way. And he also asked her if she was the one that Mr. Jackal and Mrs. Karras were talking about. Since he wasn't wearing gloves, she decided to take hers off in case he perceived it as disrespect if she didn't. They Do It Only immediately excluded such a possibility, did it very quickly, and said that she was pleased to meet such a respected person. Meanwhile, the girl thought that it would be better if she didn't know all this information about him, because without it, it was much easier with him. But now she is afraid to say or look at him somehow. Wrong. Then they talked a little, got distracted, and stopped noticing everything around them. And the brothers also said that she was great, that she had come such a long way and was still holding up well. They got the impression that she was tired and was much less afraid of the commander than all of them. One can only envy this. These couple of minutes flew by very unnoticed, and no one even noticed how they had already approached the very place for which they had gone through so much. This is the same dormitory of the Central Training Center. It looks impressive, and there's almost no one to be seen here, as if no one lives here. The boys led their sister into the room where they would soon be living together. and they themselves still couldn't believe that the very period of their lives that they had been waiting for a long time had arrived. They've been living here for a while, so Kitty is sure there's a complete mess behind the door. And how surprised she was when she saw that everything was perfectly tidied up here. Everything was shining. There was no dust and not a single unnecessary object was out of place. She doesn't even know what to say to that because even her room is rarely as clean as theirs. The two guys from whom she expected anything but that. They started to tell that here they were taught order. And they also have a schedule. Because before there were huge problems with planning, here the wishes of each person are taken into account and everyone is approached individually. Another brother said that they wake up in the morning before sunrise and run at least 10 laps, gaining energy and determination to spend the day, and they really enjoy it. Then she asked what they do after the morning routine. In fact, she's just interested to know what else they can surprise her with. Kitty just knows them too well and can't believe that they could change so much here. After all the work outside, they go to wash and have breakfast, and after that they do meditation or reading of their choice. She wanted to look at the books they were reading. It sounded like some kind of test, but no one was confused and showed her these books. She just touched the first book she came across, some postcard fell out of it, and there are also places on it to indicate the place and time of the goodbye. Now she understands more why they like it here. She restrained herself from laughing because this is their personal life and there is nothing wrong with it. The girl also asked where they like to spend their time the most. There must be something like that here and she even has a few guesses. She didn't have time to finish her sentence before they replied that of course it was a canteen, and she had no doubt about it. They had a good talk, but in the end, she has one more question. Namely, where is Mr. Eden now? They said that he was probably busy with the inheritance ceremony, and they also remembered that they hadn't seen him for a long time. While the brothers were still saying something, she thought about her own. Because one of the goals here is to say goodbye to Eden, even if he doesn't want it. She thinks that if he starts training, she won't be able to see him for a long time. And if he still secretly wanted to leave her without even saying goodbye, Kitty will be offended by him forever. And in the meantime, his cup just broke, and the assistant asked if everything was okay, and she also really hoped that he wasn't hurt. He told her that everything was fine, apologized if he scared her. But for some reason he said it in such a voice as if he was hinting that he wanted to be alone. Then they started talking about how hard it was for him to hide from Kitty. But if he saw her and tried to say goodbye, or even worse, saw her sad eyes, he would feel very bad. He won't be able to stand it, and his conscience will gnaw at him, which still torments him. It's just a pity that the girl thinks that he doesn't say goodbye to her because of some kind of resentment or coldness. But still the opposite is true. It seems to him that if they don't see each other, each will survive this separation easier than if they have a long and painful goodbye. The assistant told him that she understands that parting is always painful, but now from the outside he looks very selfish. And if the girl is really dear to him, then he needs to show her respect and say goodbye properly, and not run away and hide, leaving a misunderstanding. Then his father came to him. He told him the same thing. And finally, the guy realized that they were all right, and he almost made a terrible mistake. He can't imagine how she will forgive him after the last conversation. He can only hope for that. At least he will do everything he can. Meanwhile, the brothers suggest that their sister go to some other interesting places. They promise that she will definitely like it. For example, here is where the goddess's bow is kept. It is not like all the others, and you can even feel it when you get closer to it. The lullaby that her nanny often sang to her told of 3 gifts from the goddess: a bow in her left hand, a mirror in her right hand, and a necklace around her neck. The girl does not believe that this object is right in front of her. She looks at it with her own eyes, and recently she could not even imagine that she would have such an opportunity. It is said that to protect the relic, the very first of the Gridwolves built this training center. It's very strange that as soon as she got very close, she felt a very familiar aura coming from him. Such a warm and gentle energy that seems to speak to her. Maybe this is the very aura of the goddess that everyone talks about. Suddenly, everyone stared at her and asked what was going on with her because they didn't understand why she suddenly started crying. Her eyes were all in tears. She was also surprised because she hadn't even thought about anything sad, and if they hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have even paid attention to it. Maybe it happened to her because the energy she felt reminded her of her mother. The girl replied that she was fine and suggested going to prepare for the ceremony so as not to waste time. After that, she thanked them for taking her to this place and said again that she was sure that she felt some unusual energy. And also, she is so attracted to this place now that she has already thought about coming here at night so that no one will see, because it is unlikely that she will be allowed to come here just like that. She wants to figure out what this energy was because inside, there is a feeling that she should find out. Evening came and she was still interested in walking around this area, and she never got tired of anything. Although it is usually very difficult to surprise her with anything. And she also really wants her room to have a nice view, because usually the view from her window isn't the nicest. Anyway, it's too early to go back. There's still a ceremony ahead, which has gathered a lot of people and they're all eagerly awaiting the start. And also, the girl overheard several conversations and everyone's only talking about the IDs. She stood quietly to the side when suddenly a Clit approached her, which was very unexpected because she thought that she was invisible here. He came up to her with a smile and said that he hoped she would have a wonderful evening, and that if necessary, he was ready to help her with that. She said that she had been busy with the excursion all this time, and after that, she asked how he was doing, to which the guy replied that he was also doing well. But at some point, he came closer to her and for some reason turned around, as if he knew that someone was watching him. It turns out that Eden is sitting nearby, whom the girl really wants to see. And from the outside, it looks like Clyd wants to make this guy jealous, because she knows how he feels about her. I like the guy very much already. He was calm all this time, but as soon as he saw the girl near the Clyd, hatred appears in his eyes. Besides all this, there is personal hostility and constant rivalry between them, which means that this evening may not pass peacefully. Remains on a diet, that Eden will not change his mind and will still say goodbye to Kitty, as he wanted, and Clyd's behavior will not affect this in any way. If only the girl knew how hard and unpleasant it is for him now to watch her smile next to others. At this moment, he looks at her with a very deep gaze, not just as a person, but as if at a part of himself, his other half, without whom he cannot imagine his life. He really wants to ask her something, but he is not sure when he will decide to do it. Namely, he is very interested to know, while reading a book or walking, did she stop to think about him for a second? About how good they used to be, and did she want to go back in time for at least a day? He thinks that this separation is much easier for her, but he is very much mistaken, and it is a pity that she thinks exactly the same way. They really need to talk, and to do so as sincerely as possible, without hiding any emotions or feelings. It's so hard for him to see her with someone else, that it's impossible to put into words, and he really wants it to end as soon as possible. Because if he sees her near someone else a couple more times, that person will be in a lot of trouble. For example, right now, Eden is trying with all his might not to go up to her and take her to him and tell her the whole truth. Meanwhile, the ceremony began, and before proceeding to the main part, everyone decided to first pray for the dead as a sign of respect. This is a very difficult moment for everyone present. Some of you can even hear their hearts pounding, because many have lost their loved ones and still cannot come to terms with it. And someone simply heard the word, the dead, and immediately began to remember their loved ones, whom this event does not concern in any way. Everyone relates to this prayer differently, and they all have one thing in common: pain that can never be healed. Kitty happened to look to the side, saw Mrs. Karras, and noticed how pale she turned, as if she was about to lose consciousness. Probably at this moment she is thinking about her beloved daughter, and I don't even want to imagine what she is feeling now. She also decided to pray for herself that peaceful days would come for Mrs. Karras and Mr. Jackal, and that their daughter would rest in peace, like her mother, father, brother, and unborn children, whom she will never see again and who will forever remain in her memory. She wanted it to end quickly, because if she suffered longer, it would be very difficult to calm down later. After everyone had time to pray, the main part finally began, for which everyone had gathered. Iden Vivis was asked to come forward, and at that moment the room suddenly went completely silent, although no one had been asked to do so. The guy was very pleased that he was shown such respect, and in the meantime, they began to tell him that he was the legitimate heir of the Vivis house, which, on the same level as the Gridwolf house, is one of the most powerful clans. Meanwhile, a girl is looking at him at that moment. She doubted until the last moment that he would come out here and they would see each other like that, and she can't get the thought out of her head. Is he really going to leave without saying a word to her? And how all that time spent together might mean nothing to him? At that moment, she thought it was too much. She got so angry at him that he probably even felt it. At that very second, the candles in the entire hall went out. It happened in an instant. Everyone was scared except her. Kitty keeps looking at him with this look. It's like she literally hated this man, and from the outside it looks like she wants to take revenge on him. People started turning around to look at each other. No one understands what is happening, and because of the darkness, everything seems scarier than it actually is. Everyone starts screaming. There is complete chaos. Someone thought they were being attacked, and some even asked to prepare for a fight. At some point, the girl also realized that this was not a joke. She was scared, but at that moment someone took her hand and said that with him she was safe. Then she realized that it was an all too familiar voice, and in the meantime, everyone was shouting that they were being attacked by leopards. Eden took out his sword. He is ready to show that he was not chosen as the heir in vain, although inside he is no less afraid than others. And he also doesn't understand where the kitty went, which means that he really felt her presence. At this moment, the very girl who started all this is looking down on everyone. She really likes to feel her power. She is very pleased to hear these screams. It means to her that she is able to keep only people in fear and at the same time remain unnoticed. She smiles as if she is one step away from the kitty she has been chasing all this time. One can only hope that she is happy too soon. Now she's thinking that by confusing and throwing the people into chaos, she has a great chance to test the kitty's abilities. Clyd began to use his power to find out who attacked them and where their leader was, but as it turned out, it was possible to do without it. Because the girl herself approached them, she calculated their energy before all of them did. While people don't understand what's going on, the girl doesn't hide who she came for and who she's interested in. She came so close to the girl that she had never been so close to her. Kitty felt that she had to be afraid. But for some reason, right after that, the villainess moved away and returned to the second floor again to stop hearing all these accusations that, because of her, people lost their children. They tell her that since she came here herself, she will not be able to leave, at least until she is avenged. And after that, she was told that she is not as good as she thinks. Some people knew in advance that she would appear. so they are fully prepared to defend themselves. They have so much energy accumulated that she can double her strength. She still won't be able to defeat them. For this case, she also has something interesting. She showed everyone this small diamond, only so far no one understands how it can be useful to her. Some people started to be scared by her smile, but few people know that this is how she usually manipulates and misleads her opponent. The girl said that inside the box is the power of the blue moon, which is so powerful that it can literally fulfill any of her wishes. And there is so much of this power that you can use it for the rest of your life, even if it's several times a day. After that, everyone got very tense. The madness of the blue moon began to spread at an incredible speed. Some people began to lose consciousness after just a couple of seconds, but most were still on their feet. The strongest knights were asked to carry as many people as possible to a safe place, even those who were already unconscious. Aiden is not one of those who stands aside in such situations. He even said at first that everyone could leave, and he would deal with her himself. He was already ready to go to battle, but at some point, he felt a familiar energy and immediately turned around. He is sure that he cannot confuse this energy with any other. And as it turns out, he really was not mistaken. It so happened that the kitty was very close at that moment, literally a few meters away, but she herself did not notice him. He called her to him, and from this voice she immediately got goosebumps and a slight tremor throughout her body. All he needs to hear now is if everything is okay with her, to which she said that thanks to the Clid, she is fine. Not only did she mention that name, but Clid also approached them, and it was the most inopportune time. He just ruined a very important moment and probably did it on purpose. He told him that he was already next to her, so some people could not worry and go about their business. At least Kitty looked around and advised them to do the same. Sigma has 2 boxes, which means that she most likely grabbed one in reserve, and now it is better not to waste time. Kitty began to feel a familiar energy from her, and it was also different from the energy of the usual blue moon. Meanwhile, Sigma started to communicate with her by the power of thought. She called her an attentive girl and told that she managed to unite her hair with an artificial blue moon, and then asked her if she had ever thought about what the combination of her magic and the power of the stone could do. After that, she opened the window so that she could be seen well, and once again addressed her and asked her to follow her. Sigma promises to show her something interesting. Kitty understands that this is a real trap. She needs to be caught before she can get there. If she misses Sigma, there will be trouble. A small group of people begin to follow the Sigma, and as they understand, it is approaching exactly the place where the bow of the goddess is located. Here she is already a meter away from him, but it is not yet entirely clear what she is going to do here and how he can be useful to her. So that everyone could hear, the girl began to pronounce the following words very loudly: the bow that the enemies of the goddess feared. They say that the goddess destroyed everyone who stood in her way with just one arrow, and then asked the kitty personally if she thought it was romantic. The lady has absolutely no idea what she should do now, run and hide or try to stop her. At that very second, these two caught up with her, asked her to hide behind their backs, and they themselves began to approach the villainess closer. They have no idea what she's up to, so Kitty better be safe, and you can tell these two are trying to put on a good show, even though they're just as scared as she is. The villainess looked in their direction, smiled, and looking at their faces, calmly asked them not to be nervous. She explained that the only thing she was interested in here was the goddess's bow, which she was going to take with her. Eden asks her what she is going to do with a bow that doesn't even have a string, because without it, it is useless. Sigma smiled, then abruptly slammed the glass box against the glass under which the bow itself was located. They also told her that it was useless because no one had ever been able to pull the bow out of there. And after that, she laughed even harder and called them naive. She finds it funny that they actually thought she came here without knowing all this and without being prepared. She began to slowly and carefully take out this bow, which was securely fixed in the ground so that everyone began to look at it, as if it were some kind of performance. Kitty is very worried. Her heart is pounding terribly. And she also has a feeling that she should do something, but she stands still. There is some strange energy around, and also sounds that put so much pressure on you mentally that it becomes unbearable to be here. At this point, everyone simultaneously starts to panic. No one fully understands what to expect from her and how far she is determined to go. The girl feels uneasy. Something inside tells her that she shouldn't stand aside. But looking at this, her body seems to freeze and doesn't let her move. In the end, she chose to listen to her mind, because if things continued like this, Sigma would manage to pull out the bow and then everyone would be in trouble. The whole time the villain was smiling. And now she noticed that they were going to stop her, and she became a little tense. She began to try to pull out the bow faster, but because of this, it was delayed even more and did not give in to her. Kitty immediately started using her power. She saw that the villain was confused, and this was a great chance to stop her. The lady did something, after which the bow itself will choose who it will belong to from now on, the good or the evil side. He became so hot that the villainess could no longer hold on to him. She tried until the very end, but then let go. The onion became so hot that it literally began to blind everyone around, so much so that very bright rays began to emerge from the tower, illuminating the entire area. It was very impressive. But if in the end it turns out that Onion chooses the dark side, all that's left to do is run away as far as possible. A couple of minutes later, something happened that Sigma definitely didn't expect. She felt completely empty and realized that it would have been better if she hadn't shown up here at all. The bow made a choice. It ended up in the kitty's hands, and even if the villain now wants to take it away, she felt it, as if it was still hot, and the lady does not feel anything like that. It is made specifically so that only the one he has just chosen can hold it in his hands and no one else. Aiden and Clid still can't believe their eyes. They look at all this as if it were some kind of miracle or dream that couldn't happen in reality. The girl also didn't believe until the very end that everything would work out this way. She just wanted to do at least something. But in the end, she defeated the one who seemed impossible to defeat. After all this, she had some kind of slow reaction. It was as if she was reliving all these moments again and trying to believe that she did it. When the villainess came to her senses a little, she said that from the first time she felt that there was something special in the girl. And at this moment, the kitty holds the bow very tightly, as if she is afraid that it might end up in the wrong hands again. Sigma started saying that blue moon immunity, ability to cleanse madness, and that's not all. She even sincerely admires how Kitty pulled out a bow that no one has managed to pull out before, and she also called her the object of envy. Everyone thought that after this, she would want to give up or run away somewhere. But she started to behave very strangely and even asked a girl to become her guinea pig. Eden immediately suspected this. He asked Kitty to move away, because it is unknown what else can be expected from this person. Everyone knows that she doesn't give up until the end, and this could be manipulation. In this case, Kitty asked Cleed to chain Sigma with magic right now. He immediately obeyed her, and also thought how he could not have guessed this before. He felt ashamed that someone had to remind him of this. Today, he didn't really use his powers, so he did it very quickly and didn't even strain himself. Sigma is silent, doesn't even look in their direction. It's as if she admitted her defeat and isn't going to resist. After that, they decided to take her to Mr. Jackal. He will probably be very happy about this and praise them. At that moment, the villainess spoke to them again. She told them that she had an imitation of the blue moon mixed with the magical power of the kitty. She said with a smile that it would be very interesting to know what would happen if she placed this stone inside her enemy. And after that, she began to very abruptly get out of the magic cage, and at that moment, everyone became very tense. She probably regained her strength, rested, and will now try to attack the kitty again no matter what. Since she had nothing to lose anyway, she concentrated and even destroyed the cage, which should have been very strong. She looks at the kitty very closely, attacks her, and the guys try their best to stop her. It is possible that even one touch of a lady can make you sick, so they exclude such a possibility as much as possible. When Cleed protected her with himself, he didn't think that he could get hurt himself, and that's how it all turned out. And surprisingly, that was enough for Sigma. The girl asks how to understand this. How can she just leave? She thought that she was the one who needed her, but in the end, the Cleed suffered. Finally, Sigma replied that she was very sorry that I would not be able to experiment with her, but she was interested in knowing how she would cope with this situation. Kitty still didn't understand anything. She has a lot of questions for her. But at the same time, she doesn't plan on communicating with her any longer. And it's also very hard for her to hold her friend in her arms. Lucky that he woke up quickly and is almost conscious. Opening his eyes, he looked at her as if he had just seen some kind of nightmare. And it was very scary to watch from the outside. Suddenly, Eden abruptly grabs the girl by the hand. He pulls her towards him because he feels that this fox can be dangerous. He asks to just listen to his words because even from the look of the Clid, it is clear that something is wrong with him. And even if it seems to them that the best time is to move away from him, especially since the guy is already conscious and helping him now, is not as important as it is for them to move to a safe distance. It looks like they are now seeing the effects of him swallowing the blue moon effect instead of her. And everything that is happening to him now should have happened to her. He also turns around and you can see his eyes, which seem not to be his, as if someone has entered into him. Eden asked the girl to step back. He promised to look after him, and for now she could prepare for his purification because leaving him in such a state would be wrong. Kitty concentrated as hard as she could. After all, this was her friend who needed help. She would clean him up even if he resisted, and even if it hurt him. She already felt calmer because there was no Sigma nearby. Now all that's left is a small matter. She just needs to try. It's just a pity that the Clid may begin to resist and perceive them as his enemies who wish him harm. The guy grabs his head. You can see how bad he feels now. Well, that's not all. He started to defend himself and uses his strength against his own friends. He has so much of it that they will have to fight it. Otherwise, they will either have to run from him or lock him here. Kitty is very upset to see them hitting Clid, but it can't be any other way. Everything is happening for his own good, thanks to the fact that Aiden is okay. He is more agile, and he also knows the weak points of this person, so it is much easier for him now. And this is great. Clid is already on the floor, it's hard for him to resist. And also, the villain made it so that as soon as he shows his strength, it only becomes harder for him. To keep the guy from moving too much, Eden had to lean his sword against him to at least scare him a little. And also, just in case, the guy told him that the fox, who had not yet led his followers, no matter how much he wanted it, he would never be able to match the strength of the one who had already become the head of the clan. While he holds it, he asks the girl how the cleansing is going and how much time is left because he won't be able to hold it for long. And she tells him that it's very strange, but the purification doesn't work even halfway. Which means that Sigma was apparently telling the truth about the new imitation of the blue moon being unique and different from the previous one. Eden concluded that special magic must be purified in a special way, Only now he needs to figure out how to do it. The only way she can test it is to try touching the Clid, because that way her power will work much better. Usually she did this with those who did not pose a danger to her. But this case is special, and Aiden forbids her to approach him. And if this is their only method, he suggests touching the Clid not with hands, but at least with a bow. She thought it was a very good idea and was surprised that she hadn't thought of it herself, because it was elementary. Even though she was afraid to approach him, she still did it, and promised herself that she would heal him. The girl just touched it with her bow. It started to emit so much light that the whole building from the street looks glowing. It seems like this building carries some kind of divine energy. From the outside, it looks exactly like that. Meanwhile, Sigma had already returned to her mentor. She was very tired and immediately said that she would not talk to him for long. He told her right from the start that she wasn't in her best shape, and she replied that he didn't have to say that. Mr. Delta is only interested in knowing one thing right now, and she knows very well what answer he wants to receive. That today, she was convinced of the true power of Kitty Gridwolf, and now they can think through the next steps knowing exactly what she is capable of. She began to tell that Jarian dared to deceive them. He said that Kitty had a little power, but the girl not only pulled out the goddess's bow, but also used it, as she does every day. In the end, their special imitations of the blue moon turned out to be useless. She also said that Jarian is a traitor. He hides most of them from them so that he has an excuse to stay. Now she needs to get his approval so that she can do whatever she wants with the foxes. He replied that he gives his consent. The main thing is to leave them alive. Sigma is very pleased that he is not making things difficult for her and may even be helping, which is very important now. The guy is already imagining how fun it will be, and she asks him if it's not like the story of the golden apple. Long ago in the time of the gods, a single golden apple divided the gods and caused a terrible and cruel war. It seems to her that a similar day is just around the corner, and if they are prepared for it, everything will go more or less normally. The very day she speaks of is the day when all creatures that are half human. They will stand on opposite sides and tear each other apart. It sounds terrible, but they are really very close to it. Mr. Delta reminded them that they must not let the wolves get hold of the golden apple. Otherwise, something terrible would happen. In a nutshell, it is from this moment, from this second, that the real war begins, and only the strongest will win it. The girl replied that she understood everything, and also that she would try not to disappoint him, although she herself had no idea how everything would actually turn out. Meanwhile, the other team is already in a meeting. Although they came with good news, the problems do not end there, because after they were able to pull out the bow and their enemies saw it, most likely. From that moment on, they will start attacking Kitty even more often. The girl was a little upset that even though she had done a very good thing, in the end, they were still talking about something bad. The man noticed that she was upset, so he explained that they wouldn't be happy now anyway, because in any case, the problems would not have completely disappeared. But this way, she just made their job much easier. They were very lucky that the enemy did not take the bow and began. Everything could have been much worse now. The fact that the bow stayed with them is great. But there is no need to dwell on it, because by doing this, they only angered Sigma, and this was clearly not her last one, and the next one could happen at any moment. The girl is planning to take a rest anyway, so she asked what she should do with this bow, because it is unlikely that it should be returned to where she took it from. The man replied that the bow was now hers from the moment she pulled it out, so there was no need to return it under any circumstances. Evening has come. No one is going to strain themselves too much tonight. After all, they need to recover and gain strength for the next day. No one knows what to expect from it, so it is better not to be tired. Kitty can't believe she finally got to her room. It feels like she last slept a few days ago, maybe even longer. She feels very uncomfortable lying on a soft bed, and she also can't switch off from all the bad things that bother her before going to bed. She wants to think about nothing, but it turned out to be harder than she imagined. The girl also praised herself for doing a good deed, although initially she did not plan to do this at all and did not think that it was possible. Every time she discovers a new power or ability in herself, for some reason she thinks about her mother. It happens somehow by itself. Kitty thought that if she recalled the past too often and for too long, it could harm her future. So she decided to focus on the task at hand and not be distracted by anything that could confuse her even at night. She can also be understood. It is impossible not to think that if she masters the bow, who will be able to avenge the death of her mother much faster, which she cannot come to terms with to this day. In the end, she couldn't sleep because of the constant flow of thoughts. She wanted to breathe some fresh air. So she went out onto the balcony, and literally a second later she accidentally saw a man passing by. He seemed very suspicious to her, because who could walk around the area so late, and even cover themselves with a hood in weather in which it is not necessary? The first thought that came to her mind was that it could be Mrs. Karras, because it was unlikely to be one of the servants. Everyone was so tired that they would probably have been asleep for a long time already. And she also behaves as if she is looking for something, or trying to hide from someone. It was a bit strange to watch her from the side. Naturally, the girl couldn't resist and started following her. She followed her right up, until the moment when the woman stopped near a building near which Kitty had never expected to see her, and at such a time, and alone. This is a place where the remains of dead wolves are kept, but usually it is customary to come here in the morning or during the day, but not at night. The girl can't even imagine why the lady came here. Does she really want to remember someone and feel his presence? When Karis went inside, Kitty followed her. But for now, she doesn't think about what she will say if the woman notices her, and that could happen at any moment. The lady approached one place where the surname Gridwolf was indicated and began to very quietly pronounce some words. The girl heard the name DL, and this is the name of the deceased daughter of Mrs. Karis. The lady even felt awkward. She felt ashamed that she followed her and thought that the woman was hiding something. Then she thought that it was probably time to leave. She didn't even have time to take a step when the lady turned to her and asked, "What is she doing here?" because all this time she didn't see the girl anywhere nearby. At that moment, Kitty saw her tears for the first time. Since the girls have always been and want to remain honest with her, she had to confess and apologize for the fact that she was just curious to know where she was going so late, and also said that she was worried about her, and even took a bow with her in case they had to defend themselves from someone. She changed, which disturbed her, and said that in a couple of minutes she will not be here, so she can continue to do what she came for. Kitty wished her a good night, started to leave, when suddenly the woman asked her to stay and said it in such a quiet voice, as if she was morally exhausted and really needed support. She told her that if the lady didn't mind, then let her come closer to her so that she would feel lonely here. Naturally, the girl did not refuse her. Although she wanted to leave, it would have been too disrespectful. Karis began to tell that she comes here very often, especially if she can't sleep. She perceives this as a sign that her daughter wants to see her. If DL were alive, Kitty would be the same age as her now, but unfortunately, this can only be imagined. At that moment, the girl did not notice how she turned into a cat. Probably, it was easier for her now, and it was in this form that she wanted to support the lady. And after that, she asked if they could hug. Probably in human form it would be much more awkward, but this way it will be much easier. Kitty touched her hand with her small and tender paw, so Karis almost cried from such cuteness. Then she took the cat in her arms, thanked her for not leaving her. After all, it was much easier for her here together than if she were sad about her daughter alone. The girl understands that now the woman will tell everything that has been accumulating in her soul all this time. She began to tell that she wanted to do so much for her beloved daughter, but fate had decided otherwise. Kitty also shared that she also wanted to do a lot of things with her family, who have been living in heaven for a long time. They had such a good talk that after that it immediately became much easier. At least they stopped crying. Only tears of joy remained because next to them, there is a person who understands them very well and can always support them. At that moment, Kitty made her promise each other that together, they would definitely defeat these hateful leopards that only ruined their lives. And meanwhile, while the Clyde lies unconscious, his mind experiences suffering pain. His heart feels like it was pierced by shards of glass. He felt on himself what pain foxes experience on themselves. He really wants to save them all, but at some point, he felt that someone began to give him warm energy. He heard a familiar voice and immediately felt incredibly comfortable. A warm aura surrounded him, enveloping his magic. The lady sends him her power. He would really like to say something, but something suppresses all his strength. His consciousness is clouded, but he still feels much better with her than if she were not there. Of course, Kitty couldn't help but visit him. After all, Clyde sacrificed himself for her, and now she owes him a lot. And in the meantime, she came to have a very important conversation with a person whose opinion is authoritative for her. He asks her if she really wants them all to announce that the beau chose her, because he's not sure about that yet. The girl replies that she would really like to do this, especially since it can be done at the New Year's party. Her eyes are so shining that it is very difficult for him to speak, that it could be dangerous, and it would probably be better to keep quiet about it. The girl felt everything he wanted to tell her, so she replied that the leopards would still try to attack her, no matter what the situation was. Also, she really wanted him to invite the bears to the party to announce the beau event. The bears are required to attend. He asks her if it is because of the goddess's mirror, to which she replies that it is true. But that is not all she wanted to say. The cat, who can cleanse the energy of the blue moon, was able to pull out the bow, but from the bears' point of view, they see her as someone who can steal their sacred relic. She wants to show that she is not hostile towards them. So first of all, they need to be invited to the party. The man replied that she had come so far, so he would be only too happy to help her. The main thing is that things don't get worse. Kitty had no doubt that he would support her. Now she really doesn't want to disappoint him, and will try to do everything possible so that he would later think that it was not in vain that he believed in her. And she also told him that when she returned to the estate, she would very much like Baniel to become her personal servant. He immediately asked, "What about Marie and In?" At that moment, the girl remembered that she hadn't told him anything, so I decided to do it right now. I told that these two dared to plot against the Gridwolf family, so they will not get off easy and will still get what they deserve. The man says he thinks there is a better way than just punishment, and he is sure she knows what to do. She reacted as if she understood what he was talking about, and after that he said that if she needed help, she could contact him. Meanwhile, an assistant came up to them and told Mr. Jackal that Eden was coming to him, and of course, the man allowed him to come in. It was very unexpected for Kitty. She was not ready to see him, and was a little tense because you never know what he needs here. As soon as the guy entered the office, he said that if they had already agreed, he would like to take the kitty with him to discuss something. At first, the girl pretended as if she didn't understand anything, And then, for example, the eye, because the only thing they could discuss was his departure. Just in case, so that no one would listen to them, he suggested that she go outside, especially since there is a pleasant atmosphere there, and it seems to him that it will be better there. She agreed to go out with him, and the first thing he asked her was how she wished. And instead of answering the question normally, she asked if he was by any chance referring to the time when he was avoiding her. She really wanted to hear the answer to this question, to which he replied that, frankly speaking, he was not going to tell her all this, and he also felt how angry she was with him. Kitty didn't notice how she started talking to him after all. This is a very painful topic for her, and all this was sitting inside her. And now, she gave free rein to her emotions. Although he hadn't really said anything yet and hadn't explained anything, she began to say that she was sad. After so many years spent together, she didn't understand why she had to hear about him leaving from someone else, not from him personally. If only he knew how much it was unpleasant for her. He would never have done that. Eden tried to explain that it was not easy for him either, and he wanted her to understand him. He understands her perfectly, but if he had said that he needed to go to the training center, she would have probably been upset and he would not have been able to stand it, so he didn't say anything to make things better. But he didn't think that by doing so, he only made things worse. She tells him that he is wrong. Why should she be upset? She would continue to live, smiling at each new day, especially since he is just a teacher to her. It sounded a little unpleasant. Eden didn't expect to hear that from her, but he tried to restrain himself so as not to show his emotions. And now, he wants to hear a final answer from her, whether she will be very sad if they move away from each other. This conversation gave her goosebumps. She thought that she probably said too much and regretted that she did not have the ability to turn back time. The guy was also a little confused. He asked again if she would be okay if he was not around, and if she could, then he would like to get an answer to another question. Who is he? For her. As it usually happens, at the most inopportune moment the clit appears, he says that he looked for her everywhere and was told that she can be found here. So he acts as if they are in a relationship, and because of this, she feels very awkward. She can't tell him that this is too much and to move away from him to Edenu, because with him, everything is unclear too. He looks at her and Eden in a strange way, as if he doesn't hide the fact that he doesn't want to allow them to see each other without his knowledge. The guy and the girl immediately let go of his hands. They felt awkward, but still didn't say anything to him. But it would have been enough to just hint that he was at the wrong time and that they were actually having an important conversation here. Eden feels that the guy is pretending that he is already better. He literally sees through him, but he still lets them stay and warns that if anything happens, he will be at the training center. And he also said that he doesn't plan to stay there for long and will try to graduate as soon as possible. As soon as he succeeds, he will immediately return to her. He felt that it was very important to say these words now, so that the girl would know that he cared about her. After that, he started to leave, wished them a good evening, and Kitty didn't even have time to say anything to him. She wanted to ask him to stop, but he didn't hear her anymore. She felt very hurt that Clyd had ruined his mood, although she treats each of them equally well, just in her own way. Meanwhile, Baniel has returned to the mansion. She is very happy to see Kitty again, and she also cannot express in words how happy she is to be working here again. The girl answered her that it was very nice to hear and said that it was absolutely mutual, and also that she regretted that she had not made this decision earlier. And the lady also said that she had a couple of questions for her, to which the assistant replied that she would tell you anything. Kitty asked her if she knew a rabbit named Toby, to which the girl replied that she had a distant relative, Uncle Toby, and then asked if something had happened to him. Kitty told her the whole truth, that her uncle was the one who passed the letters between Marie and Angerian. In the past, when leopards invaded the rabbit's territory, most of the villagers moved to the wolf's territory with the help of Mr. Jackal. But Uncle Toby was one of those who did not want to leave his house. They said that the rabbits were being kidnapped, from the little ones to the old ones, and after this became known, all the remaining rabbits fled into the wolf territory. As soon as the girl found out about this, she immediately asked Clyd to report this to Mr. Jackal and Mrs. Karras. After that, she said that they needed to find out what happened to the rabbit territory, but at that moment, Baniel for some reason started crying. She started apologizing because since they were weak in a small race, no one would listen to them, let alone believe them. Kitty immediately took her hands and said that if they needed help, she could contact her personally. Once she was in her place when she was a small and helpless kitten, and now that everything has changed, she believes that this should not be a reason for bullying and ridicule, and she will try to do something so that this does not happen again. Meanwhile, the brothers are training as usual. Lately, they are so tired, they feel as if they just started doing this and their body is not used to it yet. They are upset that before their strength lasted much longer, but now they can't even last half a workout. They even thought that the coach had been too cruel lately, because they couldn't find any other explanation for this. They were also afraid that if this continued, they would die in this field without ever meeting the kitty. Suddenly, Eden joined them very unexpectedly. He didn't say that he would come to training. Usually he misses them very often. He appeared so suddenly that, firstly, he scared everyone, and secondly, a man almost got hurt by his sword, to which he said that everything was under control. The brothers' wooden swords split into two pieces. They wanted to defend themselves, but only made things worse and thought that it would have been better to sit silently on the sidelines. They already understood that he was stronger than any of them, but for some reason they still wanted to check. Suddenly, something had changed. Eden laughed at first and then apologized, hinting that he didn't think they were so slow to respond and suggested they work on it. The guys had no doubt that since Eden started coming to training more often, because of him, the intensity had increased several times and now everyone had to keep up with him. It wasn't that easy before, but now no one can even last half the class and only one Eden feels great. Now it's clear why he used to skip classes. For him it was boring and uninteresting, and of course, many people envy him. And they also got the idea that maybe this is his way of showing that he has nothing left to study here, so that he can graduate from you sooner and see Kitty. Then they laughed at it because they hadn't heard anything about early release. It seems to them that the guy is just trying in vain because he won't succeed anyway. This hasn't happened since the training center was founded, although who knows, maybe he will be the first to succeed. And instead of envying him, they should try to become like him. They became so interested in discussing this that they began skipping training and decided to follow how Eden's day goes. They had never done this before, but today, they were especially interested in watching how his day went. Unlike what usually happens, today, the guy got too carried away, and even after finishing training, he started training as if he was preparing for something important. During this time, he even ruined dozens of wooden swords. The brothers thought that maybe he knew something and wasn't just trying so hard, and after that, they decided to use something to give him a little rest. It's just not clear yet what they're talking about. Most likely they want to stop him, because they're unlikely to help him in anything. Meanwhile, they very boldly approached him, showed him this envelope and asked him what he thought was inside. Iden had no idea what it was. He said that they were actually distracting him, to which one of them replied that he might be interested in it, because Kitty sent them a third letter, and now he needs to guess who one of them is for, and that's not hard. Eden suggested going to his room and reading all these letters there, especially since he was a little tired. Those two knew that the clan leader's room was different from all the other rooms and very different. They began to admire literally every corner of this room, starting with the warm and soft bed, which almost made them cry, ending with the hot water, which they had not had for a very long time. While those two are enjoying the comfort, he started to open his letter because he can't wait to see Kitty's handwriting. The letter says, "Mr. Eden, this is Kitty. I want to know how your life is at the training center. I hope nothing bothers you or causes you any inconvenience and overall that you enjoy being there. I moved to a room that is next to the Cleta's room, so I'm not bored at all." As soon as the guy read this name, he immediately became crazy, as if he read that the girl was in danger. And then he suddenly started running somewhere. Those two started asking what happened, but he didn't have time to explain anything to them. And meanwhile, the villains are not bored either. They have created a huge chaos. Everything is lying on the floor, and someone is constantly yelling at someone. Sigma assistants check every shelf, every drawer, every document, as if someone is being searched or looking for very valuable information. The owner of this office is outraged that they have settled here, but at the same time, he cannot stop them. He only says that it is not necessary to smash everything here. It was possible to carefully check everything that interests them, because they have already managed to smash several valuable things that are nowhere to be found. He asks why they are doing this to him, what he did to them, as if he doesn't understand how he showed himself. Since he was asking like that, the girl replied that a bird had recently told her that he was doing something on the side that she hadn't known about before. He started asking if she didn't know how devoted he was to Mr. Delta. He had even already sent him a bunch of crazy foxes. The girl began to be indignant that everything he told her was not true, and if she had listened to him, she would not be standing in this place now, and then asked if he really thought they didn't know he was experimenting with rabbits behind their backs. Originally, all he had to do was sit back and supply them with crazy foxes, and he dared to do this to them. It turns out that he himself challenged the great leopards and seriously thought that he would get away with it. But now, he deserves for her to start calling him a dirty stray cat. At that moment, his legs started shaking. The man admitted that he was guilty and was ready to do anything, if only they would start trusting him again. And he also explained that he was just trying to look better in the eyes of Mr. Delta, that's all. And again asked him to try it on too. The girl answered him that she absolutely didn't care about his explanation and confession, so she asked him to listen to her carefully. Sigma demands that he give up all the foxes he has, and only after that will she think about whether to forgive him. It is clear that he is not ready for this because this is all he has. And if he gives everyone away, then he will have nothing and no one left. And it is not a fact that they will forgive him. He asks how she imagines this because it turns out that she will not leave him a single fox. And for him, this is extremely disadvantageous. To which the girl replied that she didn't care. These were just her conditions, and if she didn't like something, then that was her problem. Finally, Sigma also said that Kitty turned out to be much more useful than him. And after that, if he wanted to live, he shouldn't dare appear in front of her. Now she's going to disappear, and he's left to do what he has to do, and from now on, they're no longer partners. It turns out that if the leopards are not on his side, he will lose his place forever and will not be able to get them back. He is very upset that some people are lucky enough to be born as strong creatures, while others have to survive their entire lives simply because they are different and nature created them that way. If he had a choice, he would never start a new life as a cat, because in his opinion, it is the worst option. And in the meantime, another night has come, in which the girl cannot fall asleep. Her strength is enough not only for the day, but also for the night. She went out onto the balcony and began to feel a special atmosphere that only appears at such times. Kitty wanted to enjoy the silence and couldn't even think that Clyd was also not sleeping at that moment. He seemed to sense that she had gone out onto the balcony and came to her. The guy said that night is wonderful and it's his favorite time of day. So if she also doesn't sleep often, then they will often see each other like this. And he also wondered why she came out. It was very cold here, to which she replied that she was a little nervous about tomorrow's holiday. Mr. Jackal sent a letter to the head of the bears, but she doubts that any of them will actually show up. Moreover, since Sigma intended to steal the bow, it means that she will surely show up for the goddess's mirror. After that, she asked him how he was feeling, to which the guy replied that he was already much better. His seizures and bleeding stopped when she started using her magic. He is very grateful to her for that. She also has something to say sometimes because if he hadn't protected her Sigmas then, something irreparable would have happened. So she is also incredibly grateful to him. These words finally made him smile because he had been too upset lately. Kitty is very glad that they are close to each other because it can speed up his recovery. And she also likes that they can talk about everything at such a time and they are not bored at all. Then he asked how the rabbits were doing, to which she said that they had just received some information. It has been confirmed that a rabbit named Toby is subject to the curse of the blue moon. However, the effect of the blue moon occurs at night, and Toby doesn't remember anything in the morning, which is a more complex application than the one used on the foxes. The effect depends on the time of day, and you can also manipulate memories after all. The blue moon has changed a lot lately. Now the guy has a question whether leopards are capable of something like this, because knowing them, they will act in any way possible. She says that Jerian could have done something like that if leopards were capable of such sophisticated tricks. Then they would have definitely used them back when Sigma came for the bow, so there is a high probability that this was the work of Jerian. And as far as Clyd understands, now she will be engaged in the purification of that rabbit, to which she replied that she plans to do so. She's done some research, so she's going to demonstrate the cleanse to people at the New Year's party. She thinks that it will be easier to convince the bears if you show everything in action, and it is also necessary to tell about the leopards and the atrocities of Jerian. After she said that, I just pointed at her and made her feel warm. The girl didn't even expect this from him. She really felt cold, but now she feels great. When she looked at him, he said that it is not necessary to take on everything. Sometimes you need to lean on someone nearby, as if hinting that this person could be him. She immediately smiled. She was pleased that he was so attentive and caring, even when she didn't ask him to. But such unexpected help. It is so pleasant that it is impossible to describe in words. She wants to say a lot of things, although he already understands everything. Clyd also said very special words, that they are good friends with her, and also comrades and their families have always been close. And also that she wants to defeat the leopards to save her people. And he avenges his parents, and they have something in common. The girl doesn't even know what he's saying at this moment because she feels that he's not just saying it. His eyes are still shining, as if just a little bit more, and he will confess to her what he was afraid to confess all this time. She was mostly silent, just listening to him and trying not to say anything unnecessary. And then they went to their rooms and began to rest. And in the meantime, they are on the territory of the Gridwolf clan. It is so beautiful here that she again wants to admire the views and not think about any business. The territory is really rich and green, unlike their homeland. Everything is very different from the pictures in the books, and it's incredible. On the way, the assistant worries that she didn't listen to anyone and decided to come here. It seems to him that she should return with at least something. And she told him that it wasn't that she didn't understand her family's feelings. A cat adopted by a family of wolves has some connection to sacred religions. For many, it's suspicious, and that's normal. However, she realized that she needed to meet her in person to understand what kind of creature she was and whether she would represent a danger to everyone else, especially her bear clan. And in the meantime, the long-awaited holiday, the New Year, has begun, which everyone has been waiting for a long time. But not everyone knows that this holiday can become special and will be remembered by everyone for the rest of their lives. A lot of guests come, the whole area is decorated, you can feel the special atmosphere. Everyone is very kind, calm, no one is in a bad mood, because on such a day it is impossible. It can't be that someone is sad or thinks about something bad. On this day, everyone is especially happy and there is no way to explain it. And in the meantime, while there are a lot of fireworks outside the window, everyone has taken their seats, and assistants are standing nearby so that they can help someone or suggest something. Everyone hasn't seen each other for so long that they look at each other and try to do it as unnoticeably as possible. Some people are very shy to talk to someone because if you talk about something, it can last until the very end, and everyone is waiting for Lady Katarina. She is late as usual and says nothing in her defense, as if nothing happened. You can see how she doesn't care what people think of her. And also, with her appearance in the hall, the atmosphere changed very noticeably. It got much worse. Everyone felt very awkward. They looked at her very carefully so as not to clash eyes, because usually, it doesn't end very well. The girl doesn't like a lot of people looking at her, and everyone knows about it. But at the same time, she likes it when she is respected and waited for it. That's why it's very difficult to be at the same event with her. Everyone has to watch out for what she might think about someone. She walked around with such a beat as if she didn't want to come here, but someone was standing there and still persuaded her to go. And in the meantime, it seems like she is specifically looking for someone who is secretly looking at her or spying on her. They tried to greet her as expected, but she didn't even answer some of them, which was terribly wrong and ugly on her part. Meanwhile, a kitty came up to her. She is also very worried, tries to follow all the rules, although she understands that this does not guarantee anything. Katerina looked at her strangely. The girl felt very uncomfortable. She even regretted that she approached her. She never allowed herself to react like that to everyone who wanted to say hello to her, but she had to restrain herself and pretend that everything was okay. Out of the blue, Katerina started asking her some very uncomfortable questions, after which the girl just wanted to go somewheres. Even the people around felt uneasy from the atmosphere, which was getting worse with every second as soon as that person started talking. Of course, it wasn't without hinting about her new family, which doesn't suit her. It all looks like she's trying to test how well the girl can restrain herself and behave in high society. She was lucky that she didn't come here alone. She had a Clyde with her who might be able to help her. And then the girl says that she didn't come here just like that. In fact, she wants to tell them all something. Namely, that he wants to join forces with all of them to defeat the leopards, and thinks that it is unlikely that anyone will refuse this, because it is a universal problem. It's strange, but Katerina is unhappy with something again. She doubts that they will be able to resist such strong beasts, and believes that there is no need to even spend energy on this. The girl asks, are they really suggesting to do nothing? Just sit in one place and wait until they start to attack, and then surrender and pray to stay alive? In her opinion, this is not the best idea, so she is here now, suggesting to think everything through in advance and be prepared for everything that the enemies are preparing for them. Kitty started talking really loudly so that everyone could hear her, but most people just ignored her as if they didn't hear anything. She is very upset that they treat her like this, but she wants the best for all of them and came with a good purpose. If she hadn't done something every time she was scared, nothing good would have come of it. And maybe she wouldn't even be standing in front of them alive now. She really wants to say everything she thinks, not pretend to be polite. After all, it concerns the lives of all of them, and they treat it so lightly, as if it is so easy to turn a blind eye to it. And so that they all better understand what could happen if they continue to pretend as if she is not here. She started to tell that the leopards could start attacking them today, and if they all united their forces, they would at least have some chance to survive. They still started asking her how she imagined it, as if they didn't believe that she understood what she was talking about. The girl no longer knows what words to say, that this is not a case where you need to be afraid of something. If they want to survive, you need to at least take a little risk and listen to someone who knows what can be done. Moreover, she already has a small plan. She has learned the strengths of all the guests very well, and if at least half of them become her team, it will already be a great success. Now she just needs to see hope in their eyes, because otherwise she won't want to do anything either, and they will all just wait quietly together. The girl said that now they need to think carefully, because she is asking for the last time who is with her and who will stand aside. There is just one thing. All those who do not support this idea will be left without help and will be on their own. More and more people start turning towards her. They understand that she speaks the truth and it is better to listen to her. Because if they end up in a leopard trap, they will later regret very much that they didn't at least try to come up with something and didn't even resist. Kitty feels that some people have started to believe her. Although when she came here, she thought that everything would be much worse. At some point, the girl felt the presence of someone who was not supposed to hear everything she said. It's some kind of dark energy that can be felt immediately, even at a great distance. It's strange that she didn't predict it. And what's even more unexpected is that this man began to approach Katerina. And from her reaction, it's clear that she's seeing him for the first time in her life. He starts to grab her hand, and at that moment, Clyde also felt something and started to protect Kitty in advance. You never know. He became very scared for her, because it was possible that the leopard's spy could be among them. Everything points to the fact that the person who is trying to detain Katerina is the same person. It's impossible to believe that no one had noticed the man in the mask before, and when this guy did his job, he threw it away, but it's not clear why.